The story begins with a man running through heavy snow asking himself what life is. Suddenly an arrow hits his ankle and he falls, bleeding. As he collapses, he thinks that life is a boiled egg. Lying on the ground, he tries to understand what that means. A leader with a blade appears and his allies surround the fallen man. They search him and find a relic. The leader lifts his sword and kills him. As he dies, the man thinks that nothing has meaning and that he fought until the end, just like in a game. A voice echoes, telling the man to murder. He responds that it was necessary to die once. A strange figure appears and holds his head. The man claims that he has already collected the relic's divinity. The figure fixes his head on his neck, saying there was no need for a useless tale following him, though he did lose some money. The man remembers being in his late 20s, too busy and tired to play games. He does not remember the game's name or why he bought it, but he remembers playing as the priest of corruption. It was the hardest and weakest class, but it made his heart race. After finishing all quests and losing all materials, he became the priest of corruption and fell into the game world. Back in the scene, the figure thinks about the mother of corruption, the goddess he serves. Everything began 5 years ago when he started serving her. When he woke up in the game, he had only a robe of the Order of Corruption and the mother's hand resting on his chest. The strong presence from the hand made him realize he had truly fallen into the game. According to the game's lore, the priest of corruption is a genetically enhanced human, modified by drugs. His body has enhanced strength and senses and can only be killed by divinity. Though he once feared blood, he now feels nothing. His body cannot feel or taste anything anymore. Later he visits a place where the receptionist hands him an ID and calls him Priest Marnak. Inside the northern city of Buis, he pretends to be a priest of the Order of Preservation. Normally, such impersonation would bring divine punishment, but the mother of corruption allows it. She is hated by all, and Marnak is her only follower. The receptionist shows Marnak a notice for bandit or monster hunting. Recently, farmers traveling toward Buis have gone missing. Anyone who finds the cause and defeats it will earn 30 nips of silver per head. Even those who fail will still receive 1 silver nip from the Lord of Guys. He checks the notice and understands it easily. He can read the language of this world since the moment he arrived. He asks if he can receive part of the reward now, which surprises the receptionist. Later, Marnak travels through a snowy mountain. He keeps hearing a voice calling him a murderer. He realizes it is the voice of the mother of corruption, who talks too much. A man named Pierre walks beside him and begins chatting. Pierre asks about Marnak's background and mentions his nearby village, hoping his parents are safe. He says Captain Galad once helped his family survive the winter but worries for them again. Pierre also mentions rumors that the missing farmers were taken by ghosts, not people or monsters. Marnak finds Pierre overly talkative. Another man calls Pierre to the front, and he leaves. The voice of the mother of corruption continues urging Marnak to kill. Marnak thinks killing everyone would only cause him problems. He needs 29 silver nips to survive the winter. He tries to calm the mother and then wonders how many fingers to rate the people around him. He remembers the divine system that measures divinity by fingers. 1 finger is 10 divinity and 5 fingers are 100,000. By collecting 10,000 divinity, he can gain 1 authority. He once absorbed the divinity of a holy relic and gained such power. There are 12 relics left. The mother of corruption promised that if he gathers all the relics' divinity, his wishes will be fulfilled. His first wish is to regain his sense of taste. Pierre returns, saying the captain warned him not to bother Marnak. Marnak assures him he is fine. Suddenly, an arrow strikes one of the men. Marnak pushes Pierre aside and takes the arrows himself. He falls to the ground, realizing they are under attack by bandits. The voice tells him to kill. He understands the mother of corruption wants him to play dead and then collect their divinity. Smiling, Marnak decides to act, raising his sword to strike first. Marnak moves forward and attacks the bandits. One of the bandits steps up and challenges him while ordering the others to handle the rest. They clash fiercely, and Marnak pushes the bandit back. He looks at his sword and wonders how strong the opponent really is. He asks the mother of corruption, Fingers, to rank the enemy. The bandit rushes again, and their blades collide once more. Marnak watches the strange hand showing, 2.5. He becomes frustrated, realizing that a mere bandit is as strong as the ranger who once slit his throat. The mother of corruption whispers again, telling him to murder. The bandit charges with force and shatters Marnak's sword. Marnak curses under his breath while the bandit laughs loudly. The bandit brags about his weapon made of frost steel and mocks Marnak, saying he looks ordinary. He offers to end the fight peacefully since they were already planning to quit being bandits after this job. Marnak refuses and instead gives his own offer to stop being a bandit and leave the place for good, promising to go easy if they comply. The bandit mocks him for being naive, asking if he really thought they would just agree and leave. Before Marnak can finish his reply, an arrow hits his head. The bandit yells at his comrades for being late, saying he thought he would die. Another bandit mocks him, reminding him that he broke Marnak's sword. The first bandit proudly explains he precisely aimed his strike. They confirm everyone else is dead. But suddenly, a voice echoes, asking if they truly killed everyone. They look in shock as Marnak rises again, alive despite the arrow wound. He tells them he had given them a chance, but they answered by attacking his head. Panic spreads among the bandits as their leader screams for everyone to fire. Marnak begins chanting to the mother of corruption, admitting he is lost and fearful, asking for her aid. The bandits panic, calling him a monster and trying to flee, but they find themselves trapped by an invisible barrier. Marnak recognizes this as the line in which the living cannot pass, a divine authority of the priest of corruption that prevents the living from fleeing and hides corruption's divinity. He smiles faintly, saying he really likes this authority of his, the mother of corruption. The bandit orders his men to unsheath their swords, shouting that they have no choice and must try to cut through the barrier. Suddenly, a terrifying monster appears, and all the bandits panic. They plead with the Marnak to spare them, promising never to be bandits again. Marnak coldly gives his command, allowing everything except their heads to remain untouched. The mother of corruption whispers again, telling him to murder. He asks if the mother of corruption wants him to collect divinity, then hesitates, realizing that doing so would make their bodies disappear. If that happens, the guild members who come to investigate will suspect something strange. He then looks at Pierre, lying wounded on the ground. Marnak kneels beside him, saying he will end things properly so Pierre can rest in peace. He decides to save Pierre, believing it will help his reputation, and questions the mother of corruption to stop the progression of Pierre's wounds. The scene changes and we see a priest named Pridya, holding a relic, questions a man about the one who stole it. The man explains that the thief was executed on the spot. She asks what happened to the body, and he replies that due to lack of supplies, they had to return only with the relic. Priest Pridya dismisses him and announces that she plans to go on a pilgrimage. The man is surprised and asks if it's because of the prophecy. Priest Pridya confirms, saying it's because of the prophecy and because there's someone she needs to meet. She recalls that 10 years ago, every religious order received the same prophecy: the end will wear the husk of life and descend upon the world. On the other hand, Marnak carries Pierre's body on his shoulder and hands him over to the guards. A girl named Erin approaches and informs him that he may return now, saying she already got permission from the guards. She admits she is surprised by his strength. Marnak simply agrees that he is a little strong. Erin points out the heads he is carrying, saying they are the source of the recent troubles, and suggests the guild keep them for now. Marnak asks if there is a vacant room in the city where he can stay for the night. Erin offers her place instead, telling him he can sleep there if he wants. As they talk, the mother of corruption keeps whispering, "Murder." Marnak holds the strange hand and already knows what is going on. He accepts it because he has no bad intentions toward the young woman with red hair. He only meant to rest in the guest room of the mercenary guild. Soon after, the red-haired girl arrives and tells him that there is something important he needs to attend to. She informs him that the Lord of Guise, Tridon Filion, wants to see him. Marnak does not mind and asks why the Lord has requested him. She explains that Galad, the mercenary who recently died, was actually the Lord's half-brother. Marnak visits the Lord. The Lord welcomes him and asks if he was the one who saw his brother's last moments. He offers him tea. Marnak observes him carefully and recalls that when Mother first saw the Lord, she drew a large X mark. Marnak realizes the Lord is not a living being. He is a demon disguised as a human. While Mother was hiding in Marnak's pocket, she recognized it immediately. Marnak knows that demons can take human form but cannot live freely on their own. To exist in the world, they must make deals with living beings. Demons are strong, yet helpless without others. They form contracts to share power and survive. But the gods hated them for giving and taking equally. The gods declared demons to be evil and ordered their priests to hunt them. That marked the beginning of the demon hunts. Marnak remembers that in the game world the demon contractor was a rare and difficult class. People avoided it, and he remembers it being the second class he ever played. The Lord smiles, impressed that Marnak can see through his disguise. He introduces himself as Crawling Weight and realizes Marnak is not truly a priest of the goddess of preservation. Marnak introduces himself as a priest of the Mother of Corruption. The Lord is surprised, believing the followers of corruption were long gone. He invites Marnak to sit, saying they are alone. The Lord explains that he has no special reason for calling Marnak except to ask about Galad's death. He requests the details and promises to give him a reward. Marnak agrees and later leaves the mansion. As he walks outside, he reflects on how unfortunate Galad's death was. The Lord tried to help him by offering secret work during the harsh winter, but it led to his end. Marnak thinks about how life is complicated and cruel. Then, the voice of the Mother of Corruption echoes, saying, "Murder." Marnak looks at the pouch of gold in his hand. He knows that the Lord did not try to tempt him with it. The gold was simply a sincere gesture to know the truth about Galad's death. Marnak reminds himself that he is not a priest who is greedy for gold. He thinks about how gold never rots and compares it to something else that also never fades. His love for the Mother of Corruption. To him, she will always be the most important being. He tells her not to worry. When he returns, Eren greets him. The voice of the Mother of Corruption echoes in his head, whispering the word, murder. Eren then tells him that priests from the teaching sect are here. Marnak becomes uneasy, not wanting to deal with those kinds of people right now. As he turns to look at them, he is startled. The Mother of Corruption immediately warns him that one of the priests is carrying a holy relic. The group of priests introduces themselves as members of the education sect. Their leader, Priest Orvis, represents the scale of retribution. With him are Priest Kornu, a large man, and Priest Patina. Marnak pretends to be polite and introduces himself as a priest serving the god of preservation. Eren explains that the priests are also staying at the guild, just like him. Marnak feels relieved. That means he will have chances later to steal their relic. However, he worries that when he absorbs the divinity from it, the corruption inside him might leak out. Before they can talk further, Priest Orvis mentions that they need to go greet the Lord. Marnak is curious about their reason for visiting. Eren explains that their guild provides shelter to priests for a small fee. Marnak jokingly asks if he has to pay for his stay, but Eren says she let him stay for another reason. She quietly asks him to bless their food with preservation magic so it does not spoil. Priest Kornu approaches them. He stays behind instead of going with the others, explaining that many northern lords dislike his kind. Eren remarks that Lord Tredin is different. He separates his work from personal feelings and has many supporters in Guise. When Marnak questions why they want to meet him, Priest Kornu reveals that they are following a prophecy from 10 years ago about the end of the world hidden inside the shell of life. They believe it refers to a demon. Priest Orvis wants to confirm it using his holy relic. At that moment, the Lord finally reveals his true demonic form. Priest Orvis releases his power and calls upon the scale of retribution to strike the demon. A massive blast shakes the city. The ground trembles and buildings collapse from the force. A blinding light flashes across the sky and the explosion can be seen from far away. Priest Kornu recognizes the power as Priest Orvis's hammer of punishment. He understands that Priest Orvis is fighting a demon and urges everyone to go help immediately. Marnak hurries and tells him to go first and promises to follow soon. As the others rush ahead, Marnak approaches Eren nearby. He holds her and demands to know where the medical center is, the one where Pierre is being treated. Eren hesitates, surrounded by the noise of screaming and the roar of the demon. After that, they step outside and the streets are in chaos. People run in every direction, smoke fills the air, and parts of the city burn. Eren looks around in terror and spots the huge demon tearing through the town's center. Marnak ignores the monster and repeats his question. Eren turns and points at a small building at the end of the street, explaining that Pierre is there. Marnak runs straight to the building. Inside, he finds Pierre lying on a bed, resting peacefully. Marnak lifts Pierre carefully into his arms and holds him securely. He tells Eren she must hold on tightly because he cannot carry her anymore. She quickly wraps her arms around him. Marnak runs through the burning streets with Pierre on his back. As they move, Eren shouts that she knows a secret passage. Marnak immediately asks where it is. Eren points down another place and explains that a house has a hidden tunnel leading to the outskirts of Gies, but the door is locked. Marnak changes direction and sprints toward the house. When they arrive, he kicks the door once, and it bursts open with a loud crack. Eren stares in shock, realizing his strength. Marnak tells her that if things get worse, she must escape through the passage alone. She looks terrified and asks about him. Marnak replies that he has to go back and help the others. She tries to stop him, pleading that it is too dangerous, but he ignores her. When Marnak returns to the battlefield, rubble covers the ground. The air is thick with smoke and dust. He finds Priest Cornu trapped under the rubbles. His body is covered in deep wounds, and his breathing is weak. He recognizes Marnak and tries to speak. Marnak checks his wounds and realizes they are too severe to heal. He asks about the other priest. Priest Cornu weakly reveals that Priest Patina is dead. Marnak demands to know if there is any way to kill the demon. Priest Cornu explains that the white sword, another relic they brought, was stabbed into the demon's head by Priest Orvis. If Marnak can push that sword deeper into its brain, the demon will die. After saying this, Priest Cornu exhales for the last time. Marnak bows his head slightly and prays to the Mother of Corruption, declaring that he will collect from the dead man. A status window appears, stating that he has obtained 100 divinity. Meanwhile, Priest Orvis continues to fight with the demon. The ground shakes and his voice echoes as he calls upon the scales of retribution again. Marnak sees an opening when the demon slows. He charges forward, leaps high into the air, lands on the demon's massive body, and drives his sword deep into its flesh. The creature roars in pain and thrashes violently. Marnak grips tightly, climbing higher toward its head. He sees Priest Orvis still fighting and reaches the top, spotting the white sword embedded in the demon's skull. He reaches for it, but the demon spins violently, performing a deadly roll. The sudden movement throws Marnak off balance. He flies through the air, crashes to the ground and rolls across the rubbles. The voice of the Mother of Corruption echoes, repeating the word, murder. Marnak answers calmly that he is fine. He looks at the raging demon and recalls her words that blessings follow disasters. He considers this an interesting twist. His eyes catch the glint of something among the rubble, a small jewel. He picks it up and realizes it is a holy relic. Holding it tightly, he looks upward and speaks to the Mother of Corruption, offering her the relic and asking for new authority in return. Marnak holds the relic tightly and commands it to release its seal. He calls out to the Mother, feeling the divine energy surge through his body. He realizes that every holy relic holds enough divinity for one authority. The status window in front of him glows, showing that his divinity has reached 11,723. He understands that another seal has been lifted and wonders what difference it will make this time. The Mother of Corruption keeps whispering the same word, murder, over and over again. The hand reaches out from the relic and Marnak questions if her words are true. He feels both grateful and uneasy, thinking that it is incredible she can still support him from so far away. But he also finds it strange that unsealing a holy relic feels so small compared to her vast power. Marnak devotes 10,000 units of divinity and requests 2 new authorities. Then, he feels a surge of energy flowing through him. He receives something called the Text of Corruption. As he studies its power, he learns that its effects are simple but incredibly strong. When activated, dark green tattoos appear all over his body, glowing faintly. These marks amplify his physical strength and speed. He admits to himself that it is not a bad authority to have, especially in the middle of battle. The mother of corruption continues to repeat her single word, murder, but Marnak stays focused. He realizes the new power will be useful in his current fight. He also notices that his crushed leg has completely healed. Then, he spots Priest Orvis lying dead under the rubble. It looks like both of them fell from the same height during the explosion. Marnak lowers his head slightly and offers a short thought of rest for the fallen priest. He then prays to the mother of corruption again and begins to collect divinity from Priest Orvis's body. Not far away, the demon roars in rage, shaking the ruined city. Marnak watches it go wild, its enormous body tearing through the remains of buildings. He finds it strange. The people who angered the demon, the priests of the teaching sect, are already dead. Yet the creature is still raging uncontrollably. A message flashes before him, showing that he has obtained 1,000 more units of divinity. He reflects that demons are not supposed to be beasts driven by pure instinct, yet this one is acting like a mindless monster. Marnak tells the mother of corruption to hold on. As he runs, the demon senses his approach and swings its massive tail. Marnak moves with incredible agility, dodging the strike and sprinting up the creature's back. As he climbs higher, he notices the white sword still embedded in the demon's body. He focuses on reaching it, but the demon begins to tilt dangerously to one side. It's preparing another death roll, a spinning attack that can crush anything around it. Anticipating this move, Marnak leaps off just in time and lands safely on the ground as the demon spins violently, smashing everything nearby. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts across the city. The blast shakes buildings, shatters windows, and fills the air with dust and smoke. Marnak coughs and spits blood, realizing the corruption inside him is progressing faster than expected. The text of corruption may be powerful, but it is also consuming his body from within. He feels his organs burning and senses his life force draining. If the demon keeps delaying the fight, the corruption will soon reach the outside of his body and completely paralyze him. He understands that he does not have much time left. Determined to end it quickly, Marnak charges forward and grabs the hilt of the white sword lodged in the demon. He remembers Priest Cornu's dying words and strikes the sword against the demon's head, channeling both his divinity and corruption through it. The weapon trembles violently and divine light bursts from its core. He calls upon the spirit sealed within the sword, awakening Lord Tredin. The people nearby watch in disbelief as the once demonic creature returns to its original human form. In the middle of the chaos, a human figure, Lord Tredin, begins to emerge from the fading mass of corruption. The Lord opens his eyes and tells Marnak that meeting him was the greatest blessing he could have asked for. Marnak explains that it only happened because the white sword was suppressing Tredin's mind all this time. He mentions that his help was not much, just his small contribution, his 2 golds worth. The Lord smiles faintly and tells him it was worth far more than that. At the place where Marnak was once killed, Priest Pridya uses her divine power and the relic begins to glow brightly. The man with her becomes shocked as the light spreads across the ground. He recognizes the power and admits that it truly is an incredible authority. However, he notices something strange. There are no bodies. He remembers clearly that he had killed the boy here by cutting his throat. After looking around, he concludes that a long time must have passed. Perhaps monsters or wild animals have taken the body away. Priest Pridya listens calmly, thanks him for guiding her to this place, and then asks him for one last favor, to tell her the names of the nearby cities. Meanwhile, Marnak returns from the battlefield. Lord Tredin greets him warmly, calling him more handsome each time they meet. People now refer to Marnak as the Demon Slaughterer, a title that has spread across towns thanks to the stories shared by Tredin. Lord Tredin told everyone that Marnak was the one who defeated the great demon and saved him, earning Marnak fame that he never asked for. Though he finds the nickname exaggerated and embarrassing, Erin seems to love it as she often shouts Demon Slaughterer in public, drawing attention wherever they go. Crowds whisper among themselves, pointing at him as the famous priest who defeated a demon. Marnak talks to the man again and notices that his wooden prosthetic arm and leg move very smoothly, almost like real limbs. Curious, Marnak asks about it, and Lord Tredin explains that he only moves naturally like this when alone with Marnak. Around others, he pretends to limp. He also reveals that using this ability comes with a heavy cost. His body will weaken over time, and even the hair on his head will fall like leaves in autumn. Despite the burden, he laughs it off and changes the subject. He tells Marnak that there is an important job available and asks if he has a week to spare. Marnak agrees that he has enough time. Lord Trident explains that the job requester asked for Marnak specifically after hearing tales of his deeds as the demon slaughterer. The mission involves exploring ruins connected to the holy relics of the ancient empire. The payment is generous, 5 gold nips in advance, and if Marnak provides valuable help, he could even receive one of the relics found in the ruins. However, Marnak hears the voice of the mother of corruption whispering the word murder. He considers her warning carefully but decides to see for himself. He accepts the job, thinking it may lead him closer to understanding the relics and their connection to divinity. Marnak recalls that long ago the ancient empire ended the chaotic era of mages and united the continent through power and technology. Their relics, preserved through time, now serve as sacred treasures. In the current age, these relics are valued as powerful items, many of which are the foundation of high-ranked artifacts across the world. After that, Marnak meets a small group of people at the starting point of his new mission. He introduces himself as a priest under the goddess of preservation. One of the men steps forward and introduces himself as Carmen Valtis, the one who requested this job. Carmen openly explains that he is the illegitimate son of Anthony Valtis, leader of the Black Wolves. Marnak becomes surprised as he had believed Anthony to be a principled man who lived alone after losing his wife. It becomes clear to Marnak that rumors and reality often differ. Still, he decides it would be improper to dig deeper into Carmen's personal life. Marnak then asks about the others in the group. Carmen introduces a hooded mage named Tunisa, who will guide them to the ancient relics, and Sukus, a large and reliable warrior from the Unicorn tribe. With introductions complete, Carmen announces that they should begin their journey. He explains that it will take about 2 days on foot to reach the site of the ruins, and they can continue their conversations along the way. 2 days pass on the road. During the night, while the group rests, Carmen notices that Marnak is still awake. He comments on it, but Marnak reassures him that he has slept enough and does not feel tired. Carmen observes that Marnak still looks young and then begins a casual conversation. He asks about Marnak's experiences with women, assuming that a man like him must have met many. Marnak explains that his heart is as untouched as fresh snow, which surprises Carmen. He then asks about the kind of women Marnak prefers. Marnak answers simply that he likes women who choose to stay by his side. Carmen agrees and shares his own thoughts about women. He believes that a woman's heart is the most important thing but jokes crudely about appearances. Marnak responds calmly, telling him it is fine to have clear preferences but advises him not to speak about such things in front of women. Carmen laughs and assures him that he does not go around saying these things to everyone. He explains that he feels comfortable talking this way only with Marnak because it feels like speaking with an old friend. Marnak feels the same, even as the voice of the mother of corruption whispers the word murder. Marnak thinks about how much he enjoys talking to Carmen, despite being warned to be selective with his friends. As the sun rises on the 3rd day, the group finally reaches their destination. Tunisa steps forward and announces that they have arrived at the entrance to the ruins. She prepares to open the way inside, signaling that the mission is about to truly begin. After that, Marnak explains that entering the ruins of the ancient empire is easy at first. They have to find the key, move to the coordinates written on it, read the passage in the ancient language, and then turn the key clockwise or anti-clockwise. Since only mages can read ancient language, their role in such explorations is indispensable. The only exception is players. As a player, Marnak can read the ancient language but keeps it a secret. While entering the ruins of the ancient empire, Marnak thinks that in this world where he has no relation whatsoever, the key is too difficult for him to obtain. Carmen comments that compared to all the other ruins he has visited, this is one of the best preserved ones and suggests starting the exploration. Marjan feels excited and thinks that he finally gets to see the ruins he has only seen in photos. His heart feels like it is going to burst. They reach a giant gate with ancient text written on it, saying to prove that imperial blood flows through your body. The door opens, and Tunisia warns that if they do not have ancient imperial blood, they should get ready for battle. Inside, they all fight with monsters. A huge blast occurs, and Marnak prepares himself, holding his sword. While fighting, a monster comes to attack him, and the mother of corruption keeps repeating the word murder. Marnak fights back and thinks that there is one more monster left, and he needs to kill it before then an arrow hits the monster in the head. Marnak sees Carmen shooting it. Marnak thanks him, and Tunisia complains, asking why he keeps pushing the enemy between their lines. She says that Marnak or she could have gotten hurt. Marnak replies that it was the fastest way to get rid of the enemy and that they managed to kill all of them anyway. He prefers it if she stops complaining. Carmen gets furious and asks what he said. Marnak tells them to stop right there. Sukus and Tunisia stay quiet. Carmen looks at Marnak and calls him Demon Slayer, saying that he really lives up to his name. Marnak responds that he feels ashamed to display such an unholy sight as a priest. Carmen admits that he is not wrong about that. Marnak compliments Carmen for being incredible with the bow. Carmen explains that he has been using the bow and arrow since he was little and practiced as much as he could. Tunisia then asks when they are leaving and says she is fine with moving out immediately since she has plenty of waka left. Sukus complains, asking why she keeps rushing to move when they have barely gotten any rest. He says that for those who physically move around like Marnak and him, they need rest. Tunisia insists that everyone else would agree with her. She says that since everyone except Sukus is fine, it would be better to reach the end of the ruins as soon as possible rather than wasting time. She believes Sukus is just trying to make a scene. Sukus gets angry and asks what she said. Carmen steps in and says they will rest before moving, ending the argument. Marnak thinks that in this world, mages are usually arrogant and are mostly a bunch of jackasses. It is easy to become a mage, and it happens by birth. For those born with mana, it awakens once they reach a certain age. When that happens, knowledge regarding the ancient language floods their brains, and without paying any cost, they learn ancient spells. Using mana that breaks the laws of the world, they are reborn as mages. However, because of the large amount of knowledge that fills their heads, they begin to hate learning new things. As a result, most mages become strong-willed and uneducated idiots. Most are self-centered and do not care about people around them. Marnak thinks that Tunisia is the same as the other mages he has met. Though among mages, she is actually considered one of the more well-mannered ones. Carmen later says that they have rested enough and should move on to the next area. Just then, the door closes behind them, and a monster appears with a blue jewel, a relic. Marnak immediately realizes that the enemies up to this point were too weak for ruins like this. He understands that this one is the real deal. Sukus prepares himself to fight the monster. Tunisia tells him to move aside. The monster stands tall in front of them, its blue jewel, the relic, begins to shine, and Carmen becomes alert. The monster suddenly attacks Sukus, and a huge blast shakes the ground. Sukus is injured and starts bleeding heavily. Marnak turns to Carmen and asks if he wants to live. Carmen is confused, asking what he means. Marnak repeats the question, and when Carmen answers yes, Marnak tells him to tuck his chin in. Before Carmen can react, Marnak punches him hard, knocking him unconscious. Marnak looks at the monster and remarks that he has a corruption giant on his side too. He prays to the mother, saying that he needs her to send it down now. The monster steps forward and launches a massive attack. Marnak dodges and escapes the impact, asking the mother of corruption if she agrees with him. The mother of corruption's voice echoes in his head, repeating the same word over and over: murder. The status window shows that he has obtained 1000 divinity. Marnak stands with Carmen, who is still unconscious, beside him. He looks toward another part of the ruins and sees another monster locked in battle. He curses quietly, realizing that it will take some time for them to finish their fight. The mother of corruption continues whispering murder. Marnak replies to her in thought, saying that she is right. It's time to stop messing around and help. The corruption giant turns toward him, watching curiously as Marnak moves forward. He focuses his eyes on his next target, the monster, and the blue gem embedded in its head. He thinks that since the gem is the only unique part of its body, destroying it might change everything. Marnak leaps high into the air and targets the monster's head. As he strikes, the blue gem shatters into fragments. The monster lets out a deafening roar. Marnak catches his breath and silently thanks the corrupted giant for its help. A strange hand suddenly appears again, the mother of corruption's presence showing itself as the voice repeats, "Murder." Marnak looks around in confusion, asking the mother of corruption what is wrong. He watches in shock as monsters start to emerge from the glowing red passageway in the ground. Carmen is stunned, unable to understand what's happening. Marnak looks around and wonders how many more monsters might appear. Once the chaos settles, Carmen turns to Marnak and asks about Tunisia and Sukus, wanting to know if they are still alive. Marnak lowers his head and says yes, they are dead. He explains that he wanted to save them if he had the chance, but it all happened too fast. Carmen listens quietly and says that the moment the metal giant fell from the ceiling, they should have activated the key. He admits that Tunisia and Sukus were new hires, people he had only just met, but they both died because of his greed. Marnak tells him not to blame himself too much. He reminds Carmen that they were hired for a reason and knew the risks. They understood that something like this could happen. Carmen asks where exactly they are now. Marnak replies that this place is beyond the black door. Carmen looks puzzled and says that it would not be right to question something that Marnak was willing to knock him out over just to stop him from seeing. He acknowledges that Marnak is his lifesaver and swears in the name of Valtus that he will repay the debt someday. Marnak accepts it calmly and says he'll be looking forward to it. If Carmen feels better, he says, they should start moving again. Marnak admits that he did not truly defeat the metal giants, he ran away from them. Carmen agrees and follows his lead. Marnak recalls what really happened. After defeating one metal giant with the help of the corruption giant, 3 more fell from the ceiling. He let the corruption giant take the beating from them while he struggled to open the doors. After finally managing to unlock them, he kicked Carmen into the next room for safety. He also told the corruption giant to return once its fight was over, so he is sure it will come back soon. After some time, Marnak and Carmen reach a large ancient door. Marnak looks at it carefully and says that it seems they've finally reached the end of the ruins. He tells Carmen to feel free to take a look. Marnak and Carmen find a glowing necklace and a sword there. Carmen asks Marnak to let him have the necklace, promising to reward him handsomely for it. Marnak asks what the necklace actually is. Carmen explains that it's called the Bloodline Pathfinder. If someone spills their blood on it while thinking of a specific bloodline, the necklace uses that blood as a cost to point them toward the person they are seeking. Carmen admits that he is looking for his mother, someone he has never met before. Marnak asks if it's fine for him to take the sword instead, and Carmen agrees. Later, while they rest outside, Carmen shows the necklace to Marnak and asks him for a blessing. Marnak agrees without hesitation. He takes a small cut on his hand, lets a few drops of blood fall onto the necklace, and watches as red energy begins to glow from it. Carmen looks at the light and says that he knew his mother was alive. Marnak replies that he is glad the necklace is working as expected. Carmen asks if Marnak will listen to one last favor. Marnak agrees, and Carmen says that he would like to keep working with him until he finds his mother. Since Marnak is heading west, they can travel together to the capital where Carmen can properly reward him. Marnak smiles and thinks that although he'd love to accept, Carmen would probably see through his intentions immediately and think him shallow. He remarks that if Carmen is fine with it, he'll help him find his mother and support him on the journey. Meanwhile, the mother of corruption whispers the same word again and again, murder. Some time later, Erin meets Marnak and asks if he is really leaving already after everything she has done for him. She takes his hand and examines it, saying that it usually does not come out this quickly but that she did everything she could to get it ready. Marnak's hand begins to shine and Erin reveals a silver mercenary plate. She proudly tells him that she made sure it was ready as soon as possible. She hints that Marnak should say something, like a promise to come back and visit her. Marnak thinks living the life of a wanderer means any promise like that would only be one he cannot fulfill. Later, Lord Triton meets Marnak and tells him that he heard he is heading to the capital. He says that while he would have preferred to repay him with money, he has none left after using all his funds to repair the damage in Geese. Instead, he offers Marnak a letter of recommendation. He explains that if Marnak encounters trouble, he can seek help from one of his friends in the capital. Though they're difficult people to deal with, so it's better to visit them only if absolutely necessary. Marnak thanks him for the gift, and Lord Treaton smiles, telling him to think of it as gratitude from a friend. He wishes Marnak a good life, reminding him that life is always too short. Days later, Marnak and Carmen walk along a snowy path. Carmen mentions that it's already been a few days since they left Greece and that they have about half a day left before reaching the next town, Kelton. Carmen thinks that the mother still does not like Carmen much, but the only reason she allows him to travel with him is because Carmen, as a human, is rated 3.5 fingers. If Marnak were to harvest divinity from him, he could gain 10,000, enough for an authority. That kind of value could even develop into a 4-finger human. Despite this, Marnak admits that he likes Carmen's cheerful personality and personally would rather keep him alive. He holds his sword suddenly, sensing danger. Carmen notices him and asks what's wrong. Marnak replies that there's blood nearby. Very close, and it's coming toward them. He pushes Carmen aside just as a giant snow spider leaps out from the air, landing in front of them. Marnak raises his sword and begins to fight the creature. Marnak remarks that the next time he uses this sword, he'll need to find a place to clean it first. It splatters far too much. Priest Pridya visits Lord Treaton. Lord Treaton welcomes her and asks why she has come. She shows him a picture and asks if he has seen the man in it. The man is Marnak. Lord Treaton recognizes him but hides it. He asks who the man is and why the blue flame of the torch sect is searching for him. Pridya tells him it is for personal reasons. Lord Treaton lies and says no one comes to mind, then tells her to return if that is all. After she leaves, he thinks her intentions toward Marnak are not good. After defeating the snow spider, Marnak looks at Carmen, who is cutting the monster's body. Carmen explains that he is removing the venom sac. The venom's anesthesia effect is strong and can be used in many ways. It is valuable and can be applied to arrow tips or sold as it is. Marnak asks how Carmen knows such things. Carmen explains he has been in many monster hunts before and that experience is the best teacher. Marnak notices how messy the extraction is and decides to do it himself since he is already covered in blood. Carmen tells him they are half a day away from Kelton. He plans to teach Marnak how to extract it properly when they arrive. He suggests heading to the city for a shower. When they reach Kelton, the guards stop them at the gate. One guard informs them that the city has been closed for 3 days because of monsters. But another guard approaches and says that Lord Stren wants to meet them. Inside, Marnak meets Lord Stren and tells him he already knows about the monster issue. Lord Stren explains that the problem is not only monsters. It is being controlled by a follower of an evil spirit. Marnak questions if it is possible for one worshipper to cause such a large-scale situation. Lord Stren explains that according to priests, there are 4 different sects involved. They are working together to isolate Kelton from other cities. He says Kelton is an ordinary place, and he does not understand why this is happening after he became the new lord. He admits things would have been different if his father were alive. Lord Stren continues that they have enough supplies and good morale among their soldiers. Still, no one outside knows the city is cut off. He says someone needs to pass through the monsters to inform other cities. It is a dangerous mission, almost a suicide task. Marnak agrees to help as much as possible. However, the mother of corruption keeps saying, "Murder." Marnak argues with her silently, frustrated. He reminds her that they will receive a rare item from the Seekers of Flow, something from the Western Desert. It will help them handle the weapon known as Slayer without leaving a mess. He remembers her own advice about how to use it properly. He tells himself that living life to the fullest is what matters most. Deep down, Marnak knows the real reason he accepted the Lord's request. He believes this may be a sign that the main quest of his journey is beginning. He connects it to the strange fact that 4 sects of evil spirit worshippers are working together. He recalls that in the world he knows, evil spirits are not truly evil by nature. They are just gods labeled as such by the main deities, leading to persecution and hatred. Still, he knows followers of these spirits are often unstable and rarely cooperate with one another. That is why he feels something bigger is happening. For so many sects to unite and surround a city is far from ordinary. Later, while traveling, Marnak and Carmen are ambushed again by snow spiders. Marnak realizes this is the moment he has been waiting for. He decides to distract the monsters and draw their attention. Carmen warns him that facing them all at once is too dangerous. Marnak tells her that if they keep running, they will be caught eventually. He tells her to bring reinforcements while he buys time. Then he leaps from the horse, falling onto the snow-covered ground. The snow spiders rush toward him. He thinks that the mother of corruption is impossible to understand. She finds his situation entertaining. Marnak grabs his sword tightly, ready to fight. He focuses his mind and prepares for what comes next. He decides it is time to begin hunting the real enemies, the hidden worshippers of the evil spirits who are controlling everything from the shadows. Marnak faces a group of snow spiders. He slashes through them with his sword, cutting them down one by one. He feels irritated by the constant battles and thinks that if this keeps happening every day, he might need to carry a bathtub with him just to clean off the mess. The voice of the mother of corruption echoes in his head, whispering murder repeatedly. Marnak continues forward, realizing that his enemies must already know he is coming but still choose not to confront him. He feels slighted by the lack of welcome, finding it unbelievable that this is how he is being treated. He enters the tunnels, remembering that the attacked carriages reported earlier were said to be empty. He concludes that the monsters must have looted them completely. Soon, he finds a dried corpse on the ground. The body is drained of every drop of blood by the snow spiders. He observes the scene with distaste, noting that while he understands them feeding on humans, using the remains as decoration is beyond his acceptance. He silently disapproves of their gruesome design choices. Marnak stays alert and assures himself that he won't let his guard down. He studies the area and counts the bodies lying around. There are far too many corpses for the spiders to have eaten within just 3 days. He starts to suspect they may be raising offspring somewhere inside. As he advances, he notices that the tunnels are massive, large enough for multiple giants to live together. He can feel a constant flow of divinity tracking his movements, something watching him closely. He stops and calls out for the presence to reveal itself. A giant snow spider emerges from the shadows, its many eyes glowing blue in the darkness. Marnak stands ready, aware of its presence all along. The creature lunges at him, and a powerful blast shakes the tunnel. Marnak then calls upon the mother of corruption, requesting her authority to draw the line of corruption. He promises to sacrifice the head of the human-eating spider for her. The corruption giant appears beside him, formed from dark divine energy, and charges toward the monstrous spider. The snow spider attacks with its massive legs, forcing the corruption giant to defend itself. Marnak notices that the creature is nearly double the size of a normal giant. He realizes he needs to help his summoned giant somehow. A flash of sharp light slices through the air and strikes the spider's side. Marnak senses that the energy within the spider's body is concentrated around its core. He carefully plans his strikes and the spider attacks again, but Marnak moves swiftly and cuts it cleanly in half. As he fights, he detects the divinity spread throughout its entire body. He decides to remove all its legs to immobilize it completely. Marnak commands the corruption giant to charge straight ahead while he focuses on cutting the thinner parts of the spider's body. Even though the creature is huge, Marnak reminds himself that a spider is still a spider. He slashes at its weakest point. A violent explosion follows his final strike. The snow spider's body tears apart, scattering flesh and divine residue across the tunnel. Suddenly, a strange figure emerges from within the torn spider body. Marnak immediately realizes that it is a person who had been controlling the spider from inside. The figure complains that it took years to gain control over the Spider Queen and that Marnak destroyed all that work. Marnak stands firm and demands to know the figure's purpose for surrounding the city of Kelton. The figure refuses to answer, spitting insults instead. Marnak strikes him once, demanding the truth again. The figure still resists, swearing he will never tell even if it costs his life. Understanding that Marnak won't get an answer, he swiftly beheads the figure. A message appears before Marnak's eyes, showing that he has gained 1,000 divinity. He reflects for a moment, thinking about how many worshippers of evil gods exist like this one, people who would rather die than reveal the truth. He wonders aloud how many of them will ever confess the real reason behind their schemes. He recalls hearing that there are more than 3 followers like this. With a cold smile, he decides to bet on there being 4. Marnak comes out and sees everything burning. The buildings are destroyed, the ground is covered with ashes, and dead bodies lie everywhere. He realizes the enemies have attacked and that the battle is already lost. Over the body of Lord Stren, a girl named Parna stands and mocks him. She calls him a useless lord who ran away like a coward and says that the people who tried to protect him only wasted their time. A guy nearby questions about the incarnation. The other girl answers that it is unstable. She explains that taking divinity from living people is very hard and that they already lost some captives. Their plan is now weaker, and they must finish it sooner than planned. Parna gets angry and remarks she did her best, but was disturbed by strong monks and a man from the teaching sect. She curses a girl named Layla for not sending her spiders to help and blames an archer who escaped. The other girl laughs and says Layla is always late and only likes to play with dead bodies. The guy tells them to stop fighting. He reminds them that they worked for years on this plan and that now, because someone escaped, soldiers will come after them. Parna yells that she worked hard for 3 years too, and does not like being treated like a failure. However, the guy tells them she will stay quiet if Layla is punished for losing the captives. Suddenly, Marnak appears and strikes them without warning. His sword cuts through the flames, killing 2 of them instantly. He remarks that it may seem unfair to kill them like this, but they are dangerous. They can control divinity, and he cannot risk being injured. He tells the mother of corruption that it is better to act first than lose his life. Parna watches him, confused, wondering why he talks to himself. Marnak turns to her and asks why they surrounded the city of Kelton. After that, Parna watches a huge creature appears. Its body is made of flesh and divine energy. Marnak stares at it and thinks it looks more powerful than he expected. Parna claims that they spent 3 years creating it and that it was worth all the time. She then tells him everything. The cult had been hiding in the city for 3 years. Their plan was to sacrifice all the people and make a ball of divine energy called the Incarnation. They were supposed to wait 5 more days before finishing it, but because they lost some captives, including Carmen, they had to start early. That failure caused all the chaos and fire. Marnak tightens his grip on his sword. He decides to destroy the creature before it wakes up completely. Parna tries to stop him. She warns that if the being is harmed, it will wake up in a wild and unstable form. Her warning comes true. The monster suddenly roars, shaking the ground. The mother of corruption whispers the word, murder. Marnak answers in his mind, saying he knows there is a holy relic inside the monster. He plans to awaken a new authority by sacrificing the creature to her. Parna screams that it will not work, but Marnak ignores her. He charges forward and attacks. The creature thrashes and releases a huge wave of divine energy. When the light fades, Parna is dead. The system window shows that Marnak has gained 1,000 divinity. He checks his total and sees that he now has 8,592. He thinks that he only needs a little more to reach 10,000 and gain a new authority. But the creature begins to regenerate. Its body heals quickly, turning into a huge creature without a weak point. Marnak realizes he cannot kill it by cutting it. He decides to run away. He sheaths his sword and sprints through the burning city. The monster chases him, shaking the ground with every step. Another message appears, showing that he has gained 1 more divinity. Marnak thinks he just needs a bit more power. If he collects enough divinity before the monster catches him, he can awaken his new authority. Marnak runs away as a massive creature follows behind him. The ground shakes with every step it takes. The creature lets out a loud roar that echoes through the air. Marnak feels the vibration in his body and thinks that even the creature's voice carries divine power. To him, it is truly a walking disaster. The mother of corruptions keeps repeating the word murder over and over. Marnak looks back and sees the giant beast approaching fast. Realizing the danger, he calls out to the mother of corruption for help. On top of the creature's head, he notices a strange figure embedded on its head. Suddenly, the creature releases its power, and a huge explosion spreads across the field. The air burns, and dust flies everywhere. Marnak braces himself and thinks that one corruption giant will not be enough to fight this monster. He tells the corruption giant not to push itself too hard and promises to return soon. He thinks about how he needs more bodies, strong ones, like elite soldiers or knights, to strengthen his divinity. He rushes toward the burning town, where bodies lie scattered across the ground. He realizes too much time has passed for the corpses to still hold any power. He regrets not harvesting their divinity earlier when he was hunting the evil spirit worshippers. Checking his current strength, he finds his divinity count at 9,237. He thinks he just needs a bit more. He must gather more divine energy, no matter what. Suddenly, a massive blast shakes the ground again. The Mother of Corruption's voice echoes louder, still whispering murder. Marnak grips his sword tightly as something moves in the smoke. The creature bursts out, attacking him with incredible speed. Marnak reacts instantly, swinging his blade to block the assault. When the dust settles, the creature finally appears in full view, bigger and stronger. Marnak realizes it has grown after fighting the corruption giant. The creature prepares to attack Marnak again. Marnak moves forward, striking with precise, deadly cuts. His sword tears through its limbs, but the creature roars and catches Marnak in its limbs. It slams him onto the ground with crushing force. The earth cracks beneath him, pain shoots through his body, but Marnak forces himself to breathe. The Mother of Corruption keeps whispering murder, almost like a chant. Marnak smiles weakly, thinking that he is lucky to still be alive. He remembers something the evil spirit, Parna, once said about Lord Stren, calling him a useless lord who wasted their time. Marnak looks around and realizes this must be the same place Parna had talked about. Determined, he stands back up. He commands the Mother of Corruption to take all divine energy. The divine energy begins to rise. The system messages appear before him one after another, and finally, his divinity reaches 10,000. Marnak bows his head and offers the power to the Mother of Corruption. As her son, he asks her to bestow upon him a new authority. Darkness suddenly fills the area, swallowing the battlefield. The creature hesitates, confused by the sudden shift in power. Marnak's sword glows faintly in the dark. He focuses and prepares himself. The creature steadies, ready to continue the fight. Marnak activates his new ability, the Hole of Corruption. The ground under them begins to decay, turning into a swirling pit that decomposes anything living that steps inside. Marnak knows he is not immune to it, but he can control which parts of his body the corruption affects by using the text of corruption. He plans carefully, choosing to sacrifice the parts he does not need for battle. He watches the creature sink as the hole begins to devour its flesh. The air fills with a foul stench as its regeneration struggles against the power of decay. Marnak wonders which force is stronger, its healing or his new authority's destruction. The creature lunges one last time, roaring in desperation. Marnak meets the attack head-on, driving his sword deep into its body. Breathing heavily, Marnak looks down at the fallen beast. He whispers to the Mother of Corruption that he has done it. From the creature's remains, he retrieves a glowing ball, a holy relic. He offers it to the Mother of Corruption, asking her to lift its seal. A brilliant light shines, breaking through the darkness. As the glow spreads, Marnak sees the faint image of a young girl standing before him. He becomes confused and asks if the one she sees could truly be the Mother of Corruption. Marnak finally stands before the Mother of Corruption. He recognizes her immediately and feels both anger and awe. She appears in the form of a child, but her power is overwhelming. Marnak questions her about her strange form and wonders why she, a god, would not know the reason herself. He notices divine energy from another god flowing through the corpse of the fallen creature nearby. The sight fills him with curiosity. He wonders if it is possible to absorb that power. He thinks it would be a waste to let such divinity disappear. The Mother of Corruption tries to act, her power radiating darkly, but all she can do is repeat one word, murder. Her control seems unstable. Marnak looks at her calmly and tells her to stop forcing herself. He realizes that the divinities of several gods have mixed together, making it impossible to separate or claim them now. He feels disappointed but accepts that there is nothing more they can do. Holding the holy relic shaped like a glowing sphere, Marnak decides to take the next step. The seal within the relic has already been lifted, holding 10,000 units of divinity. He activates it and prays for a new authority from his divine mother. The ground trembles as an enormous burst of light erupts into the sky. A vast ball of divine energy forms at his feet, shaking the entire land. When the light fades, Marnak feels something new inside him, a new authority. He senses its purpose and realizes its terrifying potential. It is the curse of corruption. With it, every living thing within the range of a small city would slowly rot to death. The power feels dangerously close to pure evil. Marnak knows he could use it to destroy villains or the undead, but the thought of killing innocent people just to gain divinity fills him with disgust. He wonders aloud why the holy relic containing his mother's sealed divinity was found inside that incarnation in the first place. The thought troubles him. He suspects it was not a coincidence. Perhaps his mother's divine essence was what created that creature. The idea makes his head ache. Before he can think further, his body begins to fail. The overwhelming amount of divinity inside him takes its toll. His attacks, once strong, have now pushed his body past its limit. Marnak collapses, gasping for breath, unable to move. The mother of corruption, seeing Marnak's suffering, begins to weep silently. Her tears fall as Marnak loses consciousness. Days later, Marnak suddenly wakes up on a bed and watches Carmen. His body feels weak, but he can move again. Carmen is the first to greet him, relieved that he has finally regained consciousness. Marnak immediately panics and asks about his belongings. Carmen tries to calm him down and assures him that everything is fine. When Marnak insists again, Carmen shows him the strange, severed hand he always carries. Marnak feels an immense wave of relief, thinking he had lost it. Carmen explains that others wanted to throw the hand away, believing it was dangerous or useless, but he stopped them because he sensed it had deep meaning to Marnak. Grateful, Marnak thanks him sincerely. Carmen smiles and reminds him that if it weren't for his sacrifice during the battle, he would have died in Kelton. Marnak finally asks where they are. Carmen tells him they are still in Kelton, at his temporary shelter. When Marnak asks how long he has been unconscious, Carmen answers, 10 days. Marnak grows quiet. Then, hesitantly, he asks if there were any survivors from the city. Carmen looks down and replies that Marnak was the only one found breathing in the heart of Kelton. The entire city had been wiped out. Meanwhile, Priest Pridya walks through a snowy mountain path along with a group of captured bandits. She stops and executes a man who had tried to escape earlier. She burns him with sacred fire, his sins turning to ice under the holy flame. The other captives tremble in fear as she orders them to keep walking. Finally, they reach the gates of Kelton City. A guard approaches her and asks if she plans to hand the prisoners over. She confirms that it is what the bandits themselves want. The guard then informs her of recent news. The Lord of Kelton, who had offered bounties for the bandits, is dead, killed by worshippers of evil spirits. He adds that Priest Marnak, the one known as the Demon Slayer of Guise, defeated all the monsters and cultists they created. He fought fiercely, was unconscious for 10 days but finally woke up that morning. Hearing his name, Priest Pridya becomes attentive. Her eyes narrow as she repeats his name, Priest Marnak, the one who is called as the Demon Slayer. She questions the guard where he is now, wanting to know if he is still in Kelton. Inside a busy inn, people are talking about the priest, Marnak. One man calls him the enemy of all evil spirits and wonders where he might be. The crowd begins to celebrate Marnak's name, praising him as the arch-nemesis of evil spirits. Priest Pridya is also there and listens quietly while everyone talks about Marnak with admiration. Meanwhile, Marnak and Carmen leave the city quietly. As they walk down a snowy road, Marnak thinks he knows it would be foolish to stay in Kelton any longer. He remembers about Priest Pridya, the strongest among all humans he has met, the one rated 4.5 fingers. He thanks Carmen for agreeing to leave the city so suddenly. Carmen replies that it's better to leave early than attract attention. Marnak thinks about how much he likes Carmen's attitude and reliability. 2 weeks pass and the two travel together through snow-covered paths. Carmen suddenly notices a carriage in the distance and recognizes the crest marked on it, the white camellia flower, the symbol of the Iramel family. He explains that the Iramels are powerful nobles from the south. Marnak asks if they should greet them. but Carmen advises against it. He points out that the carriage lacks the Lord's flag, meaning it likely carries a relative or child of the High Lord. It's safer to quietly pass by instead of getting involved. As they walk past, Marnak senses a presence coming from inside the carriage. Carmen looks confused, but Marnak realizes someone inside is tied up. Before they can act further, a group of rough-looking men confronts them. One bald man threatens them, saying they should have stayed out of it. The men draw their weapons and move to attack. A sudden explosion occurs and one of the kidnappers is instantly killed, and the others freeze. Marnak steps forward, cutting down anyone who attacks. A man at a distance shouts angrily at his comrades, demanding that they finish the fight quickly, but panic spreads among them. Within moments, Marnak and Carmen defeat all the attackers. Marnak finds a young girl tied up inside the carriage. Carmen asks if he knows who she is, but Marnak shakes his head. The girl seems weak and barely able to move. He guesses she might have been drugged. Her breathing is shallow and her skin is pale from the cold. Carmen carefully observes her eyes and realizes they are gold. He quietly mentions that she could be a member of the Iramel family. Soon the girl regains some strength and introduces herself. She explains that she is Dakia Iramel, the eldest daughter of Kalto Iramel, also known as the Smiling Young Master. Carmen recognizes her name. If she really is Dakia, then she is not only a noble but also a mage. Marnak glances at her and thinks that dealing with a noble mage will surely be troublesome. The voice of the mother of corruption whispers one word: murder. Dakia thanks him for saving her and admits she is still too weak to walk properly because of the anesthetic gas she was forced to inhale. Carmen offers to help her walk. He introduces himself as Carmen Valtus, the son of Sir Entis Valtus. Dakia looks at him and remarks that if anyone saw the black prairie dog of the Valtus family traveling with her, it might cause rumors to spread in the capital. Despite her noble background, she remarks on her thoughtfulness, saying she only wants to be considerate. Marnak and Carmen, both surprised that Dakia, of her status, could be so polite and aware of others. As they continue walking, Carmen asks her what led to her kidnapping. Dakia explains that she doesn't have solid proof, but she suspects the crime was arranged by someone close to her. She believes her own brother, Derso Iramel, is behind the attack. He has always despised her and would benefit from her disappearance. Hearing this, Carmen asks Dakia about her brother. Dakia explains that she recently received a marriage proposal from the Dragon Kingdom. Since she is the next in line to become the head of her family, her brother is using the proposal as an excuse to get rid of her. Marnak quietly thinks about her words and realizes that nobles usually dislike mages, since for noble families, having a mage is considered a curse. The first reason is because of the nature of mages. They are hard to discipline, often arrogant, and difficult to control. Their power can easily cause accidents and scandals that harm noble reputations. The second reason comes from an ancient folktale. Long before the rise of the ancient empire, there was a time known as the Age of Twisted Mages. During that time, mages abused their power, bringing chaos to the world. Because of that story, most species now distrust mages and never allow them to hold political power. Dakia once said she was aiming for one of the 4 High Lord positions in the Northern Kingdom. Marnak remembers thinking how impossible it sounded unless she planned to kill her own brother to claim that title. Still, he finds her determination strange, yet interesting. Later, Dakia keeps repeating her story, and both Marnak and Carmen struggle to stay focused. She has already told the same story several times. Marnak gently reminds her that they are trying to listen, but it's hard when she keeps repeating herself. While she talks, her food burns on the fire. Marnak gives her some unburned meat and tells her to eat that instead. Dakia then makes a serious request. She asks them to take her to Betis, a region under the Iramel family's territory. Marnak already expects this request and listens silently. She offers to pay them their weight in gold if they escort her there. Marnak thinks that the High Lord's family really knows how to offer generous rewards. However, he also knows that accepting this escort mission means delaying Carmen's journey to find his mother. Deep down, he feels torn but decides to respect Carmen's choice. He is ready to give up the gold if Carmen wants to continue west. Meanwhile, the voice of the mother of corruption echoes, whispering, "Murder." Marnak sarcastically thinks she must be joking about wanting him to gain weight just to increase the payment. Even if she loves gold, she would not want her own son to become obese. Carmen finally decides that they will help DONGHUA. He says that since they have chosen to get involved, they will take full responsibility. It is the only way to uphold the honor of the Valtis name. The next day, Marnak, Carmen and DONGHUA continue traveling until Marnak finds a small village ahead. He tells everyone about it. When they reach it, Carmen arranges rooms for them on the 3rd floor of an inn. He even asks for warm bath water to be prepared. They all wash up and gather for dinner afterward. While they eat, Marnak notices a commotion nearby. A rude customer harasses a waitress, and the manager tries to stop him but fails. Before anyone can react, DONGHUA steps in and attacks the troublemaker. The entire inn's customers become shocked. Marnak quickly joins in and knocks down another man who tries to interfere. Carmen joins as well, frustrated that they act before consulting him. He reminds them that they are supposed to be a team. DONGHUA admits that she cannot stand watching injustice. She insists she has always been like this since childhood, unable to stay quiet when something wrong happens. Marnak observes that her problem is not anger management, it's righteousness management. After the fight, Carmen picks up the fallen man's gold pouch, but Marnak takes it from him and gives it to the inn manager instead. He tells him to use it to repair the damage and pay for anything that broke during the fight. The manager gratefully thanks them for helping and cleaning up the mess. Later that night, the inn becomes quiet. Marnak walks toward DONGHUA's room. He knocks softly on her door. When she opens it, he suddenly moves closer, holding her tightly to prevent her from reacting. He quietly warns her to stay silent so she does not wake Carmen in the next room. Marnak reminds DONGHUA of her earlier words about never ignoring injustice. He warns her that next time she must restrain herself because they are being chased and cannot draw attention. If she acts recklessly again, he might have to stop her by force and hand her over to their pursuers. He urges her to act wisely and consult him before taking action. After making his point, Marnak walks away, thinking that although his words may seem harsh, he needed to speak before a bigger problem appeared. He wonders if DONGHUA truly suffers from what he calls compulsive justice disorder. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, the 3rd prince, Vadis Draco, becomes furious when he learns that DONGHUA has not been captured. The regional manager of the secret organization ILEH, named Hilden, nervously tries to explain. He claims there were unexpected complications and asks for more funding to continue. Draco loses his temper, reminding him of the large sum he already provided. When Hilden struggles to justify the extra cost, Draco strikes him and demands a detailed explanation. Knowing his life is at risk, Hilden blurts out that their failure is due to a priest named Marnak, a follower of the goddess of preservation. Draco becomes confused and questions how a single priest could cause such trouble. Hilden explains that Marnak is far from ordinary. He once defeated a demon that turned into a massive monster in geese using only one sword. Recently in Kelton, he single-handedly destroyed a creature formed by evil spirit worshippers who sacrificed an entire town. Because of these feats, people call him the arch-nemesis of evil spirits. Realizing the priest and Valtis's eldest son are now together with DONGHUA, Draco decides to fund Hilden again but warns him to succeed next time. However, Marnak is in his room and speaks with the mother of corruption. He admits that time has passed and he now feels regret, wondering if he was too harsh toward DONGHUA. He claims he only acted out of necessity, not malice, and that she is still their client, so he cannot afford to mistreat her. While he reflects on his actions, DONGHUA visits him late at night and politely asks to join him because she wants to talk. Marnak allows her and DONGHUA explains that she understood his warning as being connected to her identity as a mage. She has long seen that same expression of distrust and resentment from others, especially from those who suffered because of mages. Yet, unlike others who have looked at her with hate, Marnak's words were about cooperation, not revenge. She confides that although it will be difficult for her to ignore injustice, she will try to discuss it with him first. She came to make peace and assure him she will act more carefully. Marnak, realizing her sincerity, stops her before she leaves and apologizes for being too severe earlier. DONGHUA smiles, saying she is glad he is finally looking at her properly. not through the lens of prejudice. She asks if they are on good terms now, and he confirms it. She expresses excitement about their upcoming journey together. Marnak quietly accepts her words, acknowledging that his resentment toward mages blinded him for too long. After she leaves, he tells the mother of corruption that mages, despite their flaws, are still human. He reflects that he has begun facing the painful truth he once avoided, that his hatred toward mages has clouded his judgment. As calm returns to the inn, the peace is quickly broken when a group of bandits barges in. They confront the inn's manager, demanding that Marnak be brought to them immediately. Their leader shouts threats, declaring that if Marnak is not delivered, they will kill everyone in the place. Elsewhere, a man named Sajida notices something unusual while looking at a picture. He feels something is off about the situation. He sets aside the request to capture the maiden of the Iramel family, the one with silver hair and golden eyes, and focuses on the priest in the image. The realization hits him that the man in the picture is none other than Priest Marnak, the arch-nemesis of evil spirits. Soon after, another man rushes in to inform Sajida that the priest has arrived, but the girl is not with him. Sajida becomes astonished and demands to know where Marnak is. He wonders if the priest is planning to start a fight. Moments later, Marnak appears, holding the leader who was involved in the previous night's incident. Seeing him, Sajida quickly orders everyone to lower their swords. He approaches Marnak thoughtfully and confirms his identity. Marnak introduces himself, and Sajida realizes he is indeed the priest everyone talks about. He asks Marnak to put the man down. Marnak throws the man onto the ground and requests to meet the captain of the mercenary corps. Sajida introduces himself as the captain of the Red Bear Mercenary Corps. Later, during lunch, Sajida tries to ease the tension by offering Marnak some alcohol. Marnak politely refuses, saying he does not like drinking. Sajida internally feels disappointed because he had hoped a drink would make the conversation easier. Marnak then calmly explains that his colleague told him Sajida wanted to meet them about the incident that happened the previous day. As the conversation continues, Sajida debates how to approach the topic. He wonders if he should be direct or cautious. His group had been cursed by an organization called ILEH, and they were desperate to capture the maiden with silver hair and golden eyes. But confronting Marnak directly seems dangerous. Sajida knows Marnak's reputation. He is a terrifying priest who is known for being the enemy of evil spirits. The thought of fighting him makes Sajida uneasy, and he quietly blames the whole mess on his vice-captain, Pelguin. Soon, Pelguin himself storms in, confident and arrogant. He greets Marnak rudely and immediately asks if there is a woman with silver hair and golden eyes traveling with him. Marnak admits that there is. Pelguin, without hesitation, demands that Marnak hand her over to them and leave quietly. Sajida feels anger rising as Pelguin oversteps his place. Before the situation can calm down, Marnak steps forward and swiftly attacks, cutting Pelguin's arm clean off. Marnak finds it strange that these men already knew his name, even though he never introduced himself before. Chaos breaks out when one of the mercenaries shouts that Pelguin's arm has been severed. He orders everyone to gather at Sajida's barracks, telling them to prepare for battle. The men scream that Marnak does not understand the gravity of his actions and must be killed immediately. As Pelguin lies bleeding, he begs Sajida to save him. Marnak prepares to strike again, believing Pelguin would not answer his questions. He decides there is no need to spare him anymore. Just as Marnak moves to end it, Sajida intervenes, blocking the attack. Marnak is surprised that Sajida chooses to act. Sajida admits that although he was not planning to interfere at first, he and Pelguin share a long history that goes back 15 years. The battle escalates, and the mother of corruption whispers the word murder over and over. Marnak and Sajida clash fiercely. Sajida throws his weapon toward Marnak and orders for others to get away. But the mercenaries fall one by one as the fight grows more intense. Blood fills the air as Marnak moves with deadly precision, cutting through anyone who attacks him. Despite Sajida's efforts, his men are slaughtered. Marnak continues to dodge Sajida's attack with focus. He acknowledges her presence, saying he knows what must be done. He must find the person who ordered these mercenaries to hunt them down and bring that person to light. A man throws his weapon toward Marnak, but Marnak blocks it using a dead body as a shield. Sajida steps forward, ready to fight. He grips his weapon tightly and charges at Marnak. Their clash is fierce, the air shaking with every blow. Sagitta fights with all his strength and tells his men to go treat Pelguin, who is inside the tent. Marnak prepares his next move, clenching his fist. He punches Sagitta so hard that Sagitta crashes into the ground, creating a loud blast. Marnak smiles, feeling the thrill of a real fight after a long time. He walks towards Sagitta, impressed by his strength. Sagitta quickly commands his men to open fire. Arrows and bullets fly through the air, but Marnak moves fast, dodging them with skill. The voice of the mother of corruption keeps echoing the word, murder. Marnak realizes there is an archer nearby and thinks it would be dangerous if one of the arrows hits a joint. When the chaos ends, all of Sagitta's men are dead. Only Sagitta and Marnak remain standing, facing each other in dead silence. Sagitta slowly steps forward, ready to fight again. But Marnak looks calm. He tells Sagitta that his men have abandoned him. Sagitta stops, drops his weapon, and surrenders. He begs for his life, promising to tell Marnak everything he knows. Sagitta confesses that he hated Pelguin and had wanted to beat him up badly. But now that Pelguin is dead, he feels strangely empty. Marnak questions whether Sagitta hates him. Sagitta asks if Marnak would kill him if he said yes. Marnak coldly responds that there's no reason to keep someone alive if they hate him. Sagitta gives a faint smile and admits that he doesn't hate Marnak. He explains that as a mercenary, he has worked with men who killed his companions just the day before. It's part of the life they live, killing and being killed. He says he never became friends with them, but he also didn't hold grudges. That's why he doesn't hate Marnak. He only feels lonely now that his group has fallen apart. It was a failing organization anyway, and everything is over now. Marnak asks him what he plans to do next. Sagitta looks unsure and says he doesn't know. He has been living this way for 15 years, always surrounded by battle, never alone. Now that he feels lost. All he knows is how to fight, so he assumes he will go back to mercenary work again. Marnak tells him that next time he should try to find an employer who pays well. Sagitta looks confused and doesn't understand what Marnak means. Later the scene changes to evening. Sagitta is now sitting with DONGHUA at dinner. Marnak joins them and notices her mood. He asks if there are still bloodstains on him, and DONGHUA coldly replies that he cleaned up very well. Marnak senses bitterness in her tone. He realizes she is upset that he left without saying anything. He brings up their last conversation and asks if that's why she is angry. DONGHUA admits that after they talked the previous night, she thought their relationship had improved. She feels betrayed because Marnak told her they needed to discuss decisions together but then left on his own. Marnak asks if she has ever killed someone. DONGHUA looks shocked and says no, explaining that's why she let him go alone. She wanted to stay true to her principles. There had been fights before that led to deaths, but she still didn't want to cross that line. She tells Marnak that he could have at least told her he was leaving. She woke up feeling peaceful and even almost ate breakfast without knowing what he had done. Marnak thinks to himself that he left so she could enjoy that peace. Out loud, he promises to tell her everything from now on. DONGHUA smiles slightly and suggests they call it even since she also left without warning the day before. Marnak agrees. Suddenly, Carmen rushes into the room, breathing heavily. He looks alarmed and tells DONGHUA that Marnak went to negotiate with the mercenaries from yesterday. He insists they should grab weapons and go help immediately. Then Carmen stops, realizing Marnak is already sitting there. Confused, he asks why Marnak is back so soon. He notices Sagitta at the table and asks who the new face is. Marnak calmly explains that Sagitta is a new mercenary that DONGHUA hired. He asks Sagitta to introduce himself properly. Carmen looks skeptical but tries to be polite. He tells Marnak that he trusts his judgment but hopes this new companion won't bring trouble. Sagitta nods and assures him there will be no problem. Carmen relaxes a little and says he is glad to have a strong ally with them. He mentions he was on his way to the village smithy to pick arrowheads before rushing in. Now that everything seems fine, he says he will finish his errand. The sun is already up, and he reminds them that they will leave early tomorrow morning. In the city of Eratico, a girl named Pearly is shouting, waiting for Marnak and his companions. She demands to know exactly when they will arrive. A man, Riverkel, questions the other girl, Bena, asking if she is certain of their destination. begging that they arrive before he goes insane from the constant whining. Pearly cries more, asking again for the time. Baina assures her, stating she has been checking their location and is certain they will be there soon. Pearly seeks confirmation that they are coming to Eradiko. Baina insists that she is telling the truth, wondering why Pearly won't believe her. Pearly claims she believes her but threatens Baina with a violent death if they don't show up. Finally, Dakia announces their arrival in Eradiko, looking forward to a warm shower. Meanwhile, some men approach Marnak, confirming he is a priest. Marnak affirms his identity. One of the men pleads with him to go to the Trumpeter of Rest, explaining that the man won't even listen to the Lord and must be told to stop calling upon the undead. He offers to pay Marnak. Marnak expresses doubt that his words will change anything, but the man implores him to at least try to talk to the Trumpeter, stating that he and his companions are terrified of the undead who walk around every night. Marnak agrees, though warning the man not to expect too much. The man thanks him profusely. Marnak decides to help first and catch up with his companions later, telling Carmen and Dakia to go ahead and find lodging. He walks through the Trumpeter of Rest, holding a torch and reflecting on the unique nature of the Trumpeters of Death and Rest. Unlike the priests of other gods who are granted authority by choice, the Trumpeters are chosen randomly and without reason on a random day. They serve the dead, and the reason for their lives is a mystery. All anyone knows is that to awaken the dead, they appear in places with many corpses, blow on their soundless trumpets, and walk around as a soldier. Though people in power have looked down on this phenomenon, no one dares to lay a finger on the undead led by the Trumpeters. It is understandable since facing an infinitely rising army of undead is something anyone would want to avoid. Thus, the Trumpeters of Rest live their lives in solitude, only moving around with the undead, seen as something like a natural phenomenon. Marnak approaches the figure and greets him. He explains that he could not refuse a favor and has come to say the same thing as many others. Is not it time the Trumpeter left this place? He points out that moving undead are unpleasant for normal people, and questions if there is another reason for the Trumpeter's stay since he doesn't usually remain in one area for long. The figure replies, "Evil spirit worshippers." Marnak is confused. The figure points behind him, announcing that they will cause many deaths in Eradiko. Marnak asks if the Trumpeter is saying there are evil spirit worshippers there. The figure confirms it has already begun. The mother of corruption keeps saying, "Murder." Marnak runs away, thinking that things won't go their way this time, unlike the last time in Kelton. While Eradiko is burning, Pearly is crying that they are not there, accusing Bina of lying. Bina insists she has verified that Marnak's companions have entered the city and will find him soon. Riverkill interrupts, announcing he thinks he has found Marnak. Pearly confirms that it really is Marnak. Marnak thinks he didn't expect to meet them in a place like this. He holds his sword and realizes he needs to calm down, but decides he won't care about that this time. He recalls that the man, the damned mage son of a bitch, is someone who murdered his savior and him long ago, and he is someone he needs to take revenge on. Marnak begins to recount his past, explaining how he used to live with constant, unnecessary worries. He had to starve on days when he didn't earn enough. It was on one of those days, during an intense blizzard, that he met his savior, Shantux. Shantux was a man of indeterminate age, easygoing but serious when needed. When Marnak woke up, Shantux didn't ask him anything, simply telling him to stay as long as he needed. Shantux was a priest who worshipped the goddess of preservation and worked as a gravekeeper on the outskirts of town. One day, while helping him with work, Marnak asked why he had saved him. Shantux smiled and responded that he just wanted to. Marnak cherishes that smile to this day. Shantux was always helping others, stating that there shouldn't be a reason to help. Marnak wanted to be more like him. After a year of peaceful life, another winter arrived. Marnak saved a man who had passed out in the snow, just as Shantux had saved him. He regrets that decision, lamenting that he should never have saved the damned mage, Riverkill. After receiving their help and healing, the damned mage smiled and confessed to being a worshipper of evil spirits. With magic, he ripped Marnak to shreds. When Marnak woke up again, The hand he had stored away had somehow escaped from his inventory and was stroking his cheek. Marnak had to face the consequences of his actions. The corpse of Shantux, who had been cruelly murdered by the darned mage. Back in the present, Riverkel claims he remembers Marnak, recognizing him as the gravekeeper. He states that Marnak had died and that he killed him with his own hands. Noting that Marnak is alive now, Riverkel declares the point moot. He comments on Marnak's priest outfit and recognizes the arm, boasting that he has been using it well for the last 3 years. Marnak is enraged, cursing the mage. Pearly moves toward Marnak, declaring that she heard he is very strong and has been waiting for him. However, Marnak strikes her and moves forward to attack. Riverkel fights back, remarking that Marnak is very different from the rumors. Marnak barks for him to be quiet. The mother of corruption continues to utter the word murder. Marnak cuts off Riverkel's hand. Pearly approaches again, telling Marnak she really likes him. Marnak strikes at her once more. Meanwhile, Riverkel uses his ability scale of retribution. Marnak watches as a strange light reaches the sky, followed by a huge blast. Riverkel observes that the divine power he senses from Marnak is not that of the goddess of preservation, but the blessing on the priest outfit is working fine. He concludes that Marnak must also be a worshipper of evil spirits. Marnak becomes furious and shouts at him to shut up. Riverkel believes he has hit the nail on the head. Marnak summons the corruption giant and commands him to be quiet again. Riverkel exclaims at the interesting authority. Noting the loss of his left arm, he proposes to take Marnak's, stating it would be perfect. Marnak moves forward to attack him, thinking that he will kill Riverkel tonight, no matter what. Sajita is fighting off the undead. Dakia worries that the priest might be dead. Sajita assures her that he is not yet. Carmen urges them to hurry to the castle. Dakia expresses concern for Priest Marnak, wondering if he is caught up in the mess. Sajita insists Marnak is not someone who would die so easily, prioritizing their own escape. They reach the Lord's castle, only to see it is burning. Carmen observes that the Lord is likely not at fault for the madness spreading among the people. Sajita instructs Dakia that they must kill their way out. An undead moves to attack Sajita as Dakia looks on. Sajita quickly kills it and advises Dakia that if they want to escape, they need to keep killing. He tells her to view the undead as mere meat if she wants to live. Sajita takes the lead, warning her not to fall behind. Dakia smiles, grips her sword, and kills an undead. Sajita shouts for them to head to the castle gates. He glances back and spots Marnak with his corruption giant in the distance. Pearly declares the confrontation is exciting, saying it is just as she expected. She expresses her intense curiosity about how far Marnak will go. Baina questions why they cannot resolve the issue through words if they are both evil spirit worshippers. Pearly adamantly refuses, stating she has been waiting to meet him for too long. Marnak commands the corruption giant to advance. The giant moves forward to attack Riverkel. Marnak also holds his sword, ready to strike. The two fight fiercely. Riverkel challenges Marnak, asking if he has anything new besides swords and fists. The mother of corruption continues to chant the word murder. Riverkel advises Marnak to calm down, commenting that he is simply too much. Just then, someone attacks Riverkel. Marnak becomes surprised, wondering what happened. He looks into the distance and realizes it was Sajita, with the undead in pursuit. Marnak reflects on a saying that revenge is futile, and feels that the outcome is proving to be just that. He had not expected anything dramatic, but he also didn't want such a futile ending. Marnak offers Riverkel's corpse to the mother of corruption. Riverkel's body suddenly begins to shine, and Marnak is astonished that he is overflowing with divine power. He grips his sword, wondering if Riverkel is alive. His first priority is to reclaim his right arm. Benna cries out that they are totally screwed, lamenting that she suggested resolving the conflict with words. Pearly expresses disbelief, demanding to know what happened and insisting Marnak do it again. Benna grabs her, ordering her to be quiet, warning that in this state, Marnak cannot differentiate between friend and foe. Marnak requests the corruption giant to toss him over, dismissing it afterwards. As Benna runs away with Pearly, Marnak lands in front of them. He demands to know what is going to happen now. Pearly declares that they are what people call a secret society of evil spirit worshippers, identifying themselves as Liberation. Pearly reminds Marnak about the people he killed earlier in Kelton. Marnak acknowledges it, and Pearly reveals that those people were also part of Liberation. She explains that this is the reason they have been waiting for him. When Marnak asks how many people are part of the group, Pearly admits she doesn't know. She explains that she came because she was told she could do whatever she wanted. She adds that River Kel probably knows since he was sent by Liberation for a mission here. Marnak asks about Liberation's true goal. Bena reveals that Liberation's goal is to create a world where no one is persecuted for believing in any god. Marnak asks if that's why they destroyed the village. Bena answers that she didn't want to do this but had no choice because River Kel caused trouble. She mentions that they needed to collect certain things and that one of those items is in Marnak's possession. When Marnak asks what she means, Bena tells him she is talking about the holy relic, the marble that was inside the incarnation's body. Marnak realizes his suspicion is correct. Using the holy relic that contains Mother's power, Liberation is planning to do something dangerous. Marnak tells her that the marble broke. Bena refuses to believe it, insisting that the relic cannot break. Marnak replies that it did, and he threw away the remnants in Kelton. Marnak asks if there is only one relic. Pearly suddenly shouts that there are 4 more. The Mother of Corruption whispers the word murder. Marnak senses that Mother's sealed power has gone into a rage. Bena becomes furious at Pearly for revealing that information. Marnak realizes they have 4 relics and asks who was responsible for driving all the villagers insane. Pearly insists she had nothing to do with it and doesn't know how to cause that kind of madness. Bena becomes frustrated and asks why Pearly keeps answering Marnak's questions. Before she can say more, Marnak strikes suddenly and kills her. He then kills Pearly too, dedicating it to the Mother of Corruption. The status window appears, showing his divinity level as 3023. Marnak notices that Pearly is not truly dead. Somehow her presence lingers, but now that the cause of the chaos is gone, the area becomes silent. At that moment, Carmen, Sajita, and Dakia arrive. Carmen calls out to Marnak, pointing out that everyone around has fallen to the ground. Sajita asks if Marnak was responsible. Marnak confirms that he was. Sajita asks if his spear was of any help, and Marnak replies that it was extremely helpful. Sajita expresses relief, while Marnak quietly hopes Sajita did not see the corruption giant that assisted him earlier. He then tells everyone that they must move quickly because something big is about to awaken. The group becomes confused. As they look around, they see many monsters appearing in the distance. Carmen notices that the monsters have corpses attached to them and points it out. Marnak explains that those are indeed corpses, and that is what he meant by something awakening. The monsters merge together into a massive giant. Marnak realizes with disgust that even after death, River Kel has gathered all the corpses to form this monstrous body. He understands that this kind of authority suits River Kel's twisted nature perfectly. Marnak turns to Dakia, who still feels troubled about killing. He tells her that he knows she is sad about the blood on her hands but promises to comfort her once everything is over. For now, he urges her to focus and stay strong. Dakia asks how he plans to comfort her. Marnak simply replies that he will think about it later. He then tells everyone that their current goal is to stall for time so they can save people. Carmen asks if someone will come to help them if they manage to stall long enough. Marnak answers that he is sure of it. Sajita then notices something unusual and alerts Marnak. She tells him that she thinks their help has already arrived. A mysterious figure appears in the distance, holding an instrument. The figure plays it, producing a loud sound that echoes through the area. In response, another giant monster appears. Dakia notices the figure moving toward them and asks Marnak if that person is coming to them. The figure approaches the group and asks for someone agile among them to take a spear and strike the heart of the giant monster. Everyone looks confused as Marnak steps forward, holding a spear in his hand. He asks the mysterious figure if it has a sword, and the figure transforms the spear into one. Marnak realizes that the weapon can take on different forms and asks if it can also create 2 more swords and some arrows. The figure responds by creating them instantly and tells Marnak to say everything he wants at once. Soon, everyone receives their own weapon. Dakia notices how light her weapon feels, while Marnak examines his and finds it impressive. The weapon is sharp, made of bones, and carries the divinity of the Trumpeter of Rest, which he knows will be highly effective against the undead. The figure explains that it will stop the giant's movement for a short time. During that moment, Marnak and his team must stab deeply into the giant's heart. In return for their help, the figure promises to let them keep the weapons. Marnak agrees with a confident smile. The figure raises its instrument and releases a loud, echoing sound that shakes the battlefield. Marnak and his team prepare for battle as the sound reverberates through the air. Suddenly, the giant and the undead begin to go wild. Their bodies start to melt into water and vanish completely. Dakia looks on in shock as the giant begins to dissolve. She calls out to Marnak in disbelief, pointing out that the giant and all the corpses he brought are melting. Marnak becomes confused as he watches the scene. He realizes that the figure is not simply destroying the undead, but melting their corpses to reshape them into solid forms again. He recognizes that this power is darker than that of the evil spirit worshippers. The figure calmly explains that it only deals with vessels that have been presented for rest. It tells Marnak that the weapons will guide them to the location of the giant's heart. Then it commands Marnak to run. Without hesitation, Marnak rushes forward, though he still has many questions. He tells himself that if he delays any longer, things could turn worse. Meanwhile, Dakia stands her ground facing the giant. She tries to stay strong but panics as the massive creature starts moving toward her. Realizing she cannot handle it alone, she decides to work with Carmen to overpower the giant from below. Marnak trusts her and lets her take that role. He then calls out to Sajida, asking if he can pierce the giant's heart on his own while Marnak distracts the head. Sajida agrees, and Marnak leaves the task to him. Marnak charges toward the giant, attacking fiercely. He knows exactly why he chose to target the head. According to the Mother of Corruption, a chunk of divinity is hidden in the middle of the giant's head. To him, the giant's face even resembles Riverkel, which fuels his determination further. With full force, Marnak strikes the giant's head repeatedly, intent on destroying it completely. He doesn't stop until the head shatters into pieces. At the same time, Sajida stands near the giant's massive body and senses the location of its heart. He aims carefully and drives his weapon deep into it. The giant lets out a silent cry of pain as its enormous body starts collapsing. Dakia watches the entire scene unfold as the giant's body melts once more into water and slowly disappears from sight. When the battle finally ends, Marnak stands amid the fading mist, breathing heavily. In his hand, he holds a glowing red sphere, a relic that once belonged to the giant. As he looks at it, a feeling of satisfaction and relief washes over him. After a long struggle, he has finally avenged Shantux's death. Dakia rushes toward Marnak, worried if he is hurt. Marnak quickly looks around, asking for Sajita, fearing he might be injured. Sajita appears beside them, unharmed, and examines his new weapon with admiration, finding it surprisingly well made. The mysterious figure then points at Marnak, motioning for him to follow. Marnak obeys, though confusion fills his mind. He wonders why the figure wants to speak to him alone. Thoughts race through his head. Perhaps the figure realized he took the red marble, or maybe it discovered that he is connected to the evil spirit worshippers. Inside his mind, the Mother of Corruption's voice echoes repeatedly, urging him toward violence. As Marnak walks closer, the figure warns him that something is coming. A heavy pressure fills the air and Marnak immediately recognizes the overwhelming presence. It is not human, it feels divine, the presence of a higher being. He realizes it is the Trumpeter of Death and Rest, a part of God itself. The figure turns to face Marnak, points at him, and utters a single word, capital. Then, the figure collapses to the ground and begins to fade away. Marnak kneels beside it, trying to understand the meaning behind that one word. Before disappearing, the figure tells him that it neither knows nor wishes to know what lies beyond. Marnak accepts this and reaches out his hand, suggesting they return. As they walk together, Marnak requests a favor. He asks if the figure could help clean up the destruction around Eradicate. The figure initially refuses, stating that helping the living is not its duty, but after a pause it asks how it can assist. Marnak explains that it would be a great help if the undead could locate any survivors. When the figure asks if that is all, Marnak continues, requesting that the survivors be moved to stable buildings for safety. The figure raises its instrument and plays a loud, haunting note. Instantly, undead figures begin rising around Dakia, Carmen, and Sajida. Marnak adds more instructions, asking for useful supplies to be moved to safe places, explaining that if left behind, they will be destroyed in the fires. Before he can finish speaking, the figure interrupts, reminding him to give all his instructions at once. Marnak then offers his right arm as a token, entrusting the figure with it before it departs. Dakia watches the figure leave, astonished. She never imagined she would witness someone like the Trumpeter of Rest helping the living. Marnak quietly mentions that the figure was kind. Dakia smiles and thanks him for asking for that help, saying it made a huge difference in saving lives. Marnak admits he did not expect the divine being to agree. Dakia clasps his hand and expresses gratitude once more before they both turn to rest after the long battle. Later that night, the Mother of Corruption is busy examining the red marble, the relic Marnak retrieved. Marnak studies it closely, trying to piece together the figure's final message. He wonders if the word capital means that another holy relic is hidden there. If that is true, it also means the trumpeter knew he was a priest of corruption. He asks the Mother of Corruption if she recognizes the god they met earlier, but she gives no clear answer. Marnak recalls the figure's last statement about not knowing or wanting to know, realizing this means his secret identity will remain hidden. However, the Mother of Corruption grows agitated and furious, and throws the relic. Marnak gently tells her not to lose control, assuring her that she can sever the bond between the marble and the divine power inside it. He encourages her to stay composed, explaining that throwing objects in anger will not help. He tries to lighten her mood, telling her she is already incredibly charming and that keeping calm will make her even more admirable. He playfully insists that she is already charming enough to him, no matter how angry she becomes. Elsewhere, in an inn, two men discuss the spreading chaos in the world. One mentions that the evil spirit worshippers are appearing everywhere, across kingdoms in every direction. The other worries that their own city might be in danger since Kelton and Eradicate have already suffered devastating losses. The first man reassures him that someone wiped out the worshippers in both cities. When the other man realizes who it was, he becomes excited. They raise their glasses in celebration, praising Eradicate's savior, Marnak. Among them, Priest Pridia sits there, listening to their words. She quietly repeats Marnak's name, reflecting that he has now become known throughout the land as Eradicate's savior. Hilden walks quickly through a corridor, angry and frustrated. He mutters to himself about the evil spirit worshippers, blaming them for ruining his plans. He had even convinced the Lord of Eradicate to help capture the princess, but now both the assassins and the Lord are dead. He clenches his fists, furious that everything fell apart. He worries that the Dragon Kingdom's prince will be enraged by this failure. Still, he knows the Prince Draco will be even more furious if he does nothing. Determined to act, Hilden stops at a large wooden door, knocks firmly, and announces himself to Prince Draco. Far away, on a snowy path, Marnak faces a terrified bandit begging for his life. Marnak ignores the man's pleas and kills him without hesitation. He decides to bury all the bandits' bodies himself. Standing before their graves, he offers their souls to the Mother of Corruption. His divine power increases, the number showing more than 3,000 divinity points. Marnak looks at the graves and calmly mentions that they have gained quite a bit from the bandits and that it's time to return. As they head back, Dakia walks beside Marnak. She hesitates before asking why he never spares any of the bandits they fight. She insists that she doesn't mean to criticize him but simply wants to understand. Marnak smiles slightly and asks if she questioned Carmen and Sajida too. Dakia explains what they told her. Carmen said the bandits who attack armed people likely target the defenseless too, so he cannot let them live. Sajida said he only does his job as a hired guard but can try to spare enemies if Dakia wishes. Then Dakia mentions that Carmen believes in people's potential, even those who have done wrong. Marnak agrees and explains that he also believes bandits could change, but their first step toward redemption is always the hardest. He believes most will return to evil rather than repent. That is why he kills them. Dakia, still unsure, asks if they even have the right to make such a judgment when no god has made that rule clear. Marnak thinks about the mother of corruption, who allows him to act according to his own will. He tells Dakia that he doesn't kill them as judgment but out of responsibility. If he spares evil men and they harm the innocent later, that would be on his conscience. Between that and taking their lives early, he chooses the burden of the latter. He knows both are heavy responsibilities but prefers to live with one he can understand. Dakia listens silently, realizing how deeply Marnak has thought about it. Marnak admits he doesn't know when he will pay for his sins, but accepts it. To him, sparing an evil person who kills again is a far worse mistake. He silently remembers his promise, to never let an evil person live if he cannot take full responsibility. Dakia gently asks what happened to make him think this way. Marnak agrees to tell her later and points toward a group of merchants traveling nearby. He suggests meeting them. Sajida comments that merchants of that size must have many valuable goods, and they could sell the weapons looted from the bandits. Marnak agrees, and they approach. One of the merchants notices Marnak's sword immediately. He admires the weapon, recognizing it as forged from immortalium, a rare ancient metal known as the Metal of Immortality. He says he has never seen so much of it in one piece, not even in over a century of collecting. The merchant offers to buy it at any price, but Marnak declines firmly, refusing to sell it. The merchant understands and moves on to business. He reveals his true purpose for calling them over. He wants to hire Marnak and his group as guards until they reach the Northern Kingdom's capital. He recognizes Marnak as the famous priest known for slaying demons and saving Erudiko. The merchant promises generous payment and better treatment than any other mercenaries. Carmen politely asks for time to discuss it, and the merchant agrees, saying he looks forward to their answer. Later that night, after accepting the job, Marnak speaks to the mother of corruption, wondering if she is pleased. He plans to find a good place to stay once they are paid. Just then, chaos breaks out nearby. Screams echo through as people shout about an invasion. A swarm of bat-like creatures suddenly attacks and Marnak and Carmen rush out immediately to fight them. Using their weapons, they strike down the fast-moving creatures one after another. Dakia, unable to stand by, uses her magic power to attack one of the bats and manages to save a person from getting hurt. Marnak quickly notices and warns her not to use uncontrolled magic in battle. He reminds her that spells from an inexperienced caster can be more dangerous to allies than enemy attacks. Dakia argues that her aim is good enough to hit a creature that large, but Marnak reminds her that flying enemies move unpredictably. He tells her that if a spell misses, it might strike one of their own. After a tough fight, the group manages to kill all the bat-like creatures. Then, Marnak approaches the merchant and demands to know why the evil spirit worshippers are attacking their organization. At first, the merchant pretends to be clueless, but when Marnak raises his weapon slightly, he grows nervous and admits that there is more to the story. He asks Marnak to keep what he is about to reveal a secret. The merchant signals one of his men to bring a box. He explains that the attacks began after their group was given a mysterious item to deliver to the capital. They had received a large payment in immortalium and were promised more after completing the delivery, so they continued the journey despite repeated ambushes. The merchant admits that he does not understand why this item attracts so much danger. When he opens the box, a faint divine glow escapes from it. Marnak immediately recognizes what it is, a holy relic containing the divine essence of his own mother. His thoughts race as he realizes that this relic is the true reason behind the worshippers' attacks. He wonders how the enemy keeps finding out where these relics are being moved. When the merchant asks if he knows anything about it, Marnak replies that he does not. After a pause, Marnak brings up the terms of their contract. Since the merchant hid such a serious detail, he insists that the group deserves double the originally promised payment. The merchant reluctantly agrees, even joking that Marnak would make a great merchant himself. Marnak refuses, reminding him that he serves as a priest, not a trader. Later that night, the group discusses what happened. Sajita remarks that the guard soldiers' weapons already showed signs of battle, meaning they had fought other attackers before this ambush. Dakia scolds him for not mentioning it sooner, but Sajita explains that the merchants deliberately hid that information. He points out that since they were traveling in the same direction, the group would have faced the ambush either way. Carmen laughs and remarks that at least Marnak managed to double their pay. Marnak responds that they earned it. Outside, Marnak quietly speaks to the mother of corruption within his mind. The dark voice tempts him to steal the relic while no one is watching. Marnak hesitates, knowing the risk is too great if he is caught. The voice teases him, calling it a perfect crime, but Marnak refuses to rush. Instead, he comes up with a clever plan. He will let the evil spirit worshippers attack again and steal the relic. During the retrieval mission that follows, he will secretly extract the divine essence and return the empty relic, keeping his secret intact. Amused by his own strategy, he quietly praises himself for his intelligence. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by another ambush. Marnak quickly grabs his weapon, annoyed that he has to fight again right after cleaning up. Chaos breaks out as guards shout warnings and prepare to defend the camp. A large beast charges toward Marnak. He recognizes it instantly. It is a Karpal, a horned monster known for its brutal strength. Without hesitation, Marnak moves forward to strike. His weapon flashes as he attacks with precise force, cutting through the monster's defenses and breaking its horn. The Karpal falls after a fierce struggle, and Marnak finishes it off. As he steadies his breath, he notices a sharp light shining in the distance. From within that glow, Pearly appears and remarks they meet after a long time apart. Pearly keeps thinking about Marnak, but he never really thinks about her. She stays cheerful and says that it's fine because she thought about him enough for both of them. Marnak, however, has questions for her. She acts playful and asks what she will get in return if she answers. The scene changes to the ongoing battle. Everyone is fighting the bat-like creatures. Marnak almost gets attacked, but Sajita quickly kills the creature and saves him. Carmen notices one of the monsters trying to escape, and Marnak rushes after it. He catches up and kills it with a single strike. Right after that, he sees Pearly waiting for him. She tells him that he is late. Marnak greets her and asks about the situation. Pearly starts talking in her usual playful way, asking if he will grant her wishes. Marnak stays serious and focuses on his question. He wants to know how many evil spirit worshippers are planning to ambush them. Pearly thinks for a moment and admits there are 3 others, not counting her. She mentions they don't treat her well and act like she doesn't exist. Marnak silently thinks that it's no surprise since she is giving away her side's secrets so easily. Pearly continues to talk freely. She reveals that their attack on the merchant group was meant to retrieve a necklace from the merchant leader. Marnak asks how she even knew that the necklace was there. Pearly shrugs it off and says she doesn't know. But she does know the order came from someone in Liberation, the secret organization of evil spirit worshippers. Marnak is confused, since she herself is part of Liberation. Pearly explains that there's been an internal conflict, nothing major, just a small argument between groups. When Marnak asks what caused the fight, Pearly admits she heard about it but cannot remember the details. She claims to be neutral and only works for money or materials. She adds that she uses the materials to make her dolls, and reveals that she is a priestess who worships an entity called the Shaking String. Marnak realizes that the person standing in front of him is not the real Pearly, but one of her dolls, just like before. Before leaving, Pearly warns Marnak to be careful because her allies might be plotting something behind her back. Marnak, curious, asks why she is being so kind to him. Pearly teases him, saying that the reason for her kindness is a very different kind of question. Marnak suddenly loses interest and decides not to ask further. She becomes frustrated, begging him to ask anyway, but he refuses. He then tells her to answer what she wanted from him instead. Pearly smiles and says she will tell him next time they meet. Marnak doesn't hesitate. He kills her doll with a strike and quietly bids her goodbye. Later that night, Dakia approaches Marnak. He tells her she should rest since they might be attacked again soon. Dakia agrees but mentions she didn't see him earlier and asks where he was. Marnak lies, saying he chased a creature and thought he sensed the presence of an evil spirit worshipper but found nothing when he arrived. Dakia expresses disappointment that he didn't get to fight one. She then notices his face is dirty and takes out her handkerchief to clean it. Marnak panics, trying to stop her because he doesn't want her handkerchief to get dirty. But Dakia insists and tells him she brought it for him anyway. She holds his hand and tells him to stop avoiding her. She gently wipes his face and hands him the handkerchief afterward, telling him to continue washing up himself. She wishes him good night and leaves. After she walks away, the mother of corruption, the dark entity inside Marnak, appears, jealous of Dakia's closeness to him. Marnak tells her that it's normal for people to wash their faces and she shouldn't be upset. He realizes his face is still hurting and wonders if she is even listening to him. The next day, while the group continues their journey through the snowy mountains, Marnak suddenly hears a deep rumbling sound. He senses danger and quickly realizes what it is. Not an ambush, but an avalanche. He yells for everyone to drop their belongings and run immediately. Marnak notices the avalanche rushing down the mountain too quickly. He realizes there is not enough time for everyone to escape and thinks he must stall it somehow. As he watches Dakia, he calls for her help. He tells her that if she helps him, they might be able to save lives. Dakia hesitates, unsure of herself, but Marnak urges her to use her magic against the avalanche. She admits that no matter what spell she casts, she cannot stop something that massive. Marnak tells her she doesn't need to stop it completely, only delay it long enough for everyone to get away. Dakia worries because channeling that much mana will leave her unable to move and she will probably pass out. Marnak promises to protect her no matter what happens. Trusting his words, Dakia decides to try. She tells him that he'd better keep his promise, and she begins channeling her magic. She unleashes a huge blast toward the avalanche, creating a shockwave that shakes the air. The snowstorm rages, and Dakia screams as a strange, dark hand forms behind her. Confused and frightened, she nearly collapses before Marnak rushes to catch her. He tells her that what she did was good enough. As she weakly asks if he truly means it, Marnak assures her that he does. Then, he quickly begins chanting. Calling upon the mother of corruption, he begs her to summon a protector and shield them from the avalanche. A massive corruption giant appears, its body radiating dark energy. It reaches out with its huge hands and encloses Marnak and Dakia, covering them completely as tons of snow crash down over them. When the avalanche finally passes, the corruption giant pushes through the snow, still holding them safely. Marnak steps out and orders the giant to clear away the nearby boulders. Dakia slowly opens her eyes, dazed but alive. She asks if she is still alive, and Marnak confirms it, though he notes that they've completely lost contact with the rest of their teammates. Dakia tries to move but cannot. She laughs weakly, realizing that she is suffering from mana depletion after using all her strength. Marnak tells her that her condition will improve gradually. While catching her breath, Dakia admits that she saw everything. She saw Marnak summon the ominous giant and knows he doesn't worship the goddess of preservation. Marnak, caught off guard, asks if she knew all along. Dakia explains that she had her suspicions. Unlike other priests, Marnak can move and fight like a warrior. He is far stronger than the rest. Marnak tries to brush it off, saying it's only due to personal training, but Dakia disagrees. She tells him she has noticed how he always talks to himself as if speaking to someone unseen, to the strange hand that follows him. He tries to dismiss it as a prayer, but she is not convinced. Dakia tells him she saw the giant clearly when he called out to the mother of corruption. She knows he is involved with something dark and calls him an evil spirit worshipper. Marnak warns her to stay silent about it, reminding her that silence can be golden. He tells her she saw nothing and asks her, as a faithful person, to respect his request. Before he can finish, Dakia cuts him off. She tells him she doesn't care if he is a worshipper of evil spirits or not. To her, he is still a good person, sometimes too ruthless, but still good. She admits that she doesn't believe in gods anyway. She confesses that she thought Marnak would only truly listen to her if she showed vulnerability. As a mage, she has faced prejudice and hatred her whole life. Because of that, she understands what it feels like to be treated like an outcast. She tells him she can relate to him at least a little. Even if he follows a forbidden power, she will continue to treat him the same way she always has. She also promises to keep his secret safe. Suddenly, the mother of corruption appears again, her presence filling the air with dread. She moves toward Dakia, clearly displeased. Dakia panics, asking where this strange being came from and begs Marnak to stop her. Marnak steps in and pleads for calm, explaining that Dakia means no harm. He tells the mother of corruption that he wants to trust Dakia, just like she once trusted him. To ensure that trust, he decides to make Dakia swear loyalty through an ancient ritual. Marnak tells Dakia that since she is a mage, she will have to take an oath in the ancient tongue. Dakia agrees, though she doesn't understand what it fully means. After she completes the oath, Marnak accepts it and promises to answer any questions she might have. Dakia wonders if he is not suspicious that she could have sworn falsely, but Marnak replies that he understands ancient tongue even though he is not a mage. Dakia is surprised and impressed by his knowledge. With the oath complete, Marnak invites her to ask whatever she wants. Curious and tired, Dakia finally asks the one question she has been wondering all along: what kind of women Marnak is into. The mother of corruption grows furious after Dakia's question. Feeling her rage, Marnak decides it's best to leave immediately. He suggests to Dakia that they move out, knowing her anger could turn dangerous. Dakia, still recovering from mana depletion, insists on helping. She knows Marnak is heading to find the holy relic that the evil spirit worshippers are after. Determined not to slow him down, she tells him she will assist however she can. Elsewhere, chaos unfolds. After slaughtering everyone in their path, a young woman named Kiruna arrives with two men. She casually steals the relic necklace from the merchant. With a smile, she remarks that it was easier than expected. She is sure Marnak has already frozen to death from the avalanche she caused earlier. Confident their mission is complete, she tells her companions it's time to return. Before they can leave, a tall figure appears from the snowstorm, the merchant leader. His body gleams faintly under the icy light, parts of it metallic. His voice is filled with rage as he calls them evil spirit worshippers. He glares at them furiously and accuses them of daring to touch his goods. Kiruna mocks him and strikes him across the face. Her men join in, beating the merchant violently. But this merchant is no ordinary man, he is an android. Androids are a race made entirely of metal. Beings who crave minerals and can replace their body parts with rare metals. They often become merchants to gather the materials that make them stronger. As long as their core remains intact, they are nearly impossible to kill. The merchant rises, unshaken, glaring at the attackers. He warns them that they've made a grave mistake by provoking him. Kiruna casts her spell, summoning icy energy and shouting her invocation, "Dear melted ice." The merchant charges through her attack unharmed, his frost steel body gleaming. He tells her she cannot stop him with childish tricks. Kiruna panics, realizing how strong he truly is. She shouts that she is going to die at this rate, while one of her companions, Pelham, tries to reassure her to hold on. Kiruna yells back in frustration, pointing out that his entire body seems to be made of frost steel, an incredibly durable material. The merchant moves forward, declaring that none of them can stop him. Pelham stomps the ground, creating a surge of black energy that spreads around the merchant's feet, trapping him. Kiruna praises him and promises him a deep kiss after they win. She casts another spell, freezing the area solid, but the merchant roars, unfazed, and vows to kill them all. The third man, Lutham, warns Kiruna to get down. He attacks with a massive explosion, creating a blinding flash that engulfs the area. Smoke rises as he mocks the merchant for underestimating them. He reveals that they had prepared for this. They already knew the leader of the merchant organization was an android. Kiruna looks at the damaged merchant who twitches and oozes fluid. She jokes impatiently, asking Lutham to make the bug spit a bit more. Lutham explains that it is not spit, it's acid. He adds that the cold temperature is slowing the android systems. If they really want to kill him, they will have to destroy his core completely. Before they can act, the ground shakes violently. A deep roar echoes across the frozen field. Everyone looks up to see the massive corruption giant approaching from the distance. Its body towers over them, dripping with dark energy. Kiruna freezes in shock and demands to know what the creature is. She shouts at Luthum to do something, but he admits that his summoned insect monsters are useless against something that massive. She orders him to summon more and asks where Pearly is, cursing that they are on their own for now. She prepares to stall the giant while Pelham covers her. She begins another chant, calling on her ice magic, but the corruption giant leaps toward them, crashing down from the icebergs above. Panicking, Kiruna screams for Luthum to hurry before they are all crushed. Luthum activates another spell, but even their combined powers struggle to hold the creature back. The battle shakes the entire snowfield. Meanwhile, Marnak and Dakia watch from afar. Marnak asks if she can move, and Dakia pushes herself up, saying she is fine now. Marnak wonders if they should help, but Dakia hesitates, feeling conflicted about joining in. Marnak points toward the fight, showing her the merchant battling fiercely against the worshippers. The merchant shouts in anger, declaring that he will kill every one of them. Marnak admits the merchant is holding his own, but he is badly outnumbered and cannot last forever. Then, something catches Marnak's eye. The corruption giant moving in their direction. He wonders why it's heading toward them. Suddenly, the giant throws something at his feet, a dead snowfield bat. Marnak recognizes it and becomes alert. He draws his sword and notices an object embedded in the bat's remains, a relic glowing faintly with holy energy. He realizes it's the relic they've been searching for. Smiling faintly, Marnak decides to use it. He mutters that this time he will reinforce one of his existing authorities, the authority of the corruption giant. His divine power surges, and the air ripples around him as his status window reveals an astonishing number. Divine power, 13,379. The corruption giant grows stronger and destroys all the nearby creatures. Pelham tries to fight back using his power, but he is quickly defeated and killed. Kiruna becomes terrified and attempts to run away, but the merchant grabs her leg, refusing to let her escape. She pleads for help from Luthum, but he is already running away in fear. Before he can get far, he too is killed by the giant. Kiruna runs as fast as she can, thinking this might be her only chance to survive. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the ground, and she freezes in shock. The corruption giant appears right in front of her, grabs her in its enormous hand, and ends her life instantly. After the slaughter, the corruption giant returns to Marnak. The system window appears, showing his divinity level rising to 6,379. Marnak looks at the giant with a calm expression and notes that now it can even harvest for him. He realizes that the mother of corruption, the source of this creature's power, seems to be growing smarter as her seal continues to weaken. The mother of corruption reacts angrily, but Marnak speaks with mock reverence. He tells her he has always valued her presence and her strength. Dakia appears and teases him, wondering if this being is not his mother but rather his hidden daughter because of how attached he seems to her. The mother of corruption grows even more furious at this remark. Dakia laughs and asks if she can hug the creature, saying it looks too cute to resist. Marnak stops her, advising her to bring a tasty snack if she wants to try that next time. Dakia pouts but agrees, saying one day she will squish the creature's cheek no matter what. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Draco becomes enraged. He complains about how everything went wrong, shouting that all their men were wiped out by an unexpected avalanche. He cannot believe the disaster that unfolded after all their preparation. Hilden stands nearby, trying to stay calm, but inside he is falling apart. He knows he could not have stopped the avalanche, yet Draco blames him anyway. The stress is so heavy that Hilden has even started losing his hair. Draco continues ranting, showing no understanding of the situation. He brings up the fact that Princess Dakia has now moved out of the Eastern Branch's control and is working under the main branch. Hilden confirms this nervously. Draco admits that the main branch has always been efficient and reminds Hilden that they were the ones who first captured Dakia. When Hilden cautiously asks whether Draco plans to go to the capital, Draco confirms it. Hilden feels relief and excitement. In his mind, he celebrates being freed from both Draco, the lizard prince, and the troublesome princess. For a brief moment, he imagines finally being at peace. Trying to stay polite, Hilden apologizes for his repeated failures. But Draco interrupts and tells him to prepare for departure. Hilden becomes confused and asks for pardon. Draco claims that Hilden is his favorite among the Eastern members and will get special treatment by riding on his back to the capital. He warns Hilden to dress warmly for the journey. Hilden panics and tries to refuse, saying he cannot leave his position as the Eastern branch head. But Draco immediately threatens him. He reminds Hilden that all his failures have not been reported to the higher authorities yet, and if Draco decides to reveal them, Hilden's career and life will be over. He suggests Hilden think of this as a short vacation and orders him again to get ready. Realizing he has no choice, Hilden reluctantly agrees. In his thoughts, he says goodbye to his home and family, promising that he will return someday. On their journey to the capital, Marnak tells everyone a story about a great warrior from the heavens who appeared in shining armor to save him. The merchant listening to him points out that Marnak told the same story yesterday and laughs about it. Marnak proudly insists that it really happened and that the gods saved him. Dakia, however, thinks the so-called heavenly warrior looked more ominous than divine. Marnak responds that it didn't matter, because that warrior was basically dead anyway. A man then approaches their group and informs them that it's almost their turn for the interrogation. The merchant apologizes and prepares to leave for his turn. Before going, he thanks Marnak for helping them reach the capital safely and promises to reward him once they arrive. Marnak looks forward to it. Carmen suddenly remembers something important and tells everyone that entering the capital might be a little chaotic, but insists it's nothing to worry about. Marnak asks what he means. But before Carmen can explain, someone nearby spots him and shouts that it's Carmen Valtus. Soldiers rush forward, ordering his arrest. Carmen quickly tells the others not to worry and that he will handle this problem himself. He promises to return soon and runs off as the guards chase him through the streets. At the same time, a massive dragon appears in the sky and descends to the ground. Standing beside it is Draco. He calmly asks his subordinate Hilden for clothes. Hilden hurries to bring them and thinks bitterly about the arrogant officers from headquarters who ignored their branch troubles, muttering that now they'll have to face Draco too. Draco looks toward the capital and orders Hilden to guide him there quickly. Hilden agrees and says he knows the fastest route. Back in the city, the merchant explains to Marnak and Dakia that it's not unusual for Carmen Valtus, known as the Black Prairie Dog, to get arrested. He often causes trouble in the capital. When Marnak asks what Carmen did this time, the merchant advises him to visit the guards if he wants to know more. He tells them that if they mention they're there to see Carmen, the guards will allow them in. The merchant then fulfills his promise, handing them their reward, 15 gold coins each, totaling 60 gold. Marnak is stunned by the sight of so much money, realizing it's the largest sum he's seen since arriving in this world. Dakia teases him for staring, thinking he is cute, and asks if it's his first time seeing that much gold. Marnak reminds the merchant about another item he was supposed to receive. The merchant explains that he needs to complete some paperwork first and will deliver it tomorrow. Marnak agrees, and he and Dakia decide to go see Carmen at the guards building. The merchant bids them farewell, and their companion Sajida mentions she has somewhere else to be. As Marnak and Dakia approach the guards building, they notice how intimidating it looks. Dakia jokes about how the building doesn't match Marnak's cute image, teasing him again. Marnak insists he's not mad and repeats that being cute is just the truth. They decide to hurry before the food they brought for Carmen gets cold. Dakia promises not to make fun of him about the money again, and Marnak continues to deny being upset as they enter the building. Inside the prison, Carmen waits with a young woman. When he spots Marnak and Dakia, he greets them cheerfully, acting as if being locked up is normal for him. Dakia sarcastically remarks that he looks right at home. Carmen laughs and admits he has been there often. The woman beside him corrects him, saying it's more than just often. She introduces herself as Arath Grata and explains that she heard they'd be visiting. Marnak introduces himself and says he's heard a lot about her, while Dakia greets her politely. She then asks Carmen what he did this time to end up in prison again. Before Carmen can respond, a man steps forward from the shadows. He accuses Carmen of stealing something from Sir Enthus Valtus's private storage. He explains that it was Enthus Valtus himself, Carmen's own father, who placed him on the wanted list. The man demands to know what Carmen did with the stolen key. Carmen looks at him and smirks, calling him brother. Marnak realizes who the man is. He remembers the stories of Setien Valtus, known as the White Wolf, the son of the Black Wolf, and the vice-captain of the Queen's Royal Guards, also called the Frost Knights. Setien presses Carmen again, asking what he did with their father's key. Carmen admits that he already used what he stole. Setien is shocked and asks if Carmen is hurt. Carmen assures him he isn't. Setien reminds him that their father despises thieves, and now that the stolen item is gone, Carmen can't even return it. He repeats their father's teaching that any success gained unfairly is worthless. No matter the reason, stealing cannot be justified. Carmen recalls another saying from their father, that rules must stand firm for everything else to stand firm. He agrees with that idea but questions why those rules ignored his mother. He wonders why, right after his birth, she had to leave the family without a word. Tears fall as Carmen says even a poor man from the alleyways would take responsibility for his woman. He asks if their father's honor is less than that of a common criminal. No matter how many times Carmen asked about his mother, his father always stayed silent, avoiding the subject like a coward. That is why he stole the key, to find his mother by himself. Setien tells him that's enough and asks if finding his mother was truly his reason. Carmen confirms it. Setien decides to speak to their father about it. Turning toward Dakia, he greets her and asks why she is not in Beatus. Dakia explains that she is just traveling for a while. Setien advises that it isn't safe for a princess to be wandering outside and that her father must be worried. Dakia laughs, saying her father would never worry about her, so he shouldn't either. Setien turns to Marnak and asks if he is the priest known as the evil spirit's arch-nemesis. Marnak confirms it. Setien then asks if Carmen is part of Eradiko's saviors, and Marnak nods again. Setien says that might make things easier when speaking to his father. He properly introduces himself to Marnak, expressing that it's nice to meet him. Before leaving, he invites Marnak to visit the Valtus residence with Carmen sometime, explaining that he only had a short break to visit his brother. After Setien leaves, Marnak comments that Setien is quite different from Carmen. Carmen agrees, calling his brother a great person and his role model. Dakia teases him, pointing out how easily he argued with his role model. Embarrassed, Carmen says he just needed to vent his feelings. He notices the money on the table and asks if it's for him. Dakia tells him they bought it thinking he might be starving. Marnak admits they worried for nothing and leaves it there. He tells Carmen to rest while he and Dakia head out. Dakia tells Marnak she knows a great place to visit, and he agrees it's best for everyone to leave Carmen to himself. Later that night, Marnak reflects on what the Trumpeter of Death and Rest once told him, that there should be a holy relic somewhere nearby. However, he realizes it's hard to find information in this place. He decides he'll have to use the special item he received from Lord Tredden to proceed. Meanwhile, Dakia visits Marnak, teasing him that since his mother is there too, he won't be able to reject her company this time. She brings snacks from the capital's most popular bakery, excitedly showing off the choux cream bread. She jokes that instead of a thank you, she'll take a hug. But before Marnak can respond, the mother of corruption appears and throws the snack away. Confused, Dakia asks what that means. Marnak calmly explains that the entity said it cannot be tempted by such offerings. At the same time, Priest Pridya shows a sketch to a man. Priest Pridya confirms it's a perfect match, though the man admits he isn't sure if the person is actually human. Priest Pridya insists that the man looks human enough, even if he may not be. The man thinks about patience, remarking that the one they're waiting for is the priestess of blue flames. He then asks about the payment for the request. Priest Pridya reassures him not to worry, explaining that he caught some wanted criminals on his way, so he has plenty of funds. The man hopes that since the priestess is based at the main branch, she'll pay well. Priest Pridya hands him 12 gold coins and 33 silver coins. Shocked, the man hesitates, unsure if he heard right. Pridya asks if the amount is too much and whether something is wrong. Draco walks with the man through the hallway, growing more and more impatient. He keeps asking how much farther they have to go and why they keep walking in circles. The man insists it is just a little further ahead. Hilden, following behind, worries that Draco will lose his temper soon and take it out on him. As they continue, Hilden spots the priest Pridya nearby. When she passes by him, he mentions Draco how beautiful she looked. Draco remains serious, claiming that many girls already chase after him, so he doesn't need another. Hilden silently wonders why Draco is so obsessed with the princess then, but decides not to ask further, knowing it would only anger him. Soon, the man stops walking and announces that they have arrived at the city of Ile. He politely welcomes Draco, addressing him as Your Highness, and tells Hilden that he can return to his branch. Hilden feels insulted, even though his branch is lower ranked. Being dismissed by a simple employee feels degrading. Before he can react, Draco declares that Hilden will come along too. The man hesitates and takes a deep breath, explaining that members of the branch are not allowed beyond this point, even under royal request. Draco's expression darkens. He slaps the man hard across the face for taking a deep breath in front of him and demands to see someone of higher authority immediately. Hilden, watching the scene, feels thrilled inside. He secretly admires Draco's arrogance and boldness. He thinks that Draco's temper is finally useful for something. When Draco turns to him and tells him to come along, Hilden quickly agrees, eager to see the people at the headquarters get humiliated by the third prince himself. Meanwhile, Dakia offers the snack to Marnak and leaves from there. Marnak gently speaks to the mother of corruption, reminding her that she was too harsh earlier. He tells her that there are kinder ways to reject someone. He points out that Dakia bought the bread especially for her and adds that the mother of corruption is someone noble who can admit when she is wrong. He asks if she will apologize next time and promises that the bread tastes good. The mother of corruption takes a bite, enjoying it. Dakia returns a moment later, realizing she never even got to taste the bread. But when she sees the mother of corruption eating it, she smiles and asks if it tastes good. The tension between them fades a little. Later in the evening, Marnak tells Dakia that he can continue the journey alone, but she refuses to leave. Dakia reminds him that she promised to keep his secret and even swore on it. Together, they reach a quiet part of the capital. They stop in front of a house. A man steps up, looking confused, and asks what brings them there. Marnak shows him a weird symbol. The man immediately recognizes it and invites them inside respectfully. Dakia, curious, asks what the symbol was. Marnak explains that he got it from a demon he met a while ago who told him to show it when visiting his friend. Dakia finds it strange that demons can be so organized and even capable of forgetting things like humans. As they walk, Dakia looks around in wonder. She comments that she never knew such hidden places existed in the capital. Marnak admits that this is his first time visiting the city. Dakia teases him, calling him a country bumpkin, and laughs at how unimpressed he seems by the tall buildings. But in truth, Marnak thinks to himself that he has seen even grander places before coming to this world. They find a strange man silent through a long hallway and decide to follow him. Dakia stays alert, ready to use magic if anything suspicious happens. Marnak stays calm and Dakia whispers that he should trust her, but Marnak mutters that maybe next time. The man stops in front of a door without saying a word. They stand in silence for a moment, unsure if they should go in. Marnak glances at Dakia and decides to take the lead. He opens the door carefully and steps inside. A woman sits waiting for them, her expression calm but watchful. She looks directly at Marnak and asks what it is that he wants from her. Marnak wants help, so he approaches the mysterious woman. She asks for their names, and Marnak introduces himself and his companion, Dakia Irimel. When the woman hears Marnak's name, she pulls him close, recognizing him as the infamous Geese demon slayer. Dakia becomes furious and threatens to destroy everything with her magic if the woman doesn't let him go. Marnak quickly calms her down, afraid that they'll all die if she acts recklessly. The woman finally lets go and apologizes, claiming that she was only playing a prank and went too far. She introduces herself as Writhing Curiosity, revealing that she is a demon. She immediately grows interested in Marnak, realizing he is not a priest of preservation. When Marnak explains that he worships the mother of corruption, the woman becomes fascinated and surprised. She asks if he is truly a son of corruption and invites him to come closer, explaining that she wants to read his mind, only out of curiosity. Marnak becomes confused, but before he can think too much, the woman becomes more intrigued, saying he's unlike any other son of corruption she's ever encountered. She suddenly lunges toward him, and in that instant, the presence of the mother of corruption appears. Sensing this, the woman becomes alarmed and demands to know what Marnak really is. Marnak calmly reminds her that he already introduced himself. She grows uneasy, realizing that his existence is unusual. She warns him that he's stirring up serious trouble. She somehow knows that he's been collecting his mother's holy relics, and even guesses that he has gathered 4 or 5 of them already. Marnak becomes shocked, and wonders how she could possibly know that. When he asks her to explain more, she refuses, telling him to ask his mother instead. Marnak tries, but his mother claims she doesn't know anything. The woman realizes that Marnak is directly communicating with a god without suffering any consequences. Marnak explains that he talks to his mother regularly, as maintaining communication is important in any relationship. The woman becomes intrigued, realizing that Marnak has not gone insane despite being a son of corruption and that he can speak to his mother freely without any offering or price. She questions since when he's been able to do that, whether it started after his body was improved. Marnak tells her that it's been that way from the very beginning. The woman warns that putting all his faith in one power is dangerous, though she understands he might not have had another choice. She tells him he'll have to work extremely hard to repay everything he's received. When Marnak asks for a clearer explanation, she refuses again. She compares his situation to walking on a tightrope and says if she speaks too openly, those over there will notice. Marnak realizes she means the gods of the heavens. Then she changes the topic, reminding him that when someone asks a demon for help, they must give something in return. Marnak agrees and asks what she wants. The woman tells him to sleep with her. Marnak is completely shocked and asks if he heard her right. She insists she's serious, claiming she's never been with a son of corruption before because they're usually insane. DONGHUA is horrified and immediately refuses, saying no, and the mother of corruption punches her. The woman laughs, waves it off, saying she was only joking. What she actually wants is the badge Marnak used on the way to meet her. She asks if he ever learned its purpose. When Marnak admits he didn't, she shrugs and says that small pranks make life more fun, it keeps things interesting. Marnak agrees with her sentiment. The woman then turns the conversation back to the real reason Marnak came, to ask for help finding one of his mother's holy relics. She reveals that she already knows what he wants and even admits she once had that relic. Marnak is surprised and DONGHUA becomes excited, thinking they finally found it. But the woman explains that she no longer has it. Instead, she put it up as the prize for her underground fighting tournament. She tells them exactly where the competition is held, and explains that if Marnak wants the relic, he'll have to participate and win the battles himself. She wishes him luck, saying that if he wants to claim the relic of corruption, he'll have to fight for it. The crowd inside the arena is wild with excitement. Everyone gathers to watch a brutal fight that's about to begin. A huge bald man steps into the arena carrying a massive weapon. The announcer introduces him loudly, and the audience cheers his name. Then she introduces his opponent, a rookie fighter. Marnak walks in wearing a strange mask. Everyone screams at the newcomer's dramatic entrance. People in the stands are amazed at his quick movements and start talking about how fast he is. Some think betting on the rookie might be a good idea this time, while others shout for Bigfoot, the bald man, not to lose. Among the crowd, DONGHUA quietly decides to bet all her money on the rookie. She believes in Marnak and silently hopes he will win no matter what. A few days earlier, Marnak had met a woman to discuss a plan. He had asked her if she could secretly lend them the holy relic so they could retrieve divinity and then return it. The woman had refused, explaining that the worshippers of the evil spirit would notice right away. She had told him to join the arena instead, saying it was tied to him and his mother. She mentioned a group called Liberation, and warned that he would eventually run into those people while searching for the relic. Marnak had understood that this was a chance to face his enemies while being in a place where they couldn't freely use their powers because of the capital's resident priests. The woman had agreed with him and told him this was his opportunity to reduce their numbers. Marnak had thought about how he might lose in the arena but knew he wouldn't die from attacks that lacked divinity. He had also told her that he didn't want to kill people recklessly just because they were worshippers of the evil spirit. She reminds him that he had already killed many of them. Marnak had explained that he always had reasons for his actions. The woman then crushed a red eye in her hand, revealing the memories of the worshippers. She had told him that these were the memories of those who served the evil spirit and asked if that was reason enough for him to kill. Now, back in the present, the crowd in the arena is roaring. Marnak feels relieved to wear his mask, a mask that can change form at will. He remembers that for the princess, there was a ring that helped her control magic more easily. The bald fighter, Bigfoot, steps up and tells Marnak to grab his armor and weapons. When Marnak refuses, Bigfoot grows angry and threatens to crush all his limbs. The moment Bigfoot attacks, Marnak moves faster than anyone can see. The massive swings of the weapon miss him completely. The crowd gasps at how quick and light he is. Bigfoot keeps attacking, but Marnak dodges every blow. Then Marnak counterattacks, striking Bigfoot with a powerful punch that shakes the ground. Bigfoot gets furious and swings his weapon again, causing a huge blast. Dust and debris fly through the air, but when it clears, both fighters are still standing. The audience shouts in disbelief. They can't believe how light-footed Marnak is or how he fights without armor. Some even start cheering for him now. Others yell for Bigfoot to get it together. Bigfoot complains that he is not missing on purpose and charges forward again. He swings his weapon down, but Marnak catches him by the head. The audience goes silent, amazed to see Bigfoot lifted off the ground. Marnak tightens his grip and slams the giant man into the floor with tremendous force. The sound echoes through the arena. Bigfoot lies defeated, and the crowd is stunned. Everyone stares in disbelief, whispering that the newcomer is a human slaughterer. Then Marnak leaps high into the air, climbs the wall with his bare hands. He drops down with a crushing punch that ends the match once and for all. The announcer declares the result: the winner is the human slaughterer. The audience erupts in cheers, and Marnak stands in the center of the arena, his body steady after the intense battle. When asked to share his thoughts, Marnak lifts his head, filled with cold determination, and declares that he will kill them all. The crowd, stunned by his words and presence, can only watch as the masked warrior, celebrating his victory and urging him to kill. After that, DONGHUA excitedly calls Marnak to come quickly because the bakery is finally selling warm, fluffy bread. Marnak walks over calmly, saying there was no need to rush. DONGHUA reminds him how long the queue was earlier and spots someone carrying fresh bread. Marnak stares at the man, wondering if he has seen him before. DONGHUA drags him ahead to buy a lot since they earned good money at the arena. Marnak lets her push him, thinking it's probably just someone who looks familiar. Later, in their room, the woman enters, remarking that they seem to make a mess wherever they go. She praises Marnak's last fight, calling it memorable, and admits she didn't expect such wildness from a priest. She mentions hearing from Bigfoot about their fight, asking if Marnak had rigged it halfway through. Marnak recalls telling his bald opponent to act as if in pain to avoid real harm and explains that it wasn't rigged, only well performed. The woman is impressed and says the crowd loved it. She plans to add more staged fights and needs a new partner now that Bigfoot has left to pursue acting. She offers Marnak a permanent position in her arena, saying he could easily become her main star. Marnak declines, explaining that he must release the seal placed on his mother. The woman accepts his refusal, asking if she can still use his wonderful act idea in future shows. Marnak agrees and says it doesn't matter. She insists on paying him a reward if it becomes successful, and he politely accepts. When she asks if he needs help for his next match, he declines again, stating that his next opponent is an evil spirit worshipper. At the arena, The crowd cheers with excitement. The girl announces the fight between Headbreaker and the rising star who had thrilled everyone before, the human slaughterer. The audience cheers wildly as Marnak appears holding Bigfoot's old weapon. Rumors spread instantly that he must have killed Bigfoot and stolen it. Shock and excitement fill the arena. As the match begins, Marnak recognizes his opponent as Getum, confirming his identity. Once the fight starts, Marnak swiftly ends it in a single blow, killing the man instantly. Marnak thinks that while he can perform an act, he refuses to toy with someone's life. Meanwhile, Draco grows frustrated in a meeting at Ile headquarters. He argues with Kantar, demanding to know why they can't proceed with their previous mission. Kantar gives 3 reasons. First, Princess Dakia has now come to the capital officially under her real name, so they can't kidnap her secretly as before. Second, she's protected by 3 formidable people: Carmen Valtus, known as the Black Prairie Dog, and bastard son of Lord Enthis Valtus; Sajita Forgon from the Red Bear Mercenary Corps; and Priest Marnak, the evil slaughterer and enemy of all evil spirits. Draco dismisses the concerns, saying they could just bribe the mercenary and priest with money. Kantar tells him that Marnak cannot be bribed, as he is known for killing evil beings without hesitation and wouldn't betray the princess. Kantar adds that there are even rumors of Marnak and Dakia being romantically involved, as informants claim she secretly visits his room every night. Draco angrily denies it and demands to know who else is aware. Kantar assures him only their organization knows. Draco orders him to keep the rumor hidden, warning that it could cause major trouble if leaked. Then Kantar explains the third reason, the involvement of Setien Valtus, the White Wolf. He says Setien has recently contacted the princess, and if anything happens to her, Setien will act immediately. Moreover, Setien follows the will of his father, the powerful Black Wolf, Enthis Valtus. Ila does not want to provoke such a family. Kantar internally feels relieved that his logic seems to persuade Draco, but his relief is short-lived. Draco suddenly slaps him across the face, furious that everyone keeps bringing up Enthis Valtus as a reason for inaction. He threatens Kantar, saying he can expose all their secret crimes to the Queen, including their past kidnapping of a High Lord's daughter for money. He will force them to confront the same Enthis they fear so much. Kantar panics, warning Draco that exposing them would also endanger him. Draco reminds them that he is the one and only Dragonkin magician, the son of the demonic Dragon King. Even if trouble arises, he can simply lie low for a while until things cool down. Finally, he commands Kantar to bring Princess Dakia Iramel to the Dragon Kingdom unharmed, no matter what it takes. Late at night at the Liberation Hideout, the evil spirit worshippers meet to discuss their plan. One man warns his companions that the human slaughterer is targeting them. He believes the arena godmother hired him. Since things have turned out this way, he orders his team to steal the holy relic directly from the godmother during today's match. They are allowed to use their full authority, but must escape quickly before the priests and the queen's knights react. At the same time, in Ila, another group prepares for their own mission. Their leader explains that the operation will start in 10 minutes. They will blow up the arena wall, enter, and find their target, Princess Dakia. The leader reminds them that the name of Ilay is at stake, so failure is not an option. They must find the target no matter what happens. Inside the arena, excitement fills the air. The announcer introduces the red-haired fighter and his opponent, the human slaughterer, and the weapons are banned for today's fight. Just as the match is about to start, a massive explosion shakes the entire arena. Confusion spreads as smoke rises and people panic. The Ila group rush in, searching for Princess Dakia. Before they can move further, another voice echoes through the arena. It's a royal officer announcing a crackdown on illegal fighting arenas. He orders everyone to kneel and obey the Queen's command. The evil spirit worshippers are caught off guard. The officer commands his soldiers to fine anyone caught in the illegal arena. The Ila leader is shocked to see the king's army here. The officer orders everyone dressed in black to drop their weapons and surrender. Anyone trying to flee is told to stop immediately. The officer instructs part of his soldiers to seal the exits and leads the rest into the arena. Marnak steps in and blocks the officer's path, urging him to stop. The officer demands to know what he's doing. Marnak insists that now is not the time to chase the fleeing men. He points out the Ile group, explaining that they are here to kidnap Princess Dakia. Other witnesses confirm hearing the same thing. Realizing the danger, the officer orders his soldiers to focus on the men in black and eliminate them if they resist. He places Sajita in charge of handling the situation. Meanwhile, Marnak hurries to Dakia's side. She asks about the situation outside, and he reports that the evil spirit worshippers are heading toward the demon's location. The forces chasing them are now clashing with the royal army. Believing that their enemies might take cover inside, Marnak decides they must escape immediately. He hands Dakia his priest's mask so she can hide her identity. She realizes that he is revealing himself as the priest Marnak. Marnak tells her to wear the mask since her identity as the princess is too obvious. Dakia agrees and puts it on. Marnak guides her toward the emergency exit the demon mentioned earlier. As they move, someone appears and questions who they are. Before he can act, a Ile man kills him and declares that only authorized personnel should remain, ordering everyone else to be killed except the Princess Dakia. Marnak decides to fight head-on to avoid being surrounded. He cannot use his full power as the Slayer in such tight conditions. A fierce battle begins as he cuts through enemies, while Dakia supports him with her magic. Together, they push through the attackers. Dakia feels proud of her efforts, and Marnak encourages her, telling her she did well. They continue toward the emergency exit. As they run, Dakia remembers that the evil worshippers went to confront the demon and asks if it will be all right. Marnak assures her it will be fine. Killing a demon that has stayed in one body for so long is extremely difficult. Elsewhere, the evil spirit worshippers realize they are facing something far worse than expected. They accuse their informant of not mentioning that the arena godmother is actually a demon. The woman mocks them, saying they should have asked. The cultists attack, but their weapons have no effect. Their leader orders them to calm down and reminds them that demons must pay a price to use their powers. He commands 2 members to search for the holy relic while the rest wear the demon down. The woman laughs, amused by their knowledge. She admits she expected people like them to show up eventually. She explains that arranging such traps in an underground arena is easy. Smiling wickedly, she welcomes them to her private room and invites them to start the real fun. On the battlefield, Carmen kills an Islet soldier. He never expected the fight to turn out this way. He only wanted more experience, just as his brother advised. But now, with inexperienced men under his command, they are losing ground fast. He knows Marnak is likely with Dakia somewhere else, so he decides his duty is to protect his soldiers. As their commander, he takes charge and orders the men to regroup, stop focusing on defeating the enemy, and form a strong defense. He assigns command to another soldier, instructing him to prioritize everyone's safety. Then, turning to Sajita, he asks if she can keep fighting. He agrees, determined to stand his ground. The remaining troops steel themselves, ready to hold their position while chaos rages around them. Meanwhile, Marnak and Dakia are on the run. Several Ilet soldiers chase after them through the ruins. The enemies recognize Marnak by his face, realizing he is the demon slayer. Before they can surround him, Marnak strikes, cutting down the first man who blocks his path. 2 more rush toward him, but he calls upon the Mother of Corruption's power and slashes at them with ruthless precision. Dakia joins the fight, channeling her magic. Her spell erupts into a violent explosion that tears through the enemy line. After the blast, Marnak moves forward, and Dakia removes his mask, handing it to him carefully. She tells him it must be hard to fight while wearing it. Marnak accepts it and presses on. But more Elit soldiers appear, shouting that they have surrounded the princess. Dakia asks what they should do. Marnak tells her to bring down the ceiling. She unleashes her magic, causing the stone above them to collapse. The Elit soldiers panic as debris falls, blocking their way. Amid the chaos, Marnak grabs Dakia's hand and leads her through the crumbling passage. They escape deeper into the tunnels but are quickly confronted by another group of Elit fighters. The enemies shout that they do not want to harm Marnak, they only want the Dakia. They promise him double whatever reward the princess offered. Marnak listens, amused, as they try to buy him off. He recalls Dakia's promise of gold equal to his own weight. He mocks them, asking if they can truly offer more. When they claim they can, he draws Dakia closer and smiles, saying no amount of gold can compare to her. The elite warriors grow furious. They warn him that he is surrounded and cannot possibly win. To Marnak, it makes no difference whether there are 2 enemies or 12. He charges forward like a beast, moving faster than the eye can follow. His blade cuts through flesh without hesitation. By the time the fight ends, the ground is soaked in blood. Marnak stands amidst the fallen, smiling faintly, declaring that the number never mattered. Elsewhere, the woman confronts the remaining members of the liberation group. She tells them that only they are left. One of the men admits she is terrifyingly strong and asks how long she has lived. Her expression stays calm as she replies that she existed even before the first son of corruption was born. The man is confused, demanding to know what she means, but she only smiles and remarks his turn has come. She turns to another man, one who serves the god known as the Mending Needle. She can sense the corruption in his mind, a scar from his deity's power. She tells him his head is in tatters because of that influence. When she orders him to answer, the man begins chanting desperately, calling upon his divine master. She observes his actions and realizes what he intends to do. He is about to summon a fragment of his god into the world. The woman mocks him, saying humans these days work far too hard to summon pieces of their gods. Then she reveals what she has deduced. The liberation followers have been collecting holy relics that seal away divine corruption. Their plan is to use them to bring a fragment of their god down to the mortal realm, disrupting the balance that has existed for ages. Her words trigger a horrifying transformation. The priest of Mending Needle begins to twist and his body mutates into a grotesque creature. He commands her to be silent, calling her a demon. The woman only narrows her eyes, standing calm and ready to face him. Marnak stands surrounded by Eilite soldiers and the men hesitate, terrified by what they just witnessed. Shock covers their faces as they realize one man has slaughtered their entire squad. Their leader urges them to stay calm and attack, reminding them that Marnak is just one person. But before they can move, Marnak tells Dakia to handle the next part. She hesitates for a moment, but then remembers his earlier words and unleashes her magic. Flames erupt from her hands, spreading across the battlefield. The fire grows wild and the elite soldiers scream for help as their bodies burn. Then the fire explodes outward, destroying everything around them. When the flames disappear, Marnak and Dakia emerge from the burning ruins, finally outside. Dakia trembles, shaken by what she has done. She admits she never wants to come near this cursed place again and worries she went too far. Marnak assures her that he is fine. His wounds are healing and even his hair has grown back. He checks on Dakia, asking if she is unharmed. She nods, trying to stay composed. But before they can rest, Marnak notices a figure ahead. Priest Pridya stands in the distance, her sword dripping with blood. Marnak shouts at Dakia to stay back and not interfere, no matter what happens. Without hesitation, he charges forward, but Pridya moves faster. She lifts her blade high and strikes at Marnak. Dakia cries out in horror. Pridya tells Marnak that fate has already decided this outcome. He could never win against her, even if she went easy on him. To her, he is still her one and only disciple. As Marnak lies wounded, memories flood his mind. He remembers the days after Shantux's death, when he wandered across lands searching for holy relics containing fragments of the Mother's divinity. His journey led him to the Sacred Flame sect, where one relic was hidden inside their guarded storage. He recalls one day, sitting alone under the soft light of dawn. He spoke quietly to the Mother of Corruption, telling her to be patient while he thought of ways to find the relics. But he also knew his only real skill was a boundary spell called Line Which the Living Cannot Cross. The relic keeper, a priestess of much higher rank, was far beyond his reach. That day, Priest Pridya appeared. He noticed her immediately, surprised to see anyone at that hour. She approached him and asked for help with a simple chore. Grateful for the opportunity to speak with her, Marnak agreed at once. Half an hour later, he returned after completing the task. Pridya complimented his effort and asked him to bring over a basket. She handed him a small price in return. Only then did Marnak realize that the person who had asked him for help was none other than the relic keeper herself. She thanked him and asked if he could help again next time. Marnak eagerly accepted. From then on, an unusual bond formed between them, one tied together by laundry. Every few days, Pridya brought him clothes to wash. Each time she paid him 1 silver coin. For Marnak, it was simple, peaceful work, and it gave him a reason to stay close to her. But after several weeks, she stopped coming. When he asked why, she explained that she had run out of money. Marnak told her he would help for free, explaining that he had nothing else to do and didn't mind. He also noticed that Pridya never treated him like an outsider. To him, that kindness was worth more than silver. She thought for a moment and then made him an offer. Since she couldn't pay, she would teach him swordsmanship instead. Marnak could hardly believe it. Training under someone like her was beyond anything he had imagined. She was an expert, a master who had transcended normal human limits. In this world, experts were legends, fighters so skilled they stood above all others. To learn from her was a blessing. She preferred sparring over theory, and each training session pushed him past his limits. Over time, Marnak grew stronger. Pridya told him to return daily, and when she had no laundry, he could clean her house. One day, while helping her, he noticed the relic storage nearby. Out of curiosity, he asked if he could see it. She hesitated but eventually agreed, saying it was fine as long as he only looked once. Marnak followed her inside. His eyes landed on the holy relic. The artifact shimmered with divine light, radiating power beyond comprehension. In that moment, he realized this was the very relic containing the mother's divinity, the object he had spent years searching for. Pridya kept teaching Marnak, training him through her usual intense methods. After several moves, she ends the session and tells him that's enough for the day. She plans to go out and instructs Marnak to clean up before she returns. Marnak lies on the ground, exhausted, and agrees. As he stares at the ceiling, he reflects on his life. For the past 3 years, he has lived with his master, handling her household chores and training under her. He appreciates that he never has to worry about food or shelter, but he realizes he has learned more about survival than actual swordsmanship. Feeling stuck, he gets up and decides it's time to leave. He believes he has nothing more to gain from his master and that he must focus on his main quest and avenge Shantuks. Quietly, Marnak goes into the place where the holy relic is kept. He steals it and studies the strange power inside. The relic contains the divinity of corruption, and when he successfully extracts it, he gains a new authority called Corruption Giant. From that moment on, the mother of corruption begins to speak to him directly, changing his destiny forever. Back in the present, Marnak meets Priest Pridya again after a long time apart. He asks her how she knew he was still alive. She admits she didn't know for sure but assumed he could survive anything since he recovered every time she beat him during training. She even jokes that she thought he might grow a new head if he were ever decapitated. She then reveals a wanted poster with his face on it, explaining that she distributed it to find him. Marnak looks at it in disbelief, realizing how little effort she actually put into searching. Still, she considers his presence proof that she succeeded. Pridya tells him she does not care what he has become, but she does care about her pride as a master. She demands that they start training again so he can eventually reach her level. When Marnak asks how long it took her to become an expert, she replies that she trained daily without rest for 30 years. She estimates that, because of his talent, he might only need to train for 27 years. Marnak feels frustrated at the thought, realizing that by then his main quests will have long passed. He mentally pleads not to be compared to someone as gifted as her. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the battlefield, Carmen, the officer, assesses the grim situation. He asks his subordinate how many soldiers remain. The report comes in that only 24 are left. 3 are severely injured and 11 have minor wounds. 16 soldiers have already died. Carmen reflects that his brother could not have predicted this disaster. He regrets not bringing at least 100 elite forces instead of the smaller, inexperienced group they have now. As he scans the surroundings, he suddenly spots movement. A massive creature lands heavily on the ground in front of them. According to Carmen, It's smaller than the monsters seen in Eradicco but still terrifyingly similar. He instantly orders his soldiers to stall the creature to buy time for the others to retreat. He and his comrade Sajida prepare for battle. Sajida hurls his sword, striking the creature and drawing its attention. Carmen praises his move and charges forward for his own attack. The creature moves unpredictably and Carmen quickly senses there is something wrong. He yells for everyone to fall back, feeling danger rising. A sharp light flashes, followed by a deafening explosion that shakes the battlefield. When the dust settles, he calls out to check if Sajida is still alive. A mysterious man stands on top of the fallen creature, his weapon glowing as he strikes it. The creature groans, its strange voice uttering words that sound like "Stop, dear mending needle." White strings suddenly burst from its body, wrapping around the Illit soldiers and shocking them with bursts of energy. Carmen's eyes widen in horror as his men collapse one by one. He shouts for Sajida, telling him they need to retreat immediately. Both of them begin to run, but one of the white strings shoots out and catches Sajida by the leg. Carmen turns around and grabs him, trying to free him from the string's grip. Sajida points upward, warning him of something approaching. A massive explosion shakes the area, catching the attention of Marnak and his group. Marnak looks toward the blast and asks his master, Priest Pridya, if she should go and check what happened. Pridya calmly explains that she met a man earlier who said he would go ahead to handle the situation. Because of that, she does not feel the need to hurry. Marnak becomes curious and asks who that man was, and Pridya mentions the name, the Black Wolf, Ensis Baltas. Meanwhile, Carmen is injured but determined, and calls out to his father, Ensis Baltas. Ensis checks on him, asking if he can still walk. Carmen confirms that he can, so Ensis tells him to move out of the area. He promises to deal with the creature himself. Carmen acknowledges and leaves while Ensis prepares for battle. Nearby, two monstrous creatures are fighting each other. One of them, appearing as Writhing Curiosity, who screams in rage and accuses the other of being a thief. She demands that the other give back what was stolen and keeps shouting frantically. Ensis, observing the strange interaction, tries to understand what is going on. The Writhing Curiosity keeps yelling, insisting that something precious was taken from her. Without hesitation, Ensis steps forward with his sword drawn and attacks the other monster. The Writhing Curiosity suddenly pleads for him to stop, telling him not to touch the other creature. She pleads with him to stop, but Ensis ignores her warnings and prepares to strike again. The Writhing Curiosity rushes forward in desperation, shouting that something will break if he continues. Ensis swings his sword anyway, striking both monsters at once. Believing the battle is over, Ensis assumes he has finally finished them. But the Writhing Curiosity, badly wounded, thinks to herself that if it weren't for the cursed Black Wolf interfering, she could have retrieved what she had lost. Now she realizes she has no choice but to give up. In her final moments, she thinks about Marnak and silently begs for his help. As Ensis catches his breath, he suddenly notices Priest Pridya approaching. She moves forward and prepares to attack him, but Ensis quickly dodges. The power of the attack surprises him. He can feel the immense killing intent in her strikes. A fierce battle begins between the two powerful warriors. Their swords clash violently, creating shockwaves that shake the ground. Ensis demands to know why Pridya is doing this, but she only responds cryptically, talking about the greatest sword in the northern lands. Ensis remains calm and tells her that if she only wants to test his skill, they can settle it later. For now, his duty is to protect the capital. Pridya mocks him, claiming that his so-called title as the greatest sword of the north might just come from his sharp tongue. Their fight resumes, faster and more intense than before. Sparks fly as their blades collide, each trying to overpower the other. Amid the chaos, Marnak arrives at the scene. He looks around and calls out for instructions, ready to assist. The Writhing Curiosity, still present there, reacts with relief when she sees him. She thanks him for coming and begs for help. Marnak quickly tells her to skip the thanks and just explain what he should do. The Writhing Curiosity explains that the Holy Relic, an artifact of great power, is hidden somewhere inside the body of the other monster. It was stolen and corrupted. She remarks, inside the relic remains something left behind by her daughter. She pleads with Marnak to find it, saying it is her last hope. Marnak focuses and senses the energies around him. He realizes the area is filled with multiple layers of sanctity and corruption, making it extremely difficult to locate a single relic. He tells the writhing curiosity that finding it might not be possible under such conditions. But she insists that he can do it, and that she believes in him completely. Marnak feels the pressure but does not want to let her down. As he prepares to act, a dark presence suddenly fills the air. The ground trembles, and the atmosphere grows heavier. From the shadows, an ominous light begins to appear. Marnak recognizes the Mother of Corruption. The Mother of Corruption speaks to Marnak and he reacts with surprise and concern. He realizes that she plans to find something even in a dangerous state. Though he worries, he agrees, knowing there is no other option. He tells her that if it becomes too dangerous, she must return immediately. The writhing curiosity steps forward, offering its help. The Mother of Corruption uses her power, holding the creature and stabilizing the fight. Marnak holds her close and warns her that things will shake and tells her to hold on tight. He grips his sword as a monster rushes toward him. Without hesitation, he strikes. More creatures appear, surrounding him. Marnak steadies himself, gathering strength for a massive counterattack. The Mother of Corruption points toward a direction, guiding him. Following her signal, Marnak notices the right target and feels encouraged. He acknowledges her efforts, telling her she has done well. He jokes that he wants to give her a kiss on the forehead but restrains himself. Charging forward, Marnak swings his sword with precision and hits the other monster. He identifies the weak spot near its neck incision and attacks again. The writhing curiosity expresses gratitude, shouting in rage at the celestial forces it once served. She promises revenge and begins to tear apart everything except the creature's neck, claiming it will devour the rest for Marnak's sake. The Mother of Corruption points again, signaling a thing beneath the ground. Marnak moves in that direction, understanding what she means. As he advances, he discovers a box hidden below. Holding it carefully, he realizes he has found what they were searching for. He observes that no hands are emerging from the area. He wonders if the relic is suppressing them or if there is another reason. Acknowledging the Mother of Corruption's warning, Marnak agrees that now is not the right time to act further. He informs the writhing curiosity that the relic has been found. She reacts with excitement and gratitude, urging him to jump down immediately. Marnak then tells the Mother of Corruption to return by hand, allowing her to withdraw safely. As she disappears, the writhing curiosity curses the heavens, calling them treacherous and promising revenge. She declares that as long as she lives, she will never forgive those who follow the celestial powers. She swears that they will all pay for their deeds on this day. Marnak runs as the area begins to collapse. Soldiers nearby shout to each other, warning everyone to flee. One of them points toward the chaos, yelling that there is a demon beyond the area. They panic at the sight of the monstrous figures emerging from the shadows. Marnak hides behind a rock, catching his breath. He notices the soldiers' uniforms and realizes they are reinforcements from the kingdom. Meanwhile, Priest Pridia continues her fight with Ensis. She demands to know what he is doing and tells him to finish his task because her target has escaped. Ensis confronts her with anger, insisting that she must take responsibility for the chaos unfolding. Pridia challenges him, asking why she should be held responsible. She remains confident, certain that she will not lose regardless of the circumstances. A soldier arrives carrying an object called the molar. Ensis orders the man to proceed with Pridia's arrest, but warns him to be polite. He reminds the soldier that Pridia is a master-level priestess and should not be provoked unnecessarily. The soldier steps forward, addressing Pridia respectfully. He informs her that she is under arrest for obstructing official duties and abetting a crisis that threatens the kingdom. He asks for her cooperation and requests that she come quietly. Pridia pauses, pretending to think. Calmly, she asks them to wait for a moment while she looks for something. After checking through her belongings, she finds what she is searching for, a paper. With a composed expression, she hands it over to the soldier and tells him to unfold it. The soldier opens it, and as his eyes move across the paper, his expression changes dramatically. Shock spreads across his face, and he looks up at Pridia in disbelief. Priest Pridya apologizes as she accidentally gives the man the wrong paper. When the man looks at it, he finds a strange drawing that barely resembles a human face. Confused, he wonders what it is. Pridya quickly realizes her mistake and explains that it's just her disciple's face, calling the drawing cute. Trying to fix her blunder, she hands him another paper, a document of absolute immunity with a royal seal. The man's eyes widen as he realizes how valuable it is. He asks if it's genuine, and Pridya confirms it, pointing to the seal. She explains that she received it long ago from the king as a reward for defeating a worshipper of the evil divine. The king had called her a benefactor of the kingdom. She smiles, saying it's finally become useful, and leaves, saying she has somewhere important to be. However, Marnak is running when the woman suddenly appears and hugs him tightly, thanking him and the mother of corruption so much. She invites both of them inside and offers warm tea and snacks. Marnak drinks, though he cannot taste anything, while the mother of corruption enjoys the cookies. Wanting to be polite, Marnak says they are delicious and then hands over a small box, explaining he's late in delivering it. The woman accepts it gratefully and thanks him again. Marnak asks about her daughter, and her smile fades. She tells him her daughter died long ago, back in the days of the ancient empire. Her daughter was human, so it would be strange if she were still alive now. Marnak quietly asks about her husband, and she shakes her head. She says she never had one. When she possessed this body, it was already pregnant. She explains that demons usually avoid having children in possessed bodies because it leads to strong attachments that turn into regret. She did not want that kind of pain. But when Marnak asks why she still gave birth, the woman smiles faintly and says she did it out of curiosity. Her name itself means curiosity. Other demons sometimes do what they're told not to, and she was no different. Still, she's grateful because it gave her a beautiful daughter named Silen. Her tone softens as she brings up the sword Marnak carried when they first met, the one with jagged teeth. She reveals that her daughter made it. Curious, she asks to see it again. When she holds it, a glowing status window appears in front of them saying, "My always beloved Amina, Elisha." She smiles sadly and remarks it confirms what she already knew. Marnak asks if the sword has hidden powers. The woman tells him that she is not sure, but knowing her daughter, it might react with other creations. Her daughter loved crafting things that could transform or combine. Marnak comments that she must treasure her daughter's creations, and the woman agrees. She says she only keeps the items her daughter personally gifted her. Everything else was meant to be used by others. If she hoarded them, they would just sit untouched, something her daughter would never have wanted. As the mother of corruption eats more cookies, the woman thinks of how to repay Marnak. With a teasing tone, she offers a secret reward that the mother would not notice. Marnak refuses immediately and asks her not to mention it again. The woman laughs softly, saying she was joking, but admits she was half serious this time. Still, she respects his decision and begins thinking of another reward. The mother of corruption walks in, annoyed, and Marnak quickly changes the topic, suggesting gold coins instead. The woman chuckles, praising her for being practical, but says she cannot offer money. Repairs after the recent battle already cost too much. Besides, she does not like giving temporary coins that vanish after use. She wants to give something meaningful. Suddenly, the woman remembers something and leaves for a moment. When she returns, she holds a small, ancient-looking key. She explains that she has kept it for a long time, waiting for the right person to give it to. Now she wants Marnak to have it. Marnak immediately realizes what it is, a key to an ancient ruin. The woman smiles proudly and tells him he is right. Inside that ruin lies another creation made by her daughter. She believes that will be the perfect reward for him, a gift connected to her child's legacy, one that carries both mystery and meaning. Before leaving, the woman hands Marnak a small package of cookies. She tells him she added some extra things inside. Marnak thanks her and mentions that mother also sends her gratitude. He asks if they will meet again. The woman explains that she is leaving the capital because her eye was injured from playing too hard. Marnak accepts that this might be goodbye. Before parting, the woman tells him to continue being kind to the mother of corruption. He looks confused, but she assures him he is already doing well and just needs to keep it that way so the mother of corruption can stay happy. Marnak promises to continue as he always has. After he leaves, the woman reflects that the relic found in the ruins will help him. She also thinks that if the mother of corruption ever regains her full divine power, the gods in the heavens, especially the one who tried to take her daughter's gift, the mending needle, will face consequences for what they have done. Later, Marnak returns to his group. Princess Dakia rushes to him, worried and asking if he is hurt. Marnak reassures her that everything is fine and resolved. He asks if his master, Priest Pridya, came looking for him. Dakia explains that she did not, but Carmen sent a message and has arrived with Sajita. Marnak asks about their condition, and Dakia informs him that neither is seriously injured, though their recovery has been slow. Marnak decides to check on them personally. Carmen greets Marnak with his usual energy, saying he would not let a few broken bones embarrass the Valtus name. He jokes that it's nothing serious if there is a healing priest around. However, the real concern is Sajita, whose injuries seem different. Sajita insists he is fine, but Marnak notices something strange about his ankle. Using his insight, he realizes his wound carries traces of multiple evil gods' divinities. That explains why healing magic isn't working. Marnak silently asks the mother of corruption if she can help. She replies that she can absorb the corrupted divinity, but doing so in the capital would expose her presence. Marnak concludes they will need to go to the ruins, an isolated area where divine energy can be contained safely. Carmen mentions that a priest who visited those ruins said the evil gods' divine powers there are weakening, but the process takes time, months, or even years. Arath adds that Sajita's case might take longer, but they are searching for someone who can neutralize the divinities faster. Carmen apologizes, saying he and Sajita won't be able to continue escorting Princess Dakia until they recover. Dakia tells them not to worry and to focus on healing. Marnak then explains that he and the princess will leave the capital for a few days. He has a plan to remove the evil gods' divine powers from their injuries. Carmen is surprised and hopeful. Marnak tells him to trust him. Dakia silently wonders what Marnak is planning but doesn't ask further. Before Marnak leaves, Carmen pulls him aside to talk privately. He jokes that Princess Dakia has a big heart and seems to like Marnak, telling him to take this chance. Sajita teases that he thought they were already together. Marnak quickly denies it, but the mother of corruption questions why he is even defending himself. Carmen laughs, telling him it's a great opportunity and wishes him luck. Marnak only tells them to take care of themselves before leaving. Soon after, Marnak and Dakia prepare for their journey. Dakia is excited but a little nervous, wondering if it's safe for just the two of them to travel to such a place. Still, she trusts Marnak completely and feels calm knowing she is with him. When they arrive at their meeting point, they find Priest Pridya waiting. She looks annoyed and tells Marnak she's been waiting for an eternity. Marnak remarks that she's late to find him. Pridya explains that she stopped by the palace because the Queen of the Northern Kingdom requested her help. The North has been suffering from evil god worshippers, and she agreed to assist. She tells Marnak to pack his things so they can travel north together to Igalur. Marnak refuses and explains that he has something important to do in the opposite direction. Pridya is shocked and hurt, reminding him of everything she went through for him. She asks if she heard wrong, but Marnak confirms she didn't. His words break her heart. Tears fill her eyes as she whispers that he's being cruel. She can't believe he would abandon her after everything she endured. Watching Priest Pridya crying, Marnak stops her, telling her to stop pretending, since he knows she can cry voluntarily. Pridya laughs and admits she thought her act would work. She reaches for her weapon, joking that a woman's tears are her weapon. Marnak yells for her to keep both hands on the table. She warns him not to try knocking her out and dragging her along, though it's clear she considered doing the same to him. Marnak insists everything he said is true. He cannot go with her now. But once his current duty is finished, he will return. Pridya crosses her arms, calling herself a merciful and beautiful master. She agrees to wait for him, but only if he proves he is strong enough not to get beaten up. She orders him to grab a sword and meet her in the inn's backyard immediately. Marnak obeys, and in the open yard, Pridya stands ready. She declares that she will fight using only the same strength he currently has, and his task is to come at her with everything. Marnak prepares himself but decides not to summon the Slayer, thinking it would complicate things. The fight begins, their swords clashing with precision and force. Pridya asks him what he thinks is the most important factor in becoming an expert. Marnak guesses mastery of swordsmanship and a perfectly trained body. She strikes again and tells him those are only the basics. If that was all it took, she would have become an expert long ago. She explains that the true key lies in the mind. Marnak looks confused, and Pridya teases that his puzzled face looks cute. He demands she get to the point, so she continues. She says an expert can infuse their sword with will, turning even impossible targets into things that can be cut. But to reach that level, one's mind must be completely free of outside attachments. She notices that Marnak still clings to something, an unhealthy dependence. Marnak knows she is right but can't confess the truth. He thinks about how he is bound to the mother of corruption, how each time he's resurrected, that bond deepens. Pridya gently tells him she can tell he understands what she's talking about. She admits she was happy when she found him, but her heart grew cold the moment their swords crossed. Marnak assumes it's because he's far from being an expert, but she shakes her head. She compares her feelings to those of a mother watching someone steal away her son, angry and helpless. She tells him that as long as he depends on the being he serves, trying to cut that connection would only cause his resentment. She refuses to force him away from it. Instead, she gives him a black ring, explaining that she holds the white one. It's a relic from the sacred flame sect that allows her to sense his location from afar. Marnak accepts and puts it on. He asks how she can be both an expert swordswoman and a priestess. Pridya explains that faith alone does not make someone a priest. A god must grant that authority. True experts view gods as mere objects. They aren't blinded by emotion. She reminds him that despite knowing he uses the power of an evil god, she still considers him her disciple. That's why he must reach the level of an expert, to separate his real emotions from those implanted by divine influence. Marnak realizes she has always known he's connected to an evil god. She smiles, telling him she is not an idiot. When he asks why she still chose him as her disciple despite others being more obedient and skilled, she answers without hesitation. She explains that she was raised to be a weapon of the sacred flame sect and lived in loneliness without even realizing it. Meeting Marnak changed that. The happiness she felt during their 3 years together outweighed everything else in her life. Losing him left an emptiness she couldn't bear. She admits she needs him because being with him makes her truly happy. Meanwhile, far away, chaos brews at the Illet's headquarters. Hilden is running, furious, shouting at the others for ruining the plan to kidnap the princess. The Illets turn on him, calling him a traitor and attacking. He flees, panicking, begging for someone to save him. A sudden explosion rocks the area and through the smoke steps Draco. Hilden gasps in relief, asking if he came to rescue him. Draco snaps back, telling him to stop talking nonsense and to move before he's left behind. Hilden hurriedly follows, thinking to himself that he was wrong to ever mock Draco. As they escape the burning ruins, he silently cheers, declaring all praise to the prince who just saved his life. Marnak and Dakia arrive at a quiet mountain area and notice some people standing in the distance. Dakia holds the key, realizing that this is the exact location the coordinates lead to. She wonders if these people might be mountain bandits. As Marnak steps forward, the group spots him and demands to know who he is. He introduces who has come to deal with the mountain bandits in the area. One of the men responds, ordering Marnak to surrender his weapons if he wants to enter. Marnak refuses, explaining that he cannot hand over his weapons without knowing who they really are. While observing the man's gestures, Marnak notices something unusual: his 3 fingers. He immediately realizes that the man is a mage. The man becomes shocked. Marnak asks him to bring someone more reasonable to talk to. The man becomes angry, thinking Marnak is insulting him, and attacks. Marnak swiftly dodges the strike, stating that the man is misunderstanding him. At that moment, Dakia rushes in with lightning magic and causes rainfall. Before the tension can rise further, a woman arrives, excited by the sudden rainfall. She tells her team to collect the rainwater so they won't need to travel down the mountain for water. Then she notices Marnak and Dakia and asks who they are. Marnak introduces himself and Dakia, and the woman introduces herself as Fosorina, the captain of the Royal Archaeologist team. Dakia greets her kindly and Fosorina thanks her for the rain, explaining that their mages aren't skilled in water magic. Fosorina apologizes on behalf of the man who attacked Marnak earlier, admitting that she would have fired him if he weren't a mage. Then curious, she asks how Marnak and Dakia discovered this secret place. She explains that excavation sites of ancient ruins are supposed to be top secret. Marnak explains that they followed the coordinates inscribed on the key they possessed. Fosorina becomes astonished and asks if it's the key to the ancient ruins. Excited, she asks if she can enter with them, but Marnak refuses, saying it won't be possible. Fosorina quickly clarifies that she doesn't mean to go in immediately, but hopes they will allow her to explore the ruins after they finish their business. She then asks if Marnak knows much about the ruins of the ancient empire. Marnak admits that his knowledge is average. Fosorina explains that ancient ruins are divided into two categories: those sealed in isolated spaces that require a key to access and those buried deep underground. She reveals that her team focuses on excavating the underground ones. Marnak realizes that they must be working beneath this very site. Fosorina confirms it, saying that their main goal is to study the connection between the sealed ruins and the buried ones, not to claim any treasures found inside. Marnak accepts his explanation and Fosorina expresses gratitude. Marnak then asks if more people will be coming from headquarters. Fosorina reassures him that this small group is the entire Royal Archaeologist team. Marnak finds it surprising that there are so few of them, but Fosorina explains that their organization doesn't make much profit. Most ruins are damaged, and they rarely find valuable relics, so they cannot afford a large crew. Marnak understands and concludes that this small number won't be an issue. After their discussion, Dakia uses her magic to open a pathway. Marnak and Dakia step through it. Inside, Dakia admires the beauty of the place, amazed by how breathtaking it looks. Marnak agrees but reminds her that they need to stay focused on their mission. He holds a pair of earrings in his hand and calls upon the Mother of Corruption, requesting a new authority. A brilliant light appears before him as he throws a pair of earrings into it. The divine energy surges, and the status window begins to display the increase in his divinity, first 15,232, and finally 6,379. As the process completes, a sword materializes before him, a weapon born from divine corruption. Marnak realizes that this is the Sword of Corruption, a blade powerful enough to destroy anything it touches. He feels an overwhelming energy radiating from it, stronger than anything he has ever wielded. He believes this is the authority that will finally allow him to perform powerful attacks against any enemy. However, as he grips the sword, pain surges through his hand. He feels the corruptive energy spreading into his flesh. Shocked, Marnak quickly understands it also corrupts everything it touches, even him. He wonders how he is supposed to use such a weapon. Dakia notices Marnak's injured hand and becomes worried, asking if he is all right. Marnak reassures her that it will heal soon and tells her not to worry. Suddenly, the Mother of Corruption appears before him and embraces him tightly. Marnak gently acknowledges how much she has grown and asks if his injury is causing her pain. Tears fall from her eyes as she clings to him, and Marnak comforts her, assuring her that he truly is fine. Dakia then comes up with an idea. She suggests letting the Mother of Corruption wield the sword instead, reasoning that she is agile and might not suffer the same damage Marnak did. Marnak hesitates, concerned about her safety, but eventually agrees to test it carefully. The Mother of Corruption takes the sword in her hand, but almost immediately, she throws it away in pain. Her hand burns and she starts crying. Alarmed, Marnak rushes to her side and tells her not to blame herself and vows to protect her no matter what. Dakia finds it strange. She questions why the Mother of Corruption, the very being who governs corruption, would be harmed by her own authority. Marnak suggests that it might be because the Mother has not yet fully regained her divinity. He tries to cheer her up, reminding her that she can now speak again, a sign of her strengthening power. Marnak tells her not to worry about her weakness, explaining that her presence alone gives him strength. Dakia checks on them both, ensuring that their hands have healed, and then urges them to continue forward. At Marnak's request, the Mother of Corruption summons the Corruption Giant. Marnak greets the giant, expressing hope that it has been doing well, and then hands it the Sword of Corruption to test it. The giant holds the sword, but within moments, its massive hand begins to corrode just like Marnak's. Marnak realizes with concern that even the Corruption Giant cannot withstand it. Accepting that the weapon cannot be used safely for now, Marnak decides to proceed with their mission. Dakia asks what they should do next, and Marnak suggests they observe for now since neither of them can detect traps. Dakia advises keeping the Corruption Giant close for protection. A group of monstrous creatures suddenly appears. Dakia prepares to use her magic, but Marnak tells her to wait and observe how things unfold. He explains that the giant is immune to magic-based attacks. The Corruption Giant immediately charges forward, clashing with the monsters in a violent battle. Marnak watches the fight and reflects that it was worth making the giant stronger, as its power now far surpasses what it once was. During the fight, the Mother of Corruption holds a green relic, and it begins to shine. Marnak is stunned when he notices her divine power rising sharply. The status window reflects her growing strength, showing a divinity count of 13,379. Marnak embraces her joyfully, praising her for her growth. He tells her that she is now powerful enough to be called a goddess. She has successfully united all the scattered divinities into one harmonious force. Dakia watches the two celebrate, remarking how well they get along. Dakia wonders aloud if she and Marnak could ever share that same closeness. Marnak quietly thinks that they already do. To him, Dakia is someone he can always rely on in battle. She responds shyly, flustered by his sincerity. Meanwhile, the Corruption Giant finishes off the last of the monsters, proving its strength once again. Marnak evaluates the situation and decides how best to use the divinity he has gathered. He plans to reserve 10,000 units of divinity to reinforce an authority when needed, depending on future battles. He knows that relying on an uncontrollable weapon like the Sword of Corruption in an emergency would be too dangerous. Once he's made up his mind, he calls out to the Mother of Corruption, asking her to return the giant to his hand. The giant dissolves into dark energy and merges back with him. Moments later, new monsters begin to appear, more aggressive than before. The Corruption Giant re-emerges to protect them, engaging the enemies head-on. Explosions erupt around them as the ruins shake. Marnak quickly pulls Dakia close to shield her from the blast. A massive monster steps out of the smoke, its roar echoing through the chamber. Recognizing the danger, Marnak activates the Text of Corruption. He tells her to hold on to him tightly. Then, gathering all his divine energy, he begins running at full speed through the collapsing ruins. The Corruption Giant clashes fiercely with the monstrous creature, shaking the entire area with their power. Marnak runs away from the battlefield, knowing the fight will only slow him down. Dakia looks back, worried, but Marnak assures her that the Corruption Giant will return once its task of stalling time is done. Together, they hurry through the twisting path until they finally reach a massive metal door deep inside the ruins. Marnak examines the structure and realizes it matches the coordinates they followed. He steps closer, confirming that this must be the entrance they've been looking for. As soon as they push the door open and enter, they find themselves surrounded by more monsters lurking inside the chamber. The creatures notice them immediately and charge forward, their footsteps echoing through the hall. Marnak quickly takes a stance and focuses on the incoming enemies. He tells Dakia to handle the ones on the right while he takes the left. They fight side by side, striking down waves of monsters that seem endless. Marnak's blade cuts through the attackers while Dakia's magic flares across the battlefield, bursting with bright energy. The air fills with smoke, dust, and the smell of burning flesh. When the last monster falls, Dakia lowers her staff, breathing heavily. She looks at Marnak for reassurance and he nods with approval, acknowledging her efforts. However, he notices that she has used too much magic energy and suggests taking a short rest. Before she can answer, the ground begins to tremble again. A massive shadow looms over them. The same giant monster from before has returned. Marnak reacts immediately, pulling Dakia behind him as the creature fires a barrage of glowing bullets. He shields her from the impact and braces himself. The shots finally stop, and Marnak notices that the giant has paused. It seems to have run out of ammunition. Believing it is their chance, he decides to move forward. But just as they prepare to run, the scattered bullets begin to move on their own, slowly floating back toward the giant. Marnak realizes in shock that the creature is reabsorbing its bullets to reload. The monster's weapon begins to charge again. Thinking quickly, Marnak comes up with a plan. He instructs Dakia to target the giant's weapon with an explosive spell, but only when it is about to fire. Dakia nods, focusing her remaining strength. Marnak watches the monster carefully, waiting for the perfect moment. As soon as the weapon glows, he signals her to act. A bright explosion follows. Dakia's spell strikes directly at the weapon, shattering it into molten pieces. Flames erupt across the giant's body. Marnak smiles faintly, proud of her timing. Dakia steadies herself, determined to continue despite her exhaustion. Marnak urges her to move as the burning giant collapses behind them. They push forward and reach another sealed door deeper inside the facility. Marnak tries to open it, but the mechanism refuses to move. He grows frustrated as the status window flashes in his mind, warning that no shortcuts can be taken. He realizes there's only one option left: defeating the giant completely. Time is running out, and the monster is already regenerating in the distance. Marnak tells Dakia to stay alert and follow his commands closely. He knows this will be their final stand. As the enemy starts pulling its bullets back again, he calls for Dakia's help one last time. She channels her remaining magic and releases a final burst toward the creature. The impact slows the monster down, but Marnak senses that Dakia is reaching her limit. Her strength fades as the magical glow around her disappears. Seeing no other way, Marnak draws the Sword of Corruption. Dark energy ripples through the air as he grips the handle, but his hand begins to dissolve into the same black mist. The corruption spreads faster than before, eating away at his arm. He let himself endure the pain. If the sword vanishes, they will lose everything. He charges forward, slashing at the monster with all his remaining power. The blow lands, but the giant counterattacks. Marnak is struck hard and thrown back. His body collapses, his vision fading as he feels himself falling. Just before he hits the ground, a familiar presence appears. The Mother of Corruption manifests behind him. She grasps the Sword of Corruption firmly in her hands. Without hesitation, she leaps toward the wounded giant and drives the sword deep into its core. Marnak opens his eyes and immediately checks on the Mother of Corruption. Relief floods him when he sees she is unharmed. She had moved both him and Dakia to safety, and Marnak feels grateful for her strength and sacrifice. Dakia wakes up next, confused but relieved to still be alive. Marnak helps her up and checks if she can walk. She nods, saying she feels much better after resting. They both look around and realize they have finally reached their destination. In front of them stands a large ancient door covered in strange markings. A message appears, asking a question: "What is eternally lovely?" Marnak immediately answers, recognizing the meaning behind it. The answer is Alicia. As soon as he speaks the name, the door opens with a bright light. Inside, a figure stands and it introduces itself as Silon, the Empire's best blacksmith. After encountering a Gatling gun and now a holographic AI, Marnak begins to realize how advanced the ancient empire once was. Silon congratulates them for defeating the guardian she created. She explains that only those who know her mother's name are worthy to enter. If they had answered incorrectly, they wouldn't have survived. Marnak feels a chill at the thought of how close they came to danger. But Silon welcomes them warmly, telling them to rest and recover after their difficult journey. Later, Dakia feels refreshed after taking a bath in the strange ancient facility. The bathhouse amazes her with its automatic systems that wash clothes and explain everything in the old empire's language. Silon soon returns, carrying the belongings they had dropped during their fight. Among them is Marnak's ring, which she has repaired. Marnak feels relieved. He had thought he lost it when his hand was damaged. Now he won't have to face his master's anger for losing it. Silon invites them to follow her, saying she will finally hand over the item they came for. They follow her into a massive underground chamber. The space is enormous, filled with glowing machinery and weapons from a forgotten era. Dakia is awestruck by the sight. Sillin then announces that she will give her greatest creation, her #1 piece, to one of them. Marnak volunteers to take it, but Sillin insists that the others won't be left empty-handed. She promises to make special items for them too as a reward. Sillin leads Marnak to a platform and presents him with a strange metallic bracelet. She explains that it is the last piece she ever made and instructs him to wear it on his dominant hand. As soon as he does, the bracelet adjusts perfectly to his size and emits a faint glow. Sillin warns him not to panic as it begins scanning him. Light wraps around his arm as the device registers him as its new user. She then tells him to press a button and shout the activation word. Marnak obeys, shouting "Activate," and his arm bursts into light as a metal gauntlet forms around it. He panics for a moment, but Sillin laughs, revealing that shouting wasn't actually necessary. She explains that the device, called #1, is linked to his brainwaves. He only needs to imagine what he wants it to do. Sillin instructs him to picture a small cannon firing from his hand. Marnak focuses, and a blast of mana shoots out, shaking the chamber. Sillin is proud of her masterpiece. She explains that it's a mana cannon, powered by the mana in the atmosphere. It doesn't require physical ammunition but takes about 20 minutes to recharge one shot. The cannon can store up to 3 charges at a time, meaning Marnak must be strategic when using it. She tells him that the weapon's purpose is to combine divinity and mana into one form of power, a balance that the ancient empire had long sought. She proudly declares that she succeeded. The bracelet is made of immortalium, an indestructible material that can repair itself over time. If it ever breaks, it will fix itself automatically. Marnak is astonished and tests the weapon again, then materializes his sword. The bracelet reacts, and the sword vanishes into his hand. When he wills it back, it reappears instantly. Sillin is thrilled to see that he already possesses another numbered weapon. She explains that #1 can merge with her other creations to unlock new abilities. Marnak marvels at the technology, feeling the power pulsing through his arm. The weapon, forged from divinity and mana, represents the perfect fusion of two energies once thought impossible to combine. Sillin looks proud, telling him that her masterpiece is now his to wield. Marnak holds the sword tightly as the status window flashes before him. It shows 70 seconds left before restoration becomes impossible. He feels relieved, realizing he still has some time even after defeating the giant earlier. Confident, he decides he can now use the Sword of Corruption without risk. Moments later, Dakia and the Mother of Corruption arrive. Marnak looks calm but focused, holding a new item. He has gained a bracelet that can transform into armor. Dakia notices and seems curious about what he has found. Marnak looks at her and notices something new around her neck. She has received an item that improves her mana control. It reminds her of the ring she once had, but this new accessory has no limits. It can handle all her mana without restriction. She feels excited, thinking it will be much better than her old one. Marnak feels happy seeing her satisfied and tells her he is glad she likes it. He then turns to the Mother of Corruption and asks if she dislikes her reward. Instead of answering, she quietly hands him a ring. Marnak examines it and realizes that the ring can connect their locations and even create a protective barrier once each day if needed. As he looks at it, he starts to think that maybe she felt jealous of the ring his master, Priest Pridya, had given him. He thanks her warmly and expresses his love with simple honesty. Sillin shows up and congratulates them for earning their rewards and asks if they wish to leave or stay longer. Marnak looks at Dakia and asks for her opinion. Dakia feels refreshed and tells him she wants to leave since her exhaustion has faded after the bath. Marnak agrees with her decision, saying they should leave now. Before they go, Sillin stops them and requests the key they used to enter. Dakia hesitates and looks at Marnak for guidance. Marnak remembers his promise with the archaeologist team leader but knows Sillin's nature too well. He concludes that it would be better to return the key to her. Dakia accepts his judgment and hands the key over. Sillin smiles and waves as they prepare to leave. But then, A massive hand appears from nowhere and grabs both Manhwa and DONGHUA. They struggle to understand what is happening. Ceylon explains that if they manage to collect all 10 of her numbered pieces, something very interesting will occur. Before they can ask further, the giant hand throws them out of the dungeon. Manhwa lands on the ground, realizing that Ceylon had forcibly expelled them. He looks around, slightly annoyed but not surprised. DONGHUA quickly notices the metallic smell in the air. She points out that it's blood. Manhwa senses the same and prepares himself. His expression hardens as he declares that it's time to give whoever is waiting outside a warm welcome, as the Chuman slaughterer once more. Elsewhere, a different battle unfolds. Fossarina runs with her group as monsters chase them through a narrow path. Panic spreads among her people. She realizes the end of the path is blocked. It's a dead end. There are far too many monsters for it to be random. She instantly recognizes it as an ambush and wonders why it was set up in the first place. Desperate, she demands to know where Thrawn is. One of her men tells her that he was leading at the front earlier. Angry and frustrated, Fossarina orders her men to dig deep with their magic if they want to live. When one hesitates, she shouts at him to stop complaining and do as he's told. She refuses to back down, determined to destroy the enemies before her. With fierce determination, she rushes forward and attacks the monsters. Her strikes are powerful, cutting through them easily. Two distant observers watch the dead monsters. One of them admits how incredible her strength is and notes that she must be part of the single-horned tribe. The other feels no admiration, only fear, and insists they should escape quickly before all his summoned bats die. Before they can flee, Fossarina appears behind them, furious that they even thought of running away. But before she can strike, a figure appears, telling her he doesn't need her permission to fight. Fossarina swings her hammer at him, aiming to crush him, but he narrowly blocks it. The man mocks her for being too violent, but she responds with pure aggression, telling him she intended to hurt him. She swings again, attacking with wild force, but the man uses his power to trap her in place. He seems calm as he tells her to stop acting out. One of his men steps forward and demands to know where the relic is. Fossarina refuses to answer, shouting angrily that she knows nothing. Before the man can harm her further, a sudden presence appears. Manhwa emerges from the shadows and kills one of the attackers instantly. The other turns his powers against Manhwa, but Manhwa activates the text of corruption, his dark energy flaring around him. The air trembles as the two clash violently. Manhwa stands firm, asking coldly how many of them are there. The man stares at Manhwa, unable to understand what stands before him. At that same moment, 4 bright stars fall from the heavens, crashing onto the earth. The king of the land declares the beginning of a holy war. He calls upon all who follow the will of the heavens to destroy the fallen gods. The warriors, chosen by the descending stars, unite under one name, Annihilation Crusade. They are ordered to obey without doubt or hesitation, believing every act of violence they commit is the will of God himself. Back on the battlefield, Manhwa continues his assault. He strikes down a man and demands to know how many more enemies remain. The terrified man hesitates to answer, but Manhwa's power forces the truth out of him. The man confesses that another team exists somewhere nearby and begs for mercy, and Manhwa spares him. Another fighter steps forward, ready to punish Manhwa. But before he can even make a move, Manhwa attacks again, killing him instantly, calling it a perfect murder. He turns to Fossarina, who is struggling nearby, and demands information about his next target. Fossarina, exhausted, asks him to pull her up first. She wonders if Manhwa might be more compassionate than he appears, though his strange and violent nature keeps her cautious. Once pulled up, Fossarina asks for his help, offering him anything in return if he assists her team. Manhwa refuses her offer, explaining that he kills not for others, but simply because he desires new things to destroy. Fossarina agrees to cooperate, realizing that keeping him close might be their best chance of survival. Manhwa unleashes a burst of divine power, creating a massive explosion. His status window shows an increase in divinity, showing that he has gained 2,000 points. He notices that the sword of corruption does not absorb the dead bodies around him. He decides not to use it against those who possess many fingers, understanding its limitations. He warns Fosarina that he will move at full speed from this point forward and that if she wants to live, she must guide him in the right direction. Fosarina agrees quickly, trying to match his pace. DONGHUA is also there, hiding nearby, quietly following him. Meanwhile, Fosarina's team continues to fight desperately. They cast spells and use magic to hold off enemies trying to escape the chaos. One of them urges Thran to hurry, reminding him that their captain is risking her life to buy them time. Thran tells them to stay quiet if they cannot help. He keeps focusing on his spell, determined to save the team. Soon, a strange noise echoes around them, the sound of wings flapping. Panic spreads as they realize that the bat's monsters have returned. Without wasting a moment, Thran completes his magic, opening a passage in the ground. He shouts for everyone to move quickly. The team dives into the hole as the enemy approaches, and Thran uses his magic once more to seal the entrance behind them. Breathing heavily, Thran looks around at his surviving comrades. Relief mixes with guilt as he realizes they escaped only because their captain stayed behind. He calls out for help, while his thoughts drift back to Fosarina, who sacrificed herself for them. A group of 3 people are on a mission to capture the archaeologist team. One of the girls feels frustrated that their targets managed to escape again. She complains that these people are too difficult to catch. The man leading them believes the archaeologist team is far stronger than they expected. The other girl asks if they are certain the team has the relic. The leader assures her that the higher-ups can track relics and are confident about its location. The first girl points out the real problem. The location signal isn't clear right now. The second girl adds that searching blindly is useless and mentions rumors that another group already used a relic to create a perfect incarnation. The leader doesn't seem concerned at first, but the first girl insists that they could do the same thing if they wanted to. As the leader, he stays calm and says they should continue chasing the archaeologist team for now. He then orders the second girl to open a path forward. Using her power, she calls upon a magical force to move the rocks blocking their way. Once the path is clear, they prepare to move ahead. Suddenly, bats appear and attack them. The second girl panics, confused about what's happening. The leader quickly realizes that if these monsters are here, then the other group must be in trouble. The first girl asks if they should go and help. The second girl refuses, saying the other group is full of strange people and not worth the trouble. The leader reminds them that their mission is to recover the relic, not to rescue anyone else. The first girl reluctantly agrees, and the second one supports that decision. They decide to focus only on their goal, retrieving the relic. Marnak wonders why Fosarina doesn't seem worried about her teammates who might be in danger. She explains that she doesn't even know if they are alive or dead, so there's no reason to be sad over something uncertain. As they continue walking, she points ahead, saying that their men must have gone toward the ruins. Marnak asks if she means the ancient ruins, and she confirms. She explains that this is the place where Princess Silan died. It was both her laboratory and her fortress. Fosarina begins to tell Marnak the story of the princess. During the time of the ancient empire, everything was stable under the rule of the Yongle emperor and his wife. But when it was time to choose a successor, the emperor's daughter, Silan, refused the throne. Instead, an adopted son from a close royal family was chosen to rule. At first, everything seemed peaceful. But things changed when Princess Silan created something extraordinary, the immortal. Fosarina admits that much of what she knows is based on her own theory. She believes that after the empire defeated the mages of the previous era, it became unstoppable. Yet the creation of the Immortalium gave Silan great fame. The new emperor tried to expand his army to show strength, but that move weakened his own power. People began to rally behind Silan, forming a revolutionary group that wanted her to become empress. Although the people loved her, Silan didn't want the throne, but her refusal made the people admire her even more. They believed she was wiser and purer than a ruler obsessed with authority. This admiration led to a civil war between the emperor's military and the revolutionaries. Both sides wanted to capture Silan because she was the only one who knew how to create the Immortalium. The emperor trusted that his sister would support him, while the revolutionaries were sure she would side with them. However, Sillin declared her neutrality. She didn't want power or bloodshed. But instead of respecting her wish, both sides viewed her neutrality as betrayal. They decided she was an enemy who needed to be captured. When they attacked her fortress, they were shocked by what they found. The soldiers she had created were too strong to defeat. Unable to break through her defenses, both sides made a terrible decision. They began killing innocent citizens to pressure her into surrendering. That act filled Sillin with rage. Fosarina explains that Sillin saw how both the empire and the revolutionaries had become corrupted. They had turned their greed for power into destruction, and innocent people were paying the price. Consumed by anger and despair, Sillon decided that the only way to end the war was to destroy both sides completely. She chose to eliminate the roots of the problem, both the empire and the revolutionaries. Historical texts mention that an army made of cold metal kept pouring out, which means the androids sided with Sillin. To fight against this powerful army, the emperor and the revolutionaries joined forces. Together, they used their unique resources and created a team of experts. This expert squad infiltrated Sillon's laboratory and managed to assassinate her. However, none of them returned, and no one knows why. There are no records of what happened inside, and the area was later declared restricted. No one was allowed to enter again. Marnak listens to Fosarina as she explains what happened afterward. The emperor and the revolutionaries, once united, resumed their civil war after Sillon's death. In the end, the empire completely collapsed. Marnak wonders about the artifacts Sillon once possessed, believing she had special numbered relics. Fosarina, however, is unaware of them. Marnak then realizes that if the laboratory is restricted, they are not supposed to be there. Fosarina admits it, saying that she brought her subordinates anyway, since it's an old story and most traces of the past must have already faded. The only thing that remains is the knowledge to create immortalium. Suddenly they notice a light above them. Fosarina thinks it might be her teammates and quickly asks to be let down. When they reach the area, they find her teammates already engaged in a fight with a large monster. The group is struggling, and chaos fills the place. One of the men tries to attack, but the monster retaliates and throws away his weapon. Just as the creature is about to land another strike, an explosion occurs, shocking everyone. Marnak appears at that moment, realizing that 6 of their people were lost because of the relic he had taken earlier. Fosarina rushes to question one of the surviving men about what happened to the others. The man explains that the walls suddenly shifted on their own, separating everyone. They hadn't even touched anything. He suspects that the people chasing them might have caused it. Before they can think further, the monster begins to recover. Marnak immediately steps forward to face it. He studies the creature and notices that its entire body is made from immortalium. But compared to the earlier enemies, this one isn't as skilled. Using his chainsaw blade, Marnak fights and defeats the monster. Fosarina gets frustrated and orders the rest of her team to assist instead of just watching, so they finally join in. Marnak observes the fight and realizes something important. If both weapons were made from immortalium, they would only end up damaging each other endlessly. However, his own chainsaw blade regenerates on its own, giving him a clear advantage. After a long struggle, they finally manage to survive. Fosarina feels relieved that they are still alive. Marnak turns to the mother of corruption and mentions that if they could sell this much immortalium, they would become rich. But before they can even think about collecting it, a strange smoke begins to rise. One of the men panics, assuming it's poison, but another quickly denies it. Marnak observes that the immortalium itself is melting away. He realizes that this must be Sillon's design, meant to prevent anyone from taking her creations. The melted metal turns into liquid and disappears. Marnak accepts that there's nothing they can do about it and tells everyone to move on. Rage fills him as he declares that he will destroy all the remaining metal creatures. He warns his allies that anyone who falls behind will be left behind. Without hesitation, he runs forward through the corridors, determined to wipe out metal chunks standing in their way. Those who can keep up follow closely behind, while others struggle to stay alive. DONGHUA is still following him and runs after her. Eventually, Marnak reaches another place and watches a door in front of him. From the sound of battle, he realizes that someone inside must already be fighting against Silan's army. He tightens his grip on his weapon and moves toward the noise. He enters the door and watches the girl fighting with monsters. She is tired and people are cheering for her. Marnak's mind races with confusion. He doesn't understand why an evil god worshipper would be protecting a group of archaeologists. Jamel struggles to fight off the monsters as chaos unfolds around her. She cries out for help from the people behind her, but the others hesitate, unsure of what to do. They have no weapons and feel powerless. Marnak, watching from a distance, talks about whether to intervene. He considers that letting Jamel die might be an opportunity to learn more about liberation. The hesitation among the group ends when a few decide they cannot stand by and watch. They rush forward, determined to save Jamel. Before they can reach her, Marnak steps forward and blocks their path. His voice cuts through the noise as he warns everyone to stay back, claiming Jamel as his murder target. The confused men wonder if he is a new type of monster. They quickly realize he is a human, though his shirtless appearance and strange mask make him look unnatural. Marnak charges into battle, attacking the monsters with overwhelming strength. Jamel, barely hanging on, feels relief wash over her when she sees his power. Just as Marnak's blast clears part of the battlefield, a monster sneaks up from behind. Jamel reacts quickly, using her ability to strike it down and save Marnak's life. She feels a brief moment of success, until a system-like voice echoes around them, announcing an emergency response and the deployment of an advanced artifact. Marnak pauses, confused, wondering what that means. Then, Fosarina appears with her surviving soldiers. She scolds her men for still being alive after everything. The soldiers greet her, relieved to see their captain again. Meanwhile, Jamel notices something strange radiating from Marnak. It feels like divinity. Marnak quickly realizes that the advanced artifact mentioned earlier is not connected to how they arrived in this place. He turns to Fosarina and tells her to take her men and leave, saying they will only get in his way during the upcoming fight. Fosarina hesitates but agrees. She explains that around 20 of her men are still scattered in the area and asks, almost pleading, if Marnak could save them if he comes across them. Marnak answers coldly, saying maybe. Satisfied enough with that response, Fosarina gives the order to retreat, and her men immediately follow. As the group moves out, Jamel tries to join them. Fear and exhaustion take over her as she insists that she wants to leave as well, claiming she only has a few questions for her comrades. But Marnak blocks her way and forces her to stay. His tone is sharp, leaving no room for refusal. Jamel breaks into tears, but Marnak ignores her emotions. Once she quiets down, he calls out to Dakia, telling him it is safe to come out. Dakia steps from hiding and asks if Marnak is certain the archaeologists are gone. Marnak confirms that he sent them back. Fosarina, now ready to leave, nervously states that she has seen and heard nothing, but Marnak stops her again. His cold voice threatens her life if she dares to use divinity. He still has questions and demands answers before she can go. Jamel stammers, claiming she knows nothing. Marnak begins his interrogation. He first asks how many members are in liberation. Fosarina, shaking, admits that no one knows the exact number because the group is divided into many smaller units. Marnak presses further, asking how liberation tracks the locations of relics. Jamel, trembling, explains that they use a special relic shaped like a map. Marnak orders her to take it out, but she admits she doesn't have it. The higher-ups are the ones who keep it safe. Marnak continues to question them, asking how many relics Liberation has collected so far. Jamel answers that there are 4. Marnak's suspicion grows. He recalls hearing that same number long ago from another follower of an evil god, which makes him doubt her words. He accuses her of lying, but Jamel insists that she is telling the truth. She explains that the map relic was damaged during a power struggle inside Liberation. Because of this, it now displays dozens of different coordinates at once, making it nearly impossible to know which one is real. Marnak listens carefully as she continues. She reveals that internal conflict has split Liberation into two major factions. The Karlsruhe faction seeks to destroy the gods, while the Berzio faction aims to summon them down to the mortal world. The two sides are constantly fighting for dominance. Each faction currently holds two relics, keeping the balance between them. The Karlsruhe faction recently succeeded in doing something unbelievable. They managed to bring down an actual god. Jamel shouts that she does not belong to any faction and doesn't know what's going on. Suddenly, a huge explosion shakes the area and a monstrous creature appears. The system in the monster's body activates, announcing the presence of an enemy and commanding it to eliminate without delay. Jamel pleads for permission to use her divinity, promising not to betray anyone. Marnak hesitates. He knows the safest choice would be to kill her, but something stops him. Jamel had protected the archaeologist instead of attacking him, and that bothers him. Deep down, he feels that Shantu would have wanted him to spare her. After a moment of thought, he decides to trust her, but only once. Jamel feels relieved to still be alive. Marnak then moves ahead to face the monster, but his attack fails. His sword, which had defeated many before, doesn't work this time. Then the system inside the monster speaks again, introducing itself as Terzio, the third knight. It recognizes Marnak as the successor and offers respect. Confused, Marnak demands to know what is happening. Terzio explains that it can guide him to the administrator of the laboratory. Dakia, puzzled by the situation, reminds Marnak that this is supposed to be Silon's laboratory. Marnak cautiously asks if Terzio plans to ambush them. The knight swears on its name that no harm will come to them and calls it an honor to serve the successor. As they begin to move, Jamel nervously asks what will happen to her. Marnak silently weighs the choice. He doesn't want to kill her, but keeping her alive could be risky. Dakia suggests letting her go if she wants. Jamel quickly denies knowing anyone named Giselle or Zarn, pretending she has already abandoned her former allies. Dakia mocks her act, noting she thought Jamel would actually fall for it. Marnak decides she can't be released yet. He tells Dakia that Jamel will stay with them for now, helping with chores. He also wants to question her more later. Dakia agrees, saying it's fine for Marnak to reveal his name if she's going to travel with them. Marnak removes his mask and Jamel is stunned to see who he really is, the priest Marnak. Jamel immediately recognizes him as the man who caused serious trouble for her organization. She recalls that his portrait is displayed everywhere among the Liberation faction. Fear takes over her as she wonders if he plans to kill her after he gets what he wants. Marnak tells her he has no such plan. Jamel begs for her life, promising to serve him faithfully if he spares her. Marnak accepts her offer and continues walking. Eventually they reach a massive door guarded by another machine-like being. Terzio announces their arrival and requests entry, introducing Marnak as the successor. The other monster responds that its sight sensors are damaged and asks Marnak to bring proof of his identity closer. When it feels the proof, it becomes emotional, realizing that the mother of corruption has not abandoned them. Marnak takes the chance to ask about the people trapped inside the facility. The monster reports that 24 humans remain, 2 in one group and 22 in another. It explains that the damaged soldiers are struggling to eliminate them and that Terzio is the only surviving knight out of 4. Marnak commands that the 22 people not be harmed and instead be allowed to leave safely. The monster agrees and redirects its focus toward the smaller group of 2. Hearing this, Jamel panics. She fears those 2 might be her friends, Giselle and Zarn, and pleads desperately for their safety. She promises again to be useful if they are spared. The mother of corruption inside Marnak's body grows angry at Jamel's words, but Marnak calms her down. He explains that Jamel isn't like the other evil god followers. She still cares about her friends even when she's terrified. After that, he orders the monsters to spare the other 2 humans as well. Marnak instructs them to ensure that the 2 groups don't cross paths on their way out. The monster agrees and promises to send the archaeologists toward their companions while directing the other 2 in a different direction. Before they leave, the creature hands Marnak an old relic, saying it was left behind long ago by the mother herself. Marnak looks at the new armor piece lying before him. His hand armor activates and absorbs the piece completely. Marnak feels power rushing through his legs and realizes there might be boosters now attached to him. He feels grateful but is reminded that the monsters before him serve a higher being. Mother. They tell him they gave the armor under her command. Marnak accepts this gift, though he quickly notices the monsters around him are in terrible condition. He wonders what happened to them. The lead monster explains that they were attacked by a squad of experts who tried to assassinate Mother. After a brutal battle, all knights except one named Terzio were destroyed, and almost all their soldiers were wiped out. The survivors barely managed to stay alive. They didn't win the battle in a normal sense but used their intelligence to trap the enemies, cutting off their supplies and waiting for them to die. Marnak is impressed and praises their resilience. The monster, feeling honored, asks Marnak for permission to rebuild the army of ancient soldiers in his service. Mother had been against this idea, but the monster insists that what matters now is who controls these soldiers, not who originally created them. Marnak questions their loyalty, wondering if they would truly obey him. The monster promises absolute obedience, even claiming they would give him the world if he desired it. Marnak thinks the world could turn against him at any time, and having a loyal army might be his only safeguard. He agrees to the proposal but wants to know how long it will take. The monster explains that rebuilding the full army would take 100 years. Marnak suggests reducing the number to speed up the process. The monster asks how many soldiers he needs, estimating an amount strong enough to conquer 1/8 of the empire. Marnak informs it that the empire has already fallen. The monster is shocked, realizing how much time has passed and how the world has changed. It adjusts the timeline, saying the army can be reconstructed within 50 years instead. Marnak pushes for a faster timeline, asking if a single year would be possible. The monster admits that even if it wanted to, the facility is damaged and resources are depleted. It would take at least 20 years just to prepare the necessary systems. Then, the monster suddenly regains its visual sensors. It asks Marnak why he is so desperate to rush the process. Marnak confesses that he is in danger and being hunted by the Liberation. The monster becomes alarmed, realizing its new master has powerful enemies. It promises to work faster, even if it means producing only a small portion of the army. It offers Marnak a place to rest for a year in the lab while it works, but Marnak refuses, explaining he has too much to do outside. The monster pleads with him to stay, warning that the world beyond is too dangerous. It begs for just 11 months, promising to shorten the schedule further. Marnak agrees that 11 months is manageable. The monster then reflects, the main quest that once caused it to go against its master's teachings. It recalls the Liberation's terrible act of bringing down a god and decides it cannot ignore such blasphemy. Meanwhile, far away, a group of people has captured a man and thrown him into a dark pit where a monstrous figure resides. One of them mocks the creature below, calling it a fallen god and claiming that gods aren't as powerful as they appear. Another scolds him, insisting that despite its condition, the being below still radiates divine power. The first man laughs and claims the real blasphemy isn't insulting gods, it's the act of humans pulling one down from the heavens. He believes that a true god should have dignity and grace, something the broken creature no longer possesses. He considers it nothing more than a failed being. The other man then asks about the current operations of the religious orders, mentioning the rumors of them gathering warriors for something called the Annihilation Crusade. The first man replies that those people are busy but unimportant since they don't know how to use the relics properly. Their own mission is more important, to locate the holy relics and to bring down every god they can find. The second man senses movement and becomes alert. The first one smiles, realizing that their experiment is nearing completion. The process to harness divine power from fallen gods is almost finished. The second asks if they have chosen where to begin their next phase. The first confirms that the testing region has already been decided. Their next target will be the Northern Kingdom. Marnak prepares to leave, feeling that he has something important to do. Even though he must go, he promises not to abandon the inheritance he has received. He assures the others that he will return after completing what must be done. The great monster trusts Marnak completely and promises to build a powerful army in his absence. It even declares that it will give Marnak not just the continent, but the entire dimension, once its mission is complete. At the same time, Terzio steps forward with loyalty and humility. He asks Marnak to take him along, wanting the honor of serving him. Marnak looks at Terzio's large size and hesitates, saying he might draw too much attention, but Terzio explains that he can shrink to a smaller form. He can even fit in Marnak's pocket and return to his normal size whenever needed. Hearing this, Marnak accepts him as a companion, finding the idea both useful and amusing. The mother of corruption watches, her presence still within Marnak, and he acknowledges her silently. When Marnak asks Terzio to reduce his size to human form, Terzio complies immediately, and Marnak welcomes him to the group. Terzio expresses deep honor and excitement to join him. Before they can leave, the monster informs Marnak that Terzio still needs repairs. It will take about 3 hours to fix him properly. It also mentions that the soldiers Marnak destroyed earlier have been recovered. Hearing that, Marnak feels satisfied, realizing the value of what they now possess. He jokingly asks if he can take the soldiers to sell for immortalium. The monster is surprised and asks if Marnak is struggling financially. Marnak admits he has some money but considers himself ordinary. The monster seems worried and insists that selling immortalium is unwise since it's an extremely valuable resource. Instead, it offers to mine gold and jewels for him while collecting materials. It promises to give him all the treasure buried within the continent if he waits. Marnak is stunned to learn the lab can even move on land, water, and through the skies. Although many of its systems are currently damaged, the monster assures him that it can still function once repaired. Marnak is impressed and tells it to take care of everything. The monster gratefully accepts his order, promising to do its best. It then tells him to rest while repairs continue. DONGHUA, who has been watching quietly, congratulates Marnak without fully understanding what is happening but sensing how important it all is. A few hours later, the monster finishes its work. It explains that the repair is only temporary, but Terzio should now be strong enough to fight anyone except top-level experts. Once they have more time and materials, it will upgrade Terzio to face even the strongest enemies. The monster also mentions that it has installed a communication device inside Terzio so Marnak can contact it any time. It politely asks if Marnak would reach out occasionally. Marnak agrees and the monster becomes overjoyed, vowing to make the entire world kneel before its successor. Marnak simply smiles, confident in what's ahead. Soon after, Carmen appears, fully healed and ready. She expresses gratitude to Marnak for his help, and he humbly replies that he only did what was right. DONGHUA acknowledges that Marnak has gone through a lot, relieved that things have settled for now. Carmen then asks Marnak to introduce the newcomers to the group. Marnak gathers everyone and leads them to meet Terzio, who steps forward with a calm yet commanding presence. Terzio introduces himself formally as the third knight who serves as the successor. He explains his loyalty and his role. Carmen studies him and assumes he is an android. Marnak clarifies that Terzio is not an android but a relic from the ancient empire, a powerful being created long ago. Sajida, curious and confident, steps forward and asks Marnak if she can challenge Terzio to a duel sometime. Marnak gives permission and Terzio accepts respectfully, saying he is ready to fight whenever she wishes. The tension between the two is polite but charged, both recognizing the other's strength. Meanwhile, Jamel jumps in with enthusiasm, loudly declaring her loyalty to Marnak. She insists that she will work tirelessly, even like a dog, to serve him. Her exaggerated devotion confuses Carmen, who wonders aloud if Jamel did something wrong to earn such desperation. Jamel quickly denies it, flustered and embarrassed, insisting that she's simply moved by Marnak's generosity. Still, her quick mention of gold betrays her true motive. She's motivated as much by money as admiration. A figure stands before a massive army, declaring that he will personally lead the first expedition. Their destination is the Northern Kingdom, where they plan to destroy the fallen god. The soldiers roar in excitement as the leader calls it a holy war that will mark the beginning of their divine conquest. Elsewhere, DONGHUA feels uneasy. She finds the sudden call for a crusade suspicious. Marnak agrees that something feels off. DONGHUA reflects that it has only been a week since they left the capital, yet they have already heard countless rumors of people disappearing near Beatus. She wonders what her brother might be doing there. Marnak explains that the journey to Beatus usually takes 2 to 3 weeks on foot, so they have enough time to investigate carefully. He adds that the Smiling Lord, Kalto Irimel, resides in Beatus. DONGHUA hesitates, then reveals that her father, the Smiling Lord himself, is not in his right mind. Carmen reacts with shock, asking when this began. DONGHUA explains that it has been about 3 years since her father started losing his sanity. Marnak asks who has been ruling in his place, perhaps her brother. DONGHUA shakes her head and mentions Sir Douglas Martin, a trusted knight who has been acting in her father's stead. Marnak finds it strange that someone outside the Irimel family would take such authority. DONGHUA clarifies that Sir Martin is a very close friend of her father and a man known for his honesty. Her father always spoke highly of him. Marnak still finds the situation suspicious because a man who has lost his mind shouldn't have been able to appoint anyone legally. DONGHUA explains that there was a signed document, created before her father's decline, granting Sir Martin the right to govern for 5 years in case anything happened to him. Although people doubted it at first, Sir Martin fulfilled his duties well and gained the trust of everyone over time. Jamel, nervous as always, wonders aloud if someone might have targeted the Smiling Lord deliberately. DONGHUA admits that they once considered that possibility, but all evidence suggested otherwise. Meanwhile, Marnak overhears a conversation nearby. A man is asking locals if they have seen any suspicious people lately, especially those wearing robes. A villager responds that many travelers wear robes, pointing toward 3 robed individuals already nearby. The man gives the villager a few coins, thanking him for his help and promising to stay in the area for the night. Jamel starts to panic, whispering that if the stranger recognizes her, she's finished. Marnak quietly agrees, aware that he too could be exposed. The man approaches their group and introduces himself as Admichio. He explains that he and his companion Tatiana are members of the Annihilation Crusade. He politely tells them that by their doctrine, they cannot reveal the name of their god but wishes them peace and happiness in daily life. Marnak introduces himself as Father Marnak, a priest of the goddess of preservation. Admicheo apologizes for interrupting his meal, bowing respectfully. As Marnak watches the man, the mother of corruption within him murmurs a warning. She points out something strange. Marnak cannot tell how many fingers Admicheo has. A demon usually doesn't serve as a priest, which raises a disturbing question. Could the Annihilation Crusade have done something unnatural? As Admicheo and Tatiana prepare to leave, Marnak stops them, pretending to be curious. He remarks that he has heard much about the crusade and asks what brings them to this region. Admicheo hesitates, then decides to answer. He explains that they are hunting for evil god worshippers, the ones responsible for the recent disappearances and dark incidents. Feigning outrage, Marnak loudly condemns the worshippers, declaring that such people deserve to be torn apart. He then asks how Admicheo and his companion can identify who belongs to these evil sects. Admicheo tells him that the gods have blessed their crusade with divine assistance. 4 angels have descended to the mortal world, acting as emissaries of the gods. These angels guide them, revealing the presence of heretics wherever they hide. Marnak freezes for a moment as the words sink in. 4 angels, manifestations of divine power and destruction, have come down to the world. He realizes this is no ordinary event. The arrival of the angels signals that something much greater is unfolding. Admicheo speaks with passion, saying that the Annihilation Crusade will march alongside these angels to purify the land. It is, in his words, a glorious holy war blessed by heaven itself. His eyes shine with fanatic devotion. As the Crusaders leave, Marnak sits quietly, his mind racing. He feels the weight of what he just learned. The descent of 4 angels means the gods are moving directly, and a holy war is about to consume the continent. He looks toward the northern sky, realizing that everything he has done so far was only a prelude. The pieces are falling into place, and the true stage is about to begin. Inside his mind, the mother of corruption stirs, whispering with excitement. Marnak clenches his fist, his thoughts steady. The long-foretold event is finally here. The main quest has begun. Late at night, Dakia comes to meet Marnak. The mother of corruption also present there, watching. Dakia explains that she wants to talk about their future plans. Outside, Jamel spots Dakia going into Marnak's room. She assumes that the two of them are having a private moment and convinces herself that Marnak is plotting to take over the Iramel household. She decides she can use this situation to her advantage later, thinking that he might become her source of wealth. Inside, Marnak turns to Dakia and asks what she wishes to discuss. Dakia opens up about her past. Since childhood, she has dreamed of becoming the head of her family. Many people look down on her for being a mage, but she worked tirelessly to prove them wrong. She studied hard and trained in swordsmanship, determined to become a wise and capable leader. She admits that, deep down, she wanted to earn the recognition of her father and her brother, even though her brother always seemed to despise her. When Marnak asks why, Dakia reveals a painful truth. Their mother died giving birth to her. During childbirth, her mother had to choose between her own life and the baby's, and chose to save Dakia. Because of that, her brother always blamed her, calling her a monster and accusing her of killing their mother. Marnak reassures her, telling her that it was not her fault. It was never her choice to be born a mage, nor her fault that her mother passed away. Dakia admits she expected him to say that, and continues explaining. After her father lost his sanity, her brother took over his duties. From that moment, he made sure she could never gain any real power in the household. Even her engagement was arranged to weaken her standing further, and most of the family supported it. Unable to change anything, Dakia went into hiding, hoping her engagement would eventually be nullified. She explains that even if she were to return now, there is not much she can do. When Marnak asks if she suspects her brother was behind her recent kidnapping, Dakia responds that it probably wasn't him directly, but someone who wanted to resolve the family's internal conflict through her forced marriage. She admits that she doesn't want to marry someone she has never met. Marnak then questions why she asked for their help if she doesn't intend to return. Dakia explains that she cannot defeat her brother on her own, but kidnapping the daughter of the Smiling Lord is a severe crime. She hoped to use that fact as leverage to cancel her engagement. When Marnak asks what she is truly worried about, Dakia confesses her doubts. She isn't sure whether becoming the head of the household is something she still wants. She feels unprepared to lead anyone and admits that traveling with Marnak has brought her peace. She wonders if she should fight her brother for power or simply take her inheritance and stay by Marnak's side. Marnak tells her that no one is born a leader. Becoming the head of a family can bring many difficulties, but he believes she has the potential to grow into a great leader. He reminds her that she is not the kind of person who surrenders to fate. Dakia blushes at his encouragement, feeling embarrassed yet touched. Marnak then tells her that he will not give her an answer to her question, because it's something she must decide on her own. Choices made by others often lead to regret, but choices made by oneself build strength. Dakia understands, thanking him and preparing to leave. 10 days later, the group continues their journey through a harsh snowy landscape. Dakia, exhausted, asks Marnak if they are almost at their destination. He spots a village up ahead and assures her that they are close. Dakia feels relieved, grateful to finally see signs of civilization after such a long and difficult journey. Carmen cheers up as well, mentioning that it has been 3 days since they last had proper food. Marnak reminds them that they survived by hunting and insists that things weren't as dire as they claim. He notes that it's been 10 full days since they last saw a town and decides that the group needs rest. Their first task is to find an inn. As they approach the quiet village covered in snow, Marnak notices the locals. Something about them feels off. The mother of corruption speaks, warning him. He focuses on their hands and suddenly realizes that something is wrong. He cannot see how many fingers the villagers have. Marnak and his group arrive at a strange village. While walking through, Marnak suddenly stops. Carmen notices it and becomes concerned. Marnak explains that something about the place feels wrong. He believes this village is not an ordinary one. His instincts tell him there might be a hidden connection to the evil god worshippers. Carmen considers his words carefully. She thinks it could be possible that the village hides something dark. Marnak reflects silently that it's impossible for every villager to be a demon or part of the Annihilation Crusade. DONGHUA suggests they should split up and investigate until sunset. Carmen agrees, saying they can't just ignore the situation if there's even a slight connection to the evil god worshippers. Since the village is large, she proposes dividing into 3 teams of 2. Marnak quickly forms the teams. He pairs himself with Jamel, assigns Tercio with the princess, and places Carmen with Sajida. Carmen approves, saying the arrangement feels balanced. Jamel accepts the decision with enthusiasm, while DONGHUA quietly agrees to the plan. With that settled, Carmen signals everyone to move out and begin the investigation. After the groups separate, DONGHUA approaches Marnak privately. She observes that he still doesn't fully trust Jamel and assumes that's why he decided to team up with her. Marnak admits that she is right. DONGHUA reassures him, saying she feels like he doesn't really need to worry about Jamel. Marnak agrees, though he confesses that he hopes it stays that way. DONGHUA smiles faintly and tells him that next time, he has to team up with her instead. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, 2 men talk. One asks the other if anything strange has been happening. The villager nervously explains that many people have gone missing lately. He confesses that he's so worried he can't sleep or even focus on work. Elsewhere, Jamel and Marnak continue their investigation. Jamel informs Marnak that she has been hearing the same story from every villager they meet. Marnak agrees and notes that none of them seem to be lying. Jamel hesitates but then asks Marnak why he thought this village was connected to the evil god worshippers in the first place. Marnak explains that the god he worships sensed something suspicious about the village. Jamel is shocked to learn that Marnak can directly communicate with his god. She begins to speak excitedly, but Marnak cuts her off sharply, warning her to watch what she says. He reminds her that if anyone overhears, it could be dangerous. He tells her that if she ever intends to kill someone, she must get his permission first. Jamel immediately agrees. Marnak looks up at the sky and notices the sun is beginning to set. He decides they should meet the village miller before dark. He explains that millers often handle taxes, so they might know more about what's going on than the ordinary citizens. When they find the miller, he looks nervous and tired. He confirms that there have indeed been many disappearances. He says almost the same thing every other villager said before him. Marnak listens carefully and begins to think. Every person in this village repeats the same story, almost like they were all programmed to say it. The miller then mentions that the village chief lives nearby. Before Marnak can ask anything else, the man suddenly twitches. His body distorts and grotesquely transforms into a monster. Marnak immediately draws his weapon and prepares for battle. The creature lunges at him, but Marnak moves fast, striking with precision. The fight is intense, but Marnak manages to overpower the creature and knocks it to the ground. He looks at the monster's lifeless body and starts thinking about everything he has seen. Every villager talked about missing people, yet none of them mentioned who exactly disappeared. That detail now seems suspicious. Marnak realizes the horrifying truth. These villagers might actually be the missing people themselves. They are likely being controlled by a parasitic creature that takes over their bodies. Jamel appears beside him, looking terrified. Marnak explains to her that the monster they just fought is a parasitic being. He believes that everyone in the village has already been captured and transformed by similar creatures. The village isn't normal at all, it's a trap filled with disguised hosts. Suddenly, Marnak notices a bright light glowing in the distance. He instantly recognizes the color and energy of the magic. It belongs to DONGHUA. His expression tightens as he realizes something must have gone terribly wrong for her to use a spell of that magnitude. Meanwhile, DONGHUA is engaged in a fierce fight with a dangerous monster. Marnak notices more monsters appearing from every direction. Realizing they don't have time, he quickly tells Jamel to follow him. Both of them run through the chaos as the monsters close in behind. Meanwhile, one of the enemies focuses on Dakia. The creature calls himself an entity chosen by a god and seems obsessed with Dakia's golden eyes. He talks about how her beauty excites him and how he is glad she wasn't infected like the others. Dakia demands to know what he wants and where his strange power comes from. The monster explains that his strength was granted by a god who descended to Earth and reveals that all he truly desires is to hold her in his arms. Disgusted, Dakia attacks with her weapon, striking at him with fierce energy. The creature laughs, mocking her reaction, and says that she will eventually belong to him. He admits that he has always wanted to embrace a woman with silver hair and golden eyes. Before Dakia can strike again, a massive explosion shakes the entire area. From within the smoke and rubble, the monster steps forward and reveals his name, Koroth the Despised, the fourth disciple of the fallen god. Terzio quickly moves beside Dakia and warns her that the enemy is faster than expected. Dakia prepares to use her magic to slow him down, but Terzio stops her. He insists on staying behind to stall Koroth and tells her to find the successor, Marnak, as fast as possible. Dakia hesitates but agrees. Terzio reminds her that his body is made from immortalium, a material that cannot decay, and that he exists to destroy his master's enemies, not to retreat from them. Dakia nods and rushes away, determined to bring Marnak back. Koroth moves forward, chasing after her, declaring that this town belongs to him and that she cannot escape. Dakia keeps running, shouting that once Marnak arrives, Koroth will be finished. The monster laughs and taunts her for resisting. But Terzio steps between them, blocking Koroth's path. He warns the disciple not to take another step. Koroth sneers, calling Terzio a mere knight trying to protect a princess. Terzio stands his ground and declares that he is not here to stop the enemy but to end him completely. The two clash violently. Koroth swings with divine strength, tearing through the ground, but Terzio meets every blow head-on. Sparks explode as steel collides with godly power. Koroth grows irritated and accuses Terzio of arrogance, saying the same tricks won't work twice. He releases a surge of divine energy, but Terzio doesn't back down. He fights fiercely, his immortalium body glowing from the heat of impact. He declares that as long as he stands, Koroth will never advance another step. Koroth roars that Terzio is nothing but a mortal trying to defy divine authority. Terzio, unfazed, fights with even greater determination, promising to kill Koroth as many times as it takes. But the disciple smirks, claiming that Terzio's strength means nothing against the power of a god. Suddenly, Terzio glances down and notices strange marks spreading across his body. He realizes too late that something is wrong. Koroth laughs and tells him never to forget the power of a god's disciple. At that moment, a bright flash cuts through the battlefield. Marnak appears, his sword glowing with divine energy. Without hesitation, he strikes directly at Koroth, interrupting the disciple's attack. The ground shatters under the force of the blow. Marnak stands on top of Koroth with ethereal light bursting out of his saber. He focuses on Koroth as the disgusting beast wonders what the hell is going on. Dakia smiles and smugly says that he is done for now that Marnak is finally here. Marnak notices that the rate of spread of corruption is too low, and if he keeps it up, the glove will break sooner than this beast's head. Maybe it's not a disciple after all. He tells Dakia to go look for the other members of their team. They immediately run off, and he also asks Jamil to bring Terzio to him. Jamil runs away in her golem, and Dakia wonders if she can help with anything else. Marnak smiles, and the glove is already at 83% of corruption rate. Koroth is no longer smug and starts sweating. Jamil arrives holding Terzio like a trophy. She sets him down and immediately leaves with the princess. Marnak smiles, promising to catch up later. He looks at Jamil, and the princess walks away happily. With enough distance between them, he activates his hole of corruption. Darkness envelops them as if night has fallen. Terzio finds himself free from the maggot infestation he was suffering. He looks at his joints and is already moving. He thanks Marnak, although he is a bit ashamed that he couldn't take care of the atomy. Marnak tells him not to feel too bad. He has outdone himself in reality, so he should get up. The fight is not yet over. They face the disgusting creature in front of them. Koroth is on the verge of a meltdown. He yells that it hurts and burns his flesh. What the hell is happening to his body? Marnak just smiles and whips out his obsidian chainsaw. He tells Koroth that he doesn't need to answer any questions. All he needs to do is this. And this is where he dies. And he has no intentions of dispensing mercy today. So he should just accept his death and move on. Koroth smugly vows that he will destroy Marnak in a single blast. Marnak calls out to the mother of corruption to imbue his blade with her darkness. A voice echoes, whispering murder. Wisps of darkness swirl around Koroth as it yells to them to die. But the darkness decays its flesh. Marnak clenches his fist and punches Koroth in the gut, sending him flying several feet away. Koroth can't believe that he's being manhandled like a doll. He calls them bastards. But Marnak doesn't flinch, and in his monster form, he rushes forward, blade in hand, ready to pierce this disgusting piece of decayed flesh. Koroth yells that he won't be defeated in such a way, and immediately spears of flesh shoot out of its body, each one impaling Marnak. But Marnak just smiles in response. That smile turns into a blood-curdling laugh as he saws through Koroth's neck, cutting away its jugular. But Marnak wonders why he's not dead. Koroth hits him with an attack of desperation, a torrent of tendrils slamming into him. Koroth is pissed and calls them bastards, vowing to show them the true power of a disciple. But Marnak just looks at him coldly, saying that it won't be happening. Koroth wonders if this boy is out of his mind. But Marnak just calls out to the mother. Suddenly, the sword of corruption, divinity, increases a whole lot. A voice echoes, claiming murder. A bright light bursts in front of Marnak as he brings out his blade of corruption. He notices it's gotten shorter as he has gotten stronger, but this is more than enough. Marnak grins and gets ready to stab him multiple times. Koroth yells, does he really know that this little toothpick won't put a dent in him? But Marnak just smiles. It looks like he's never fought properly before. He doesn't intend to let him transform. Koroth can't believe what he's hearing. Marnak is just going to ignore the #1 rule of Shunin, not to interrupt his opponent when he's transforming. A bright column of emerald light bursts around Marnak as he tells the grotesque creature to pay his respects to the mother of corruption. In a single strike, he cleaves the grotesque monster, and a voice cheers for him, calling him a murderer. Marnak tells the mother to calm down. He understands she is upset that they weren't able to take the disciples' divinity, but he has his eyes set on something else, something greater. The murder whispers murder, almost curiously. The knights roaming around the city notice a dark remnant of a dirt monster. They yell to their brothers to raise their weapons to hunt this creature, but they don't know that the creature is just next to them. A gigantic moth monster, known as the revered Adora. They look at the monster, towering and intimidating, and tell everyone to raise their weapons. The moth monster just laughs, flapping its wings, saying they can't do anything to Adora. One of them glances at Adora, proud to have found such an amazing disciple. Still, why did it have to be a flying type? Adora's voice crackles, mocking them. Where did their ambition go? Weren't they here to kill her? Or will they just run to their god and cry? The insult infuriates one of the disciples. How dare they mock their goddess? A crimson aura bursts around him. Adora tilts her head, wondering who the hell this guy is. The newcomer yells that he'll turn the monster to ash. The priest smiles, telling the 4th star disciple to protect them with his life. But Adora doesn't care who he is. The monster screeches in rage, crying about where the gods were when she needed help. Now they just want to hunt her down. The 4th disciple orders the monster to shut up and fires his spear. It misses by a few inches. Adora realizes he's way stronger than expected, but the disciple isn't done. He rushes forward with another spear, yelling for her to burn. Panic hits Adora. If this one lands, she's done for. The spear shoots through the air like a missile, splitting the monster in half. But it's a trick. Adora tries to escape by changing form. The disciple chases after her, flying at breakneck speed, shouting that he won't let a moth monster get away. Adora cries, lamenting that just when life started to get better, she has to die here. Flames swirl around her as knights yell to avenge their fallen comrades. Someone hears horses approaching. They turn to see a knight grabbing Adora and fleeing. but the fourth disciple gives chase, ordering them to stop. The woman holding Adora ignores him, determined to escape. Adora shouts that she'll be back for revenge. The fourth disciple freezes, and the flames around him slowly die out. Inside a deserted cavern, the centaur tells Adora that Koroth is dead. She's stunned. The perverted one? Gone? Then what about the relic in his head? She closes her eyes, realizing someone must have taken it. Marnak smiles, picking up a coin. There's something strange inside his relic. He asks the mother if she feels it too. Days later, he manages to locate the mother's relic but can't retrieve it. Staring at the coin, he wonders why it holds another god's divinity. Did someone steal it or absorb it? If that's true, then why divide the power and seal it like this? The mother of corruption tells him to put it away. He agrees. He'll need to find another fragment with the same divinity. They can't take Koroth, but since he has some divinity left, she shouldn't bother. He checks his stats. His divinity has jumped from 5,000 to 13,000. Dakia asks what he's talking about, but he just smiles, thinking back to what happened a few days ago. Dakia guesses he means the village massacre. Marnak wonders why the mother is reacting so strongly. That village was under Aramel's family, so maybe she feels responsible. Dakia vows to ask her brother why their territory ended up in that state. Marnak suggests asking Sir Martin. She shakes her head. Sir Martin is doing his best, but she still doesn't understand why her brother is silent when he was trying to expand his influence. Jamel looks ahead and points. She can see it, Betis, a massive castle standing tall in the icy wasteland. The group is ready to go in and drink their fill. Marnak teases Dakia, asking if she wants to join in. She coughs, saying they can announce their arrival tomorrow. Since Carmen's paying, they might as well get drunk tonight. Marnak grins. Looks like they'll be partying. Later, inside a bar, a fat man enjoys his drink while his companion frowns beside him, furious and impatient. He wonders when that bastard will finally show up. Marnak and his party enter the castle. Carmen wonders if they have any good places to visit. He's been here before, but never stopped by the bar. Dakia smiles shyly, admitting she's never been out either. It's kind of embarrassing. Carmen laughs and tells her not to worry. They'll ask around. He chats with the locals, trying to find the best spot to grab a drink. Dakia watches him, full of energy, and can't help but feel a bit envious. Marnak notices and tells her it's not like that. He remembers the quiet nights by the bonfire with Carmen, staring at the relic in silence. Everyone hides their darkness somewhere. Dakia suspects he knows more about Carmen's past, but he decides to keep it to himself. Some stories aren't his to tell. Jamel giggles and declares they've found their new drinking spot. Everyone cheers and raises a toast to their great father Marnak. Hearing his name chanted makes Marnak smile. It feels strangely nice. Jamel chugs her drink first, calling Marnak her little investment and claiming she'll be rich one day. Moments later, she slams her gauntlet on the table and passes out cold. Marnak shakes his head. She drank everything she could. Carmen and his buddy are still pacing themselves, while Marnak glances at Dakia. She's flushed but steady, holding her head with a soft smile. Marnak teases her, but suddenly Dakia's face goes pale. She yells that she's going to throw up. Marnak quickly grabs her and rushes her outside. He promises to find her somewhere to hurl. Dakia spots a barrel nearby, desperate. Marnak drags it over just in time, but before she can use it, a strange voice calls out Marnak's name. He freezes. Who the hell is that? He turns and sees a red-haired youth with sharp, pointy ears. Marnak can't place him. As tension rises, Dakia grabs the barrel and throws up anyway. Marnak sighs and pats the barrel. You good? He asks gently. The youth glares, annoyed at being ignored during his dramatic reveal. Dakia groans, swearing she'll never drink again. Marnak wraps an arm around her shoulder, smiling softly. That small gesture makes the youth's face twist with rage. Dakia, still dazed, teases Marnak to carry her to her room. The red-haired kid explodes, calling them bastards. His chubby companion tries to calm him, but he's fuming. Marnak blinks, confused. Why is this sassy lost child trying to pick a fight? The youth yells again, demanding, How dare he seduce the princess? Marnak stares at him blankly. You're mistaken, he says. The youth accuses him of lying, claiming he must have tainted her with his stupid grin. The fatty beside him warns the prince to mind his tongue before he causes a scene. The prince, Vatis, grits his teeth, shaking with anger. Marnak sees the chaos brewing and decides it's his cue to leave. As Vatis crashes out, his attendant tries to calm him, swearing vengeance. Marnak uses the distraction to slip away, carrying Dakia in his arms. He exhales in relief once they're out of sight. That was the Dragon Kingdom's prince, no doubt about it. The Dragon Kingdom, far in the east, is ruled by draconic humans. Their bloodline is sacred, and even in-game, starting as one gives huge buffs. They're respected everywhere. So why is one of them calling Marnak a son of a gun? He decides not to stick around to find out. He just needs to get Dakia somewhere safe. But thoughts spiral in his mind. Will Dakia abandon her position to follow him? Or will the gods notice her presence and send angels after him? The worries pile up as he orders a napkin and cold water for her. Looking at Dakia slumped over, wasted, Marnak feels the world closing in. The dragon prince, the angels, the relic, everything feels too much. Then a calm voice cuts through the noise, telling him to take a sip of water. Marnak looks at Dakia, barely conscious, trying to rest. He smiles softly and tries to make her drink, but she's completely out. A shadow looms behind him. Marnak turns, and his breath catches. The man standing there looks eerily similar to Dakia, like her reflection twisted into human form. Marnak freezes. Why in the world is he here? The man just stands there watching Dakia. This man is Durso, Dakia's brother. He's probably here to see the Dragon Kingdom's prince, but the man fixates his eyes on Marnak, walking slowly towards the disciple of corruption. Without saying a word, he passes by, saying that she hasn't changed a bit. Marnak doesn't move as the prince just turns to leave. The sun rises and the entire squad is suffering from a massive hangover. Well, everyone except for Marnak, Terzio, and Sajida. Carmen can't believe that Sajida is fine after drinking an entire barrel by himself. They're a bit envious of his tolerance. While they're dying from the inside out, he's having French toast. It looks like Carmen has jinxed his bro as he collapses face first into his French toast plate. Carmen laughs that he has won the contest and immediately passes out as well. Marnak realizes that they all drank to their fill. Dakia wonders if he's busy today, and Marnak smiles. They don't have anything on the schedule, so it's okay to take the day off. Terzio is tending to Sajita. Dakia wonders what he wants to do then, and just then Jamel interrupts them by yawning. She wonders if there's a smell of alcohol and how much they drink. Marnak grins. It looks like they drank to the point of no return. Jamel immediately tells them she's going back to sleep. Today is a rest day for everyone. Marnak just smiles and she wonders if she smells like alcohol as well. Marnak agrees and Dakia can take it. She decides to go to the bank in the afternoon instead of right now, and she will give him the gold she promised. Marnak's face immediately lights up, and a familiar voice whispers murder into his ear. Dakia can't believe what she's hearing. The banker tells her that the account she's trying to access falls under the Remill household name and it's frozen. She yells that this is not the household safe. This is her personal one, and who banned it? The banker nervously says it's Sir Douglas Martin. She grits her teeth in frustration and tells Marnak that it looks like they're going to have to see Sir Martin. A familiar voice chimes in with murder. Marnak just smiles. He'll be right behind her. The maids say that he has taken over the responsibilities of a lord ever since the smiling lord lost his mind. They are escorted towards a study where Sir Martin looks at Dakia coldly, saying it looks like she's doing well. Maybe her time away from home was a fun little adventure and that lightens the burden in his heart. Dakia calls him acting lord and Sir Martin tells her not to call him that. She can call him Sir Martin like before, but Dakia is furious. She still calls him acting lord, and Sir Martin realizes that there's an issue between them. Dakia wonders why he would feel that way. Maybe he's guilty about something. The familiar voice in his mind echoes murder over and over again as Marnak is glad that the mother can't speak these thoughts out loud. Sir Martin wonders if she's pissed about him banning her personal safe. Dakia, trembling with fury, wonders why he did that. Sir Martin says that she might never have returned to the estate if he hadn't done that. He turns his attention to Marnak, asking for his name. Marnak smiles, saying that he serves the goddess of preservation. Sir Martin wonders if that's all he is. He calls him a demon slayer. Kelton's evil spirits are Nemesis and Iradeko's savior. It looks like he's quite well known around these parts. Marnak just tells them that they're all rumors, and they just grow when they're talked about. Sir Martin slowly gets out of his chair. He's done a lot less than what he's been hearing through the rumors. Sir Martin tells him not to be so humble. It doesn't matter if they're small or big achievements. All he knows is that he has done some good. That being said, the smiling lord wishes to see him. Marnak wasn't expecting this response. The fatty calmly sips his tea when a pitcher crashes inches from him. He does not even blink. He is used to his lord's temper tantrums. The prince lies in bed, throwing things like a child, shouting that he should have ripped Marnak apart right then and there. He keeps losing his mind, wondering why his fatty friend had to stop him. The wise fatty tells him that if he had done that, he would never have gotten the results he wanted. All he needs is the princess's status. If rumors spread that she is with the priest, it will ruin his image. The prince yells that he already knows that, but watching his fiancée in another man's arms is sickening. His serpent-bright eyes glow with malice as he asks if they should kill the priest in his sleep. No one would ever know. Fatty pours another cup of tea, telling him to relax and remember that patience is the way of winners. Inside, though, he is panicking. He knows Marnak's strength and remembers what happened in the eastern region. Marnak is not someone to underestimate. He pictures that quiet smile, the obsidian chainsaw in Marnak's grip, and it sends a shiver down his spine. A knock on the door interrupts him. The prince demands to know who it is. A voice answers that the princess has returned to the mansion. His mood changes instantly. He jumps out of bed and straightens his hair, asking where she is now. The butler replies that she is heading to Sir Martin's office. The fatty sighs and asks what his lord is planning. The prince grins, saying he is going to see his fiancée. He did not get to talk to her before, so now is the time. His friend warns him not to go. The prince ignores him and turns to the butler, asking if the princess is alone. The butler replies that she is with a priest named Marnak. The name alone almost gives the prince a stroke. He screams at the heavens, cursing that god-forsaken priest. Why is he always with his fiancée? While the prince melts down, Marnak walks down the marble corridor, led by a maid. She stops before a pair of tall doors and says the lord awaits beyond them. From here on, he is on his own. Marnak grips the handle, his mind racing. He wonders why the head of the house wants to meet him. Sir Martin never said a word, and the old man is supposed to be senile. Inside, a voice greets him warmly. An old man sits by the fire, with silver hair and amber eyes just like Dakia's. Marnak bows, trying to stay composed. The smiling lord says he recently regained his senses and wanted to talk. He used Martin's power to look into Marnak and heard that he is a hero straight out of legend. Marnak laughs awkwardly and says he only did what he had to. The old man pauses before asking about his relationship with his daughter. Marnak almost chokes and waves his hands, stammering that it is not what he thinks. The lord says she often visits his room wearing rather comfortable clothing. Marnak coughs violently and struggles to find words. He cannot explain the mother of corruption, and he has no idea how the old man knows. The lord suddenly smiles and says it is good. Marnak freezes in confusion. The old man continues, explaining that he wants Marnak to take his daughter and leave this place. He wants them to run away and live a happy life. He will support them until the end of their days, under one condition. She must never return to Betis. Marnak's eyes widen. It is an offer most people would die for. Yet he sighs and shakes his head. The old man asks why, saying it is the best path. Dakia is beautiful and capable, and she deserves peace. He imagines her in a wedding dress, smiling beside Marnak. Marnak looks into the fire, its quiet flames reflecting in his eyes. He says softly that whatever Dakia chooses, he will stand by her. If she wants to be a lord, he will cheer her on. If she wants to run, he will walk beside her, but it is her decision, not his. The old man's face softens. Marnak adds that if he truly wants her gone, he will have to ask her himself. The door creaks open, and a furious voice yells that she does not want to. The prince is gripping Dakia's cloak while she shoves him away, shouting that she never wanted to marry him in the first place. Marnak stands there awkwardly, wondering what kind of mess he just walked into. Dakia's face softens when she spots him. She greets Marnak with a smile and asks if he is done with his meeting before turning back to the prince. She apologizes about the engagement and tells him to have a good day. The prince's expression twists into pure rage. Flames of resentment flicker in his eyes as he demands to know how she can throw away their engagement like it means nothing. He pushes his attendant aside and steps toward Marnak, warning him to stay away from his fiancée. Dakia blocks his path and yells that she would not marry him even if he were the last man alive. The prince freezes, wounded and confused. He asks why. She sighs, saying he is not lacking in anything, but she simply does not want to get married. The poor man tries to recover his pride, offering to at least share a meal. She refuses again. He suggests another date, but she coldly says no. It becomes clear that nothing will change her mind. Marnak feels the tension rising. The mother of corruption whispers the word murder inside his head. To ease the moment, he pulls out a poster for a new theater show. He tells Dakia that a famous singer named Adora is performing soon, and maybe they can go see it together. Dakia cuts him off sharply, saying she has already seen that singer. The prince blinks in disbelief, reminding her that Adora's first show is still 3 days away. Dakia snaps that all singers are the same, and she has no interest in being entertained anymore. The rejection twists the prince's heartbreak into fury. He shouts that she is rejecting him because of that damned priest. Dakia spreads her arms and says it has nothing to do with Marnak, but the prince refuses to believe her. He accuses her of visiting Marnak's room every night. The mother's voice echoes again, and Marnak winces. Since when has that rumor started? He tries to explain that it is not what it seems, but the prince is too far gone. He glares at Marnak as if he were the worst scum alive. Dakia steps forward, defending Marnak with fire in her eyes. She says Father Marnak is a good man who lives for others. He never hesitates to save anyone, even through pain. He even rescued her from kidnappers, and she will not stand by while a spoiled prince insults him. She raises her hand and swears on her goddess to nullify her engagement with the Dragon Kingdom's prince. The vow will hold as long as the flower of Aramel does not wilt. The prince's face turns pale with rage. He mutters that if that is how it is, he might as well burn her entire house to the ground. Before things can escalate, another voice joins in. Derso, the Prince of Darkness, walks forward and tells the Dragon Prince to calm down. He reminds Dakia not to swear carelessly on their house's name. The Dragon Prince shouts that Derso promised him a princess. Derso shrugs, saying he only promised that he could take her if he could. So why complain about his own failure? That single line makes the prince shake with anger. Derso warns him not to raise his voice in his own home, or he will inform the demonic Dragon King about his tantrum. The prince goes silent, gritting his teeth, and orders his attendant to leave. Dakia calls after him, shouting that the king should hear everything. Derso turns to her, cold as ice, saying he was only trying to protect her. She accuses him of thinking only about himself, but he cuts her down, saying that if he had truly wanted to kidnap her, she would not be standing here. She should be grateful that he has a soft spot for family. He tells her and Marnak to leave Beatus within 3 days. Otherwise, things will get ugly. As they walk away, Dakia curses under her breath, calling him a bastard. She wonders aloud how they are supposed to leave the city in 3 days. She turns to Marnak, asking if she can blast her brother with a spell. Marnak says she might actually kill him if she tries. The mother's voice whispers murder, and Marnak nods. Both her father and brother are telling them to run, and that cannot be a coincidence. Their attention shifts when they see Jamel being dragged away in chains. Marnak stares, asking what is happening. Derso appears again, his eyes sharp and calm, and tells them that someone has accused Jamel of being a worshipper of evil spirits. They've been hearing rumors about evil spirit worshippers running wild, but Dakia never expected the guards to start arresting people on sight. She also heard that the Annihilation Crusade was stationed nearby. Marnak wonders what will happen to a captured worshipper. Dakia nervously looks away. They'll probably hand her over to the Crusade, who will torture her for information until she dies. Marnak's eyes burn with anger. The crusade hunts worshippers who lack divine power, detecting them through traces of evil divinity in their bodies. If that's true, then he might be in danger. Dakia notices his silence and asks if he has a plan. Marnak grins. Maybe he does, but it won't be easy. He asks the mother if she'll help him hide Jamel. A voice suddenly yells, "Murder!" Inside a dark cell crawling with rats, Jamel sits with her back to the wall. She became a priestess by chance, not choice, and never wanted to serve an evil spirit. Orphaned and alone, she was taken in by them. Now she wonders if following Marnak was a mistake. Wasn't he supposed to be her last hope? Her thoughts spiral until her eyes fill with tears. A rat scurries close as two shadows appear. It's Giselle and Zorn, her friends. Relief washes over her, but their expressions are cold. Something feels wrong. Were they the ones who turned her in? Before she can ask, they call her a traitor. While she lived comfortably, they were fighting for their lives. Jamel pleads that they're mistaken. She worked hard to save them, and if she hadn't asked Marnak for help, they would have died. But Giselle scoffs. How could a priest control the ancient empire's weapons? Jamel insists it's true. After they were separated, she found an excavation squad with silver soldiers. She had to ask them for directions and couldn't let them die, so she helped. Then Marnak appeared and fought the soldiers for her. Zorn frowns. That makes no sense. If Marnak could control the soldiers, why would he fight them? Jamel shouts that it was before he gained that power. After the battle, a silver soldier twice his size kneeled and called him a successor. He was the ancient empire's prince. But her words only make them angrier. Giselle mocks her story about successors and princesses. She didn't know Jamel had become such an imaginative liar. Jamel cries that she's telling the truth. If they don't believe her, why didn't they come find her after the ruins? Have they been with Liberatio all this time? Her words make Giselle furious. That's the definition of a traitor. She's been watching Jamel since they arrived in Betis. Marnak never forced her to stay. She followed him like a loyal pet. Jamel insists she had no choice. Marnak would have killed her if she ran, but he turned out to be kind. She begs them to join him. He's their only thread of hope. Giselle snaps, calling her delusional. How dare she ask them to betray Liberatio? Betis already belongs to the fallen god. Before she can say more, Zorn stops her. Giselle points her pistol at Jamel, promising a quick and painless death. She warns her not to use her powers or the crusade will come for her. Just as she's about to shoot, Zorn tells her to wait. If she doesn't want to do it, maybe he should. Giselle glares. Why did he have to say that? She pulls the trigger. Time slows as the bullet cuts through the air toward Jamel. But before it can hit, a blur bursts into the cell. Terzio, the tiny knight, rides in on a rat and slices the bullet clean in half. The shards slam into the wall beside Jamel. How dare you lay hands on the successor's friend, he roars. The two are stunned as the miniature warrior glares up at them, sword gleaming under the dim light. Jamel stares at Terzio in disbelief as he yells at the intruders for daring to touch the successor's friend. The two look at the tiny knight and wonder if he's a toy. How can someone like that be double the size of Zorn? Maybe Jamel has finally lost her mind. Terzio sighs, realizing he'll have to show his true form. Energy crackles around him as Giselle calls Jamel stupid. In an instant, the small knight transforms into a towering 7-foot warrior. Both enemies step back in shock, yelling that he's even bigger than Zorn. Terzio asks Jamel if she's hurt, but she quickly tells him to focus on the enemies. He points his sword at them, declaring that they will die here and now. Anyone who dares to harm the successor's friends or family will meet the edge of his blade. Zorn urges Giselle to retreat, but Giselle slams her hand into the floor, releasing a wave of darkness that fills the cell. She swears she won't let him escape. Terzio activates his boosters, blasting through the shadows to pursue them. He catches up fast, declaring it useless to run, and brings his sword down with a flash. The explosion shakes the cell, but when the smoke clears, the enemies are gone. Jamel sighs in relief and frustration. They escaped. Terzio kneels and apologizes for failing to eliminate them. Jamel tells him it's fine and thanks him for saving her life. She asks how he knew where she was. Terzio explains that the successor is on his way and thought she might want a way out. They'll leave the same way they came in to avoid attention. Terzio mounts his loyal rat, and Jamel can't help but stare. She still finds it strange that such a powerful knight rides a rat. Then she remembers something. When Giselle used her power earlier, there were no signs of divinity. That's something she needs to tell Father Marnak. Moments later, Marnak finally arrives. Jamel bursts into tears, relieved he didn't abandon her. Marnak smiles gently and produces a ring of keys. She asks where he got them, and he sighs, saying they came from a few sleeping guards. Dakia is keeping the rest distracted with an intimidation spell. He unlocks the cell, and Jamel rushes out, only to be caught in a sudden headlock. The mother of corruption emerges, smiling triumphantly and yelling murder. Marnak sighs at the aggressive introduction. This is the god he serves. Jamel freezes in awe. Instead of fear, excitement fills her face. She's meeting a god for the first time and can't stop herself from trying to make friends. The mother hides behind Marnak, whispering another soft murder. Marnak explains she's just shy and not used to new people. He tells the mother that they need to leave quickly. Jamel asks what to do next, and the mother tells her to bow. She pats Jamel's head, and a faint emerald glow surrounds them. Marnak watches closely. When the glow fades, he lifts the mother, who dissolves into his arm. He reminds Jamel that the mother's existence must remain secret. Jamel promises she'll never tell anyone. Then she remembers something important. Her friend Giselle attacked her earlier, and somehow she used her powers without divine energy. Marnak nods, telling her they'll discuss it later. For now, they must escape. She asks what the mother did to her head, and Marnak explains that she removed the last traces of divinity from her body. Now she can't be tracked unless she uses her powers. Jamel looks amazed. Marnak grins proudly, saying the mother is impressive. He orders Terzio to protect Jamel from now on. The knight bows and accepts. They move out of the cellar, where Jamel finds her party sleeping soundly. Furious, she smacks them with a pillow until they wake up. The group laughs, realizing how easily they slept through the chaos. Marnak smiles as he watches them bicker and tease each other. Dakia turns to him, asking if he'll join her at the bank again. Marnak raises an eyebrow. They were already turned away once. She reminds him that it was supposed to be payment for rescuing and protecting Dakia Aramel, the eldest daughter of Kelto. Marnak nods slowly, saying it feels like the last page of their story. Dakia tilts her head. What do you mean by the last? She asks softly. Marnak smiles softly, saying that this is the last page of their journey together. Dakia holds her breath, wondering if it's really the last. They stop by Beat's central bank. She excitedly waves at Marnak, handing him a coupon, saying that this is payment for being her bodyguard up till now. Instead of handing him a pouch full of gold, she got him a certificate that he can trade for real gold. That way, he can go to any bank in the Northern Kingdom and get his share. She even offers to get him the gold if he doesn't fancy the certificate, but Marnak smiles and pockets the certificate. He tells Dakia that the last two will be for Sajida and Carmen. Time seems to freeze, and Dakia finally musters up the courage to ask Marnak to go with her to see a play. He looks at the ticket nervously. She babbles that it's a play that will happen in 2 days. Marnak grins. He thought she didn't like plays, remembering what she said to Vatis. Baffled, she starts twirling her hair around her finger. Marnak just smiles at the silly little girl. He tells her that it's his first time seeing a play, so he's excited. Hearing her response, Dakia smiles with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. Later they stop by a tailor, and the old man claps, telling Marnak that he is perfection incarnate. Marnak has new threads to wear at the show, and he wonders if it's really necessary. Dakia smiles. It definitely is. He can't walk around looking like a hobo, and this is his first play ever. But Marnak wonders if she's spending too much. After all, it's only a play. But Dakia smiles. Money is no object. She whispers, asking him if he knows about the Russell's merchant group. She remembers them being famous merchants in the Northern Empire. Dakia smiles. It turns out she has a lot of shares in their company. She invested it when she was a tiny girl. Did he really think that she didn't have a backup plan for her future? She wanted to use gold to secure the patriarchal position in her family. However, as things turned out, she was unable to overthrow her father or her brother. But she has a mountain of gold to spend. The merchant group is active in the northern and southern empires, so it'll take some time to convert her shares into cash. But she'll probably make the Forbes list once everything is converted. Marnak smiles. He was not expecting her to have a plan like that in place. Now that he's dressed, they decide to take a walk to the auditorium. The auditorium is packed with guests from around the kingdom. Nobles smile and wait eagerly to see the performance. Marnak and DONGHUA sit in a high position. The curtains slowly draw, and a beautiful woman stands on stage. She eyes the audience and takes a moment to start singing. The audience smiles politely, for her voice rivals that of the muses. Marnak looks at DONGHUA, clapping happily, and a familiar voice echoes in his mind, saying murder. Marnak tells the mother that he indeed likes her. How can someone not like someone so smart and beautiful? But that's not what the mother is asking. For the first time, the mother says something instead of murder. Because he loves her. Marnak's face hardens. In reality, she scares Marnak. Sean Talks was the man who saved him and a beloved family member, but he died because of his curse. His pity ended in his demise. Since then, he's been on a long and desolate journey. And he always thought that the worst objective was to resurrect the mother. He imagines the mother standing over a pile of corpses against an emerald green light. Maybe he's being pushed to fulfill his duties as the priest of corruption. He remembers looking over his shoulder sadly. Even if he has to destroy what is dear to him, he has to carry out his mission. Since he's going stronger by the day, maybe he will have to leave DONGHUA behind as well. He imagines DONGHUA lying in a mansion, covered in her own blood, and her eyes devoid of her usual cheerfulness. Marnak starts hyperventilating. He grits his teeth in agony and feels a gentle hand tap him on the shoulder. He immediately softens his smile and apologizes for being distracted. He also notices that DONGHUA is crying, telling him that it's the last part of the play and perhaps their journey. Marnak pauses for a moment as the performer continues to sing her heart out, but her voice yells murder. Marnak realizes it's a warning and shoves DONGHUA out of the way. With eyes full of tears, she wonders what Marnak is doing. The guests gasp as their faces and their throats swell up. All of a sudden, due to the intensity of her voice, the audience has their mind blown, literally. The performer concludes her performance and notices Marnak unscathed and with an intact head. Shielding DONGHUA, she smiles sadistically, wondering why there are survivors among her. Crowded, a bright burst of frosty blue energy tears the sky apart. It shoots through the sky a blinding swede, turning into spirals of pure energy. Sir Martin looks at the energy as a guard tells him that there's a problem. Something has surrounded the entire city. Martin looks at the rings of energy. As the man explains that it's the evil devil worshippers, they must call for backup and contact the Annihilation Crusade immediately. But Martin is only wondering about the princess. The guard was supposed to be her bodyguard. He sadly says that she went to see singer Adora's performance. He promises to accept any punishment for being a lousy guard. But Martin is more interested in Adora's performance. Maybe the evil spirit worshippers are to blame. In the next moment, the guard feels a blade slide across his throat. Sir Martin's teeth grow sharper and his voice grows rougher. What a shame. The life of a young man with a bright future is destroyed by the hands of old men, he whispers. He's standing over the guard's corpse, who is missing a head. If he had not abandoned his post, he might have lived longer. Sir Martin passes through a hidden hallway and a voice calls out to him. He kneels, saying that the princess has not left and there is nothing he can do about it right now. Another voice says that there is a problem. According to the plan, Adora should have absorbed a large number of ingredients by now, but nothing has happened or changed. Sir Martin is kneeling in front of the centaur. He knows about the princess, and maybe she is at the performance. Marnak must be there too. It looks like they'll have to go see Adora. Isn't that right? She asks Kelto. Kelto is excited to do as she pleases. Adora, on the other hand, wonders why there are survivors in her audience. This was supposed to be an explosive play, and there was no second act to carry out. Marnak realizes that she is an evil spirit worshipper. He immediately brings out his titanium gauntlet. A voice calls out murder as 2 fingers blaze over Adora's head. Marnak can't believe that she is only worth 2 fingers. There's no way someone who can be so dangerous can be only worth 2 fingers. He's sure that there must be a way she is deceiving Mother. Realizing that battle is inevitable, he dons his chainsaw and his obsidian mask. The first party that gets to attack and wins. Adora smiles and welcomes the challenge, but immediately gets her face blown off. It looks like Dakia is not playing around. How dare this scumbag interrupt her last date? And how dare she kill innocent people? She brandishes her blade. Donning her mask, she zooms towards Adora. But Adora yells that it's an unfair fight. She starts transforming into her moth form. They both clash, and Dakia shoots her with a burst of fire, immediately following with a strike. But she fails to cut off her head. Adora gleefully brings out her stinger, telling Dakia to dodge that. Marnak makes it in the nick of time, grabbing Dakia and leaping away. He tells Dakia to calm down. She's not an opponent they can defeat with brute force. She realizes that that's true. Looking at the burned and bruised moth monster, her heart aches to teach her a painful lesson. Marnak volunteers to teach her a lesson from the front. Adora looks at the duo, wondering if they are really capable. Their faith is misplaced in their strength. While she's babbling about her own strength, Marnak and Dakia create 2 bursts of energy. They concentrate their powers in front of their hands and shoot it towards Adora. Adora also concentrates her hellish flames, telling them to listen to a person when they are talking. She transforms into her ultimate form, an 8 feet disgusting moth with a human head embedded in the chest plate. But Dakia is far from impressed. It looks like she deserves to be burned alive. Dakia feels her heart pounding in rage. She knows better than anyone that power corrupts the best of them. And as Dakia possesses both power and fame, she feels a certain responsibility for the people of Baitas. She couldn't protect her people, and she feels as if she is the biggest failure of humanity. These feelings surge within her chest, and Marnak calms her down. She takes a moment and calms herself down. They face Adora in her monstrous form. Adora yells, promising to chew them and spit them out. Marnak doesn't even respond to her provocations. He calls out to Mother, asking her to bless Dakia. Dakia feels ethereal light envelop her hands and her body. Marnak explains that she's been blessed by the mother of corruption. She'll be safe from that woman's singing. Adora just laughs in response. She can't stand seeing them so self-assured. Maybe they would like to be buried together too. But before the moth monster can make a move, Marnak appears from behind, blade in hand, energy crackling around his fist, ready to tear her in half. He brings his sword with all his might, but she manages to dodge despite her huge size. Marnak notices how fast she is for her size. Adora calls him a coward. She will never fall for such obvious tactics, but her eyes squint in horror. She feels something slam into her chest. Marnak looks at Adora, exploding next to the ceiling. She might be a bit smarter than an average insect, but she is a moth. Will she really be able to fly around within this theater? Marnak tells her that her singing is top-notch, so maybe he'll show her a bit of mercy. How about he rips her wings off before ripping her head off? Adora calls him an arrogant ingrate, promising to tear him to pieces with her sharp fangs. She reveals her tongue, coiled like a hose. Marnak's face turns pale as she shoots her tongue at a blinding speed, tearing the theater in half. But Marnak manages to dodge each attack. Adora yells that he runs his mouth faster than his legs. Before she can see anything else, a huge explosion shakes her world. Marnak and Adora turn to see Dakia standing over there holding a fireball. Adora has had enough of these 2 flies interrupting her performance. She curses at the duo, promising to rip them to shreds with her barbed tongue. She thrashes, violently tearing the theater and reducing it to rubble. While Adora is in the middle of a crash out, Marnak and Dakia are taking a breather behind a collapsed wall. Mother tells Marnak that he should have been quicker with his attacks. He realizes that the exit behind the evil spirit worshipper is inaccessible. They can't leave without killing her first. This has truly turned into a boss fight. They need to use the sword of corruption. But it's not a good weapon against a fast enemy. Maybe he could use a giant of corruption. But once again, he won't be as effective in a closer pace as he might think. He turns to Dakia and asks her a favor. Adora is in the middle of her crash out. She whips her tongue, asking them where they're hiding. Marnak and Dakia arrive as the mystic duo, standing side by side and ready to exterminate this pest. Adora is glad that they're out of hiding. Now they can finally die together. She whips her tongue around again, but Marnak intercepts it with his blade. Dakia enjoys their resistance. After all, she likes her playthings extra durable. Marnak continues to parry each blow with his sword, while Dakia concentrates on her spell, creating an orb of frosty blue energy. She continues to chant, and the orb grows brighter and colder by the minute. She remembers Marnak asking her to use her skills to help them escape. This is a spell that uses ancient language. The more ancient languages there are, the more mana responds to them, and the stronger the spell is. However, strong mana eats away at the mind of the user, so they need to concentrate to the best. The plan is for Marnak to act as the shield, while Dakia is the spear. Bright energy blazes in the theater, clashes against the monster's crimson tongue. In a bout of fury, Adora yells at them to die once and for all. Marnak won't let go. He will endure until the time is right. After all, he can't allow the monster to be anywhere near the princess. He imagines Dakia lying in her blood, and he can't let that future come to be. With new conviction blazing in his eyes, he continues to parry each blow faster, but one of them seemingly hits his head. Dakia continues to chant as Adora laughs, telling them it's over. Blood spouts from Marnak's face, but in the next moment, it starts to heal. Marnak just grins. Bright green light reconstructs his face better than a plastic surgeon could. He raises his blade, ready to put an end to this game. Adora refuses to back down and tries to hit him with another barbed tongue attack, but before she can make contact, a bright blue light glows behind Marnak, casting shadows across the theater. It looks like Act 2 was already in play, with Dakia as the lead. She holds a spear of pure blue energy, telling her to die. The energy practically vaporizes Adora. Adora freezes, looking at the crackling blade in Dakia's grasp. Dakia flings it with all her might, tearing through Adora's abdomen and causing the roof of the theater to collapse as a column of light bursts through. Adora screams in agony, and Dakia grits her teeth in resilience, telling her to die. Later, moonlight filters through the hole in the ceiling. It shines beautifully over the dead moth corpse. Marnak stands over the corpse as a voice tells him to murder. He apologizes. He is using divinity right now, and his use of the power is not near perfect. He turns his attention towards Dakia, who collapses. She has used all her mana and is running on fumes. Marnak points at a mysterious figure. It turns out someone is here. Someone stands a few feet from Marnak, holding a barbed sword. Marnak wonders when this figure was here. The figure looks at Adora's corpse. It turns out she is still alive, but very weak. The centaur says that's why she should have listened when she offered to train her before her act. But at least she is not dead. Marnak wonders what the newcomer wants, and the newcomer is itching for a fight, a 1 versus 1 to be precise. Marnak wonders why he should agree. What is in it for him? The newcomer says that it's because she is being nice. She pauses and comments. That woman he is holding looks heavy, and if she wants, she can lighten his burden. This is enough to prompt Marnak to act. He asks Dakia if she is awake. She has recovered pretty fast despite using her mana. Marnak tells her to pretend to be unconscious for now. He will try to buy some time so that she can run away. The woman tells them not to waste their breath. She doesn't attack anyone during a duel. Kelto explains that if he loses, she will take the princess's head as well. Marnak grabs his blade and a bright energy shines over his chainsaw. He tells Kelto that there is no need to pick a fight, and he doesn't intend to run away if there is no way to avoid this duel. Kelto smiles and gets ready to swing her sword. She likes a man who can act more than he can talk. He leaps forward, blade in hand and fury burning in his eyes, but Kelto parries it effortlessly. She enjoys the thrill of battle and the sight of his agony. Marnak realizes that he can't use his authority because he might be caught by the Annihilation Crusade. Kelto smiles sadistically, wondering if this is all he can do. She sends him flying. He grits his teeth in frustration, wondering how she is so strong. He looks at the demon of strength warping in front of him and zigzagging off the wall. He wonders why she is running on the walls like a Beyblade. Just what is going on? Kelto challenges Marnak to use his authority like a priest would, but Marnak is in no position to use his authority. He lowers his guard and accidentally gives her an opening. She immediately slashes him from head to toe. Marnak falls several feet away with blood splattering around him. Kelto smiles, telling John that he might be a demon slayer, but it looks like his rumors are only exaggerations. Her eyes widen in shock as Marnak gets up. His clothes have been messed up, but he has a gift too. His body starts to mend itself, cartilage reforming, bones clicking, and skin smoothing over. This excites Kelto. It looks like he's not a human either. And Marnak grins. He could say the same about her. They're getting ready for the next phase of their fight, and Kelto takes the lead, telling him to end an honorable duel in the flashiest of ways. Each step is wrapped in explosive power as their blades collide again, sparks fly and energies collide in a contest of willpower. Both of them refuse to back down. Marnak manages to surprise her with an energy attack in the solar plexus. He shoots her away with a beam of ethereal energy, causing her to crash against the ceiling. Kelto calls him a coward, but he warps in front of her, chainsaw in hand and madness in his eyes. He bursts through the ceiling. Smoke surrounds them as they enter the cityscape. A bright light blazes around the horizon. Kelto wonders why he's not using his powers. She thought that he was a priest or something. Marnak looks around. It looks like the theater is not the only place they targeted. Maybe she has something to do with the blue lights surrounding the city. Kelto doesn't deny it, but it's not her plan. She's only interested in running the fade and getting an honorable battle out of it all. Marnak wonders what this honor is that she talks about while she pushes the innocent people to their deaths. Her version of honesty is twisted and frayed. Kelto just smiles. She doesn't care about the weak. She's a warrior, not a saint. Her eyes brim with madness and insanity as she wonders what value the weak hold. The weak exist to be trampled on by the strong. These words enrage Marnak. He closes his eyes to calm himself down, wondering if she knows. She lacks martial talent. These words cut Kelto sharper than any blade could. Marnak explains that he has known a lot of talented people, and she does not fit the bill. Not a single drop of talent is visible in her movements. All she has is brute force, zero reaction time, and zero judgment. He studied the way of the sword for 3 years, and if it weren't for her physical capability, she would have died right away. Marnak grins, wondering if there is a reason she can become a priest. Since she has no talent to become an expert, she is trying to find otherworldly ways to become stronger. These words fall on Kelto like a ton of bricks. Her aura blazes around her and she calls him a piece of trash, promising to kill him most imaginatively. She remembers facing off against her opponent in a coliseum. She worked her way to her position, but her junior won against her as soon as he was appointed as a knight. He was called a genius, but her opponents were weak, and that's why she felt bad. She was never able to be better at anything, and maybe geniuses are the ones who have to go on and become experts. They are the people who will never win against raw talent, even with 20 or 30 years of work. When confronted with a true genius, all her years of hard work and accumulated experience seem insignificant. She remembers her junior bowing and thanking her for her guidance, but that day, Kelto was shaken to the core. She felt everything was pointless. Every sweat she dropped, every blaze she swung was pointless in the face of a genius. She quietly turned to leave and gave up on training. Later, she told everyone that she would retire. The other knights couldn't believe what they were hearing. She was a woman of dedication. The young recruit wondered if it was his fault. She tried to ask Kelto if she's inside. One of the guards burst into her room, saying that they're worried about her. She didn't come to train with them for a while. Maybe it's because she lost against the youngest, but she shouldn't feel bad. That knight is a genius who has won against everyone. With tears streaming down her face, she tells her buddies to fly off. She tells them to screw off. Resentment, despair, and anger flash across her face, and she's biting her lip with such intensity that it's bleeding. She slams the door shut. There's no point in trying, she feels. No matter how much she tries, the effort will be trampled by a genius. Her hard work cannot pay off when facing a genius. With disparity and remorse clouding her life, she wasted away day by day, sleeping to escape reality. That's when he came to her, introducing himself as one of the 6 prophets of Liberatio, Disperatio of Despair. The new figure introduces himself as one of the 6 prophets of Liberatio. He is Disperatio of Despair. He looks at Kelto lying in bed and wonders how he managed to find her on the brink of death. Can she even hear him speak? It turns out she's so weak that she can't even see anymore. She's only 37 years old and she started training as a knight at the age of 12, wielding the blade for more than 20 years. However, she hit a plateau and a lot of people never break through. That's why she retired and sentenced herself to a life of waste. Kelto grits her teeth, wondering who he is. The man smiles. People always work hard, and some people say that their hard work will pay off. But hard work betrays the talented and the talentless people first. All the hard work she's put in won't show up to back her up. It's as if she has a decoration to help the geniuses shine brighter. These words infuriate her, and she yells, "Who the hell is he?" Tears stream down her face and spittle covers her mouth. The man wonders if it matters who he is. She has a chance to break through the plateau. For all the work she has done, all she needs to do is accept this little ball of monster flesh. If she survives, she will get unimaginable power. The thing she's wanted all her life. With tears pooling around her eyes, she quietly makes a decision. She opens her mouth and eats the glob of monster flesh. Later, all of the knights are gawking at Kelto, wondering if it's really her. She is overpowering the genius youth from before, effortlessly defeating him. Kelto smiles. This is what she wanted all along, but she spoke too soon as she looked at the genius's head lying on top of her blade. It whispers strength. The other knights can't believe that Kelto just killed the genius. They were only training. She had already won, and this youth respected her and looked up to her like an idol. They called her a coward, a disgrace to the knight's name. She feels her vision warp. She feels a voice calling her out on her average talent despite her life's effort. She wants to be proud of her strength, but she has earned it through unfair means. No matter how strong she gets, she will smell like a loser. She remembers cutting down another knight in her desperation. Her eyes glazed and her breathing quickened. The other knights are curious, telling Kelto to back down to avoid greater punishment, but all she hears is condensation and remorse. She tells them to stop looking at them with such eyes. Presently, her eyes harden, and she tells Marnak to shut his hellhole. She has tried harder than everyone. Marnak sighs. Does it mean that she has a guilty conscience? This strikes a nerve, and she promises to rip his mouth off. Marnak just looks at the broken soldier in pity. There is no one left to cheer her on because of what she has done. The Annihilation Crusade must be busy to deal with her. Kelto smiles. She doesn't care if reinforcements are on their way. All she knows is that Marnak is going to die here. Marnak wonders if she doesn't understand what he means. She is an evil spirit worshipper. He uses the text of corruption. His physique immediately bulges. Tattoos made out of emerald green light spread across his body. After his power boost, he tells Kelto that it's not important. He snaps her blade as if it were a twig, saying that he can use his powers freely. Kelto starts to panic as he swings his blade in a glorious green arc. With no blade in hand, Kelto decides to punch Marnak in the face, but he receives no damage. He wonders if she is showing off her true, dirty self, the average woman who can't even wield and respect a sword. He decides to let go of his sword as well, wondering if they should continue with their fist fight. Kelto looks at Marnak's fist in horror as it bulges. Wings pop around his skin. He wonders what the honorable duel she wanted was. Kelto realizes that she is in a world of trouble as he punches the living lights out of her. Marnak socks her in the jaw. After all, a punch to the face puts the witch in her place. She cries out loud, and he wonders how it feels to be stomped on. Didn't she say that the weak are meant to serve the strong? If that's so, then she should perform her duty diligently. He continues to smack her around, wondering what she is doing after barking about an honorable duel. Isn't this what she wanted? With a punch so strong that it can shatter a skyscraper, he senses the wild woman flying. She stutters and tries to regain her consciousness. Her face is a bloody mess. Marnak explains this is the price of taking death lightly. And just to be clear, he will repeat that she has no talent for the sword. This causes the woman to yell hysterically. A bright red aura bursts around her. Marnak wonders if she has obtained something through her own power. He looks at her hideous appearance. She's uncovered the power of a devil. Her body is covered in thick obsidian plates, and Marnak is ready to ask for the strengthening of authority. His divinity drops from 13,000 to 3,000, and just like that, a bright green portal swirls behind him. The giant of corruption emerges and howls into the night sky. Marnak looks at the giant, saying it's been a while. He's been busy with business. So maybe the giant can deal with this monster. The giant just grins and growls excitedly. The monster's tongue starts warping, and a strange old man emerges from within. The old man holds his scepter, chanting with bright green energy emerging around them. Time seems to freeze, and Marnak looks like a demon straight from the bowels of hell. The entire city is bathed in an emerald glow as blazing skeletons emerge from the dead. Marnak has an army of skeletons at his command. Kelto, however, was not amused by these tricks. How dare the skeletons try to attack her? One of them grabs onto her arm and reminds her of the youth she killed all those years ago. Voices of resentment bombard her mind. She wonders if this is a trick. She yells at Marnak to get rid of these things and face her fearfully. Marnak tells Kelto that if she's scared, she's free to run away. If she can do that, he hopes that she will be stomped to death. The endless horde of skeletons starts to swarm around Kelto as she tries to put an end to this nightmare. Marnak returns to the theater, and Dakia waves excitedly at him. She asks if he won. He explains that the corruption giant is still outside, and by the looks of it, he's working hard. They laugh. It's still hard to move his body. He carries Dakia bridal style, and she wonders if he has returned because of the moth monster. He wants the mother to use the monster, but before that, he needs to kill the disgusting thing that is pretending to be that. Adora realizes that she's been found out. She yells at Marnak to save her. She just did what she had to do. Marnak whips out his chainsaw, wondering if it's the same for the people they killed. They must have cried for their lives as well. She yells that she didn't really kill them, but Marnak doesn't care what the reason is. She promises to tell him. She will tell Dakia's family's history and their goal. This little tidbit just saved her life. The chainsaw is rattling a few inches from her forehead. They look at Dakia, who wonders about her father's goal. She yells that all of this is, but her voice is cut short as a blade pierces through her head. Marnak looks around, wondering who it is. A giant blade emerges from Adora's head. They freeze in horror as it turns out it is Dakia's brother who explicitly told them to leave. They look at Durso standing over Adora's corpse triumphantly. Dakia looks at her brother in disbelief as he says that he's sure that he told them to leave. Why are they still here? Dakia's eyes harden. Just what does he think he's doing? All he did was deliver the finishing blow to a monster that they basically killed, and yet he's talking as if he did everything. And he didn't even kill it properly. Adora is still breathing. Durso looks at them in contempt, saying that they haven't changed at all. All mages must be shameless, or maybe foolishness is in their nature, or maybe they're better in every way. Dakia screams that she'll leave even if he asks her to stay. Begging her won't make a difference. She wanted to tell him for a while, but she didn't get to because she never had a chance. So this is the moment where she'll say it. Dakia takes a deep breath and yells at the top of her lungs that the fudging household position. He can have it for being a greedy little pig. With tears streaming down her eyes, she yells that he's an unlikable bastard, and that's why he's in UNC and still holds on to his V card. All the women who look at him barf and get sick of him and leave. She points at her brother, telling him that he's the biggest scumbag walking the face of the earth. Durso is not interested in her vulnerability. He wonders if she'll leave. He's glad that she finally realized her place. He smiles, telling her that she's misunderstanding something. She never had any chance of becoming the household head in the first place. These words trouble Dakia immensely. She trembles as he yells that there's not a single person in town who wants her to leave the family. Dakia finally lets go of the bottled resentment burning within her for all these years. She yells, "Whose fault is it that no one likes her? He made sure to hire people who were victims of mages around her. He blamed her for their mother's death." She yells at the top of her lungs, did she ask to be born a mage? And how dare he accuse her of killing their mother? She has had enough of his childish resentment. She's sick of it. Tears flow freely across her beautiful face. She calls him a piece of trash, brother, an a-hole. The only response she gets in return is a snarky remark about learning bad manners while being away from home. He tosses something at Marnak, telling him to take that crying little witch and get out of here. It turns out he has handed him a piece of monster flesh. He should be able to use it to leave the barrier surrounding the city. Marnak wonders what he plans to do later. Durso turns to leave, saying that he's not interested in answering that question. All Marnak should be concerned with is taking that crying little witch and leaving. A bright explosion shakes the theater as Kalto arrives, asking Adora if she's still alive. Flames wrap around her body as the giant continues to hold her back. The giant enjoys their battle, bringing out their twin plates of corruption. Kalto refuses to back down and punches the giant, yelling that it hasn't won yet. While she's busy with the giant, Adora is trying to cling to life. Dakia's brother tells everyone to get out of here. The building will collapse. He rushes past Dakia, telling her never to show her face ever again. Dakia screams that she'll do whatever she wants. Kalto is busy facing off the demon, using her hellish flames. A sea of skeletal warriors surrounds her, and she tells the Budgers to get away from her. Marnak realizes that the theater will collapse any minute now. He looks at Adora's form and whips out his chainsaw. This inferior skeletal, she won't let her sister die like this. She whips out her spear, and just as Marnak is about to behead Adora, she hauls her spear, yelling at Marnak that she won't let him do that. Marnak looks at the incoming spear and realizes he won't be able to dodge in time. A green energy blasts around him, and a voice echoes, spelling out murder. A strange shield forms around him, and Marnak realizes that he's using the ring that Mother had received from Cillian. It can help him activate a barrier once a day, and right now it has saved him. He brings out his chainsaw and finally ends Adora's existence. He also notices that her head is stuck in the torso, but he finally manages to dislodge it. Kelto goes ballistic, and Marnak tells his giant to run away once they're away. The giant holds Kelto back, and Kelto yells at the bastards to stop and leave the head behind. Marnak doesn't pay mind to her empty threats and walks away with his trophies in each hand. One hand holds the beautiful princess, and the other holds the monster's head. A few feet away, Marnak summons Mother, presenting her with the head she wanted. Mother kneels and uses her green magic to melt the head's skin off. Marnak wonders if she's responsible for melting the head. Marnak looks at the head melt, and Mother continuously says, "Murder." She looks at the ashes surrounding the head. Just as she's about to touch them, Marnak holds Mother's hand, telling her it's enough. He knows that the divinity leaked out, but they don't know what they might have done to it. He didn't want to touch something. They didn't know what it was. Referring to the melted head, he tries to cheer up Mother. There are other ways to gain divinity, and it would be worse if they touched it and they got information on them. Mother finally cheers up and hugs Marnak. Marnak smiles, telling her to rest. She turns back into a mummified arm. Marnak then turns to look at Dakia, wondering if she's feeling better. While Dakia says yes, her face suggests otherwise. She regrets not beating her brother, and she also regrets holding back. Marnak laughs, promising to do that when they visit next time. Dakia is surprised that he's not going to stop her. She honestly thought that he wouldn't let her be violent. Marnak says that he's sure Durso wouldn't be hurt from a few little attacks. He seems sturdy. Dakia angrily agrees. He's sturdy, but it's also true that he'll face a hard time against Dakia. She stretches her arms, and Marnak realizes that she calls him brother when he's not around. Dakia sighs. She can't call Durso brother on his face. Calling him at his face feels like admitting that she's below. Marnak notices something wrong. He tells Dakia to wait for a moment. He can feel the connection to his giant being severed. He can feel the knight's divinity as well. Maybe she has returned to her original form. Dakia wonders if the knight is after them. She doesn't feel anything, but it might be the case. He explains they have things to do. They have places to be, so they should get moving. Dakia pauses, wondering where everyone is. Marnak clenches his fist, and a bright red energy circles around. The number on his gauntlet shines, showing a 3. It must be a signal from Terzio. They need to hurry. He apologizes for telling her to hurry. Something might happen along the way, so it's not wise to carry her. Dakia's head starts spiraling. He won't be able to use his hands freely if she's in his arms, but she smacks some sense into herself and decides to lead the way. They march through withered woods. Marnak notices the monster trees and guesses that it might be because of the item Terzio gave them. Dakia asks Marnak if he is annoyed by the fact that she is so dependent on him. Marnak says that he feels that he is the one putting her through difficult situations. Dakia immediately disagrees. She wonders why he is so respectful, and he is always so kind. And she is thankful for that, as it's a shame that he is kind to everyone else as well. So she has made a decision. Once this is all over, she is going to leave Beatus along with him. Marnak wonders what she's saying, and Dakia wonders if he's not glad that they'll be traveling together. The mother whispers murder. Marnak says it will be a difficult journey to be with him. Her life will be at risk most of the time, but Dakia excitedly wonders if he will protect her to the best of his ability, just like he's always done. Mother's hand nudges him, telling him not to be an idiot. Marnak smiles weakly. It won't be possible all the time, but Dakia volunteers to protect herself. After all, she's a fast learner. One day, she might be the one protecting Marnak instead. While Marnak is trying to wrap up the situation, he tells his mother that Dakia is a mage with a reasonable personality. She needs to understand their goal. He smiles, saying that he's still on edge about mages, but a reasonable mage is always welcome. Dakia is deeply touched. She tells Marnak not to take his words back, and maybe he can do her a favor. She smiles shyly.